Who's ready for more midweek muster? One and all, welcome back. Happy Tuesdays and a good Tuesday it's going to be. We have got quarter-finals just around the corner. We're actually kicking off the day by checking back in on the Killjoy Myriad series. So I was told it was actually pretty impressive. A really cool series overall. If you watched yesterday, you may know the outcome of that. But please stick with us because we are warming up into the live content. Because we have got Dumu versus B kicking off in T-minus an hour and a half. On top of that, we are then going to have Fox's Anatan up against SAS an hour after that. And then, after that series, it will be the winner of the other quarterfinals there up against the winner of Anatan versus SAS. All that happening today. Poppy Ball versus Voldemort. We're waiting for an update. We're hoping they can play today. It's hit or miss on whether we'll be able to cast it because it could end up being very late, but we'll see what we can do. The Warriors, of course, running out of content on the interim, but we'll figure it out. We'll roll as we go. We are going to be kicking off with Killjoy versus Myriad. Of course, this series did play a little bit early in the week, but like I said, stick with us. It supports the channel, and we will be getting to the live series the moment they begin today. It just felt like a fluid way of kicking off because we didn't quite get to catch this one in time before, and it looked like a really cool competitive series. Love this draft as well from Myriad, man. English, Juji, French, Rus. I mean, you did give over the HRE, but overall, I feel like Myriad got a little bit of a better draft, especially with the map pool in mind here, right? Atacama, Borderland, Dry Arabia, just really solid kind of all-rounder civs that can almost slot in anywhere here. What time is it where I'm at? It is 20 past 1 in the afternoon. I'm a Brit. All right. But it's not about this Brit. No. It's about the other Brit. Oh, what's that? What the hell? Oh, that's a bit laggy. It's not about me. It's about the other Brit. It's about little representation from this small, humble island, the competitive scene. So we've got to cheer them on when we see them. Welcome back to Midweek Muster, folks. We have got a really cool one here. Killjoy versus Myriad, round of 16. Opening up in Atacama. And Myriad, I got to give it to him, man. I really like his draft. English, Juji, French in there. I forget what the fourth pick was, but overall just a solid draft for a best of 3. It could be best of 3 up against the kill man himself, Killjoy. He did draft the HRE, which does worry me a bit for Myriad, but Malians, I mean, this isn't really that worrying of a matchup. Gotta say, guys, English is just become really favored in this matchup. It's funny because like a year ago, you would have just seen this matchup and immediately called it a GG and said Malians won. Not convinced really anymore. I think English are really solid with these 2 TC builds. With the opening king, it really does put Malians in a defensive and uncomfortable position. You never heard it told like that? 20 past something? Okay, yeah, you need to be around more Brits. It's a British thing. We like to say, for example, right now, at this very moment, when watching this live, it is 1:25 p.m. We would call that 25 past 1. Welcome to my country. Yeah, it's I don't think anywhere else in the world does it that way. There is another way. I was having a discussion with like a European about this. They have a different way of saying it than past, but they don't go for the 125 or whatever. But I can't remember what it was. Oh, I think that was what. No. So I remember I talked to some Europeans and they understood the idea of like the 25 past 1. But where it got really confusing to them was when we in my country will say 25 to 2, right? In about 10 minutes. That'll be 25 minutes until 2 o'clock. And that was where it got weird in their eyes. They're like, why don't you just continue and be like, 35 past 1? Like, I don't judge these. You know what it is? We're just trying to be a bit more productive. We're not trying to overflow the count. We're just trying to move closer to the hour. And you know what? The count is looking good. 4 in the Abbey of Kings. We are getting the expected opening here. Not fully, though. Myriad hasn't committed to a 2TC. Which is a little bit surprising. I feel like that's really just the way you inherently go here. Curious what he has in mind. I mean, with a deer nearby, you can shove them in and go for a fast castle build. That could make a decent amount of sense here. Took some getting used to, but I think it's quite elegant, right? It's quite nice, I feel like when someone goes, it is 125, it's like, okay, this is very military-ish. Okay, I'm not in the army. Chill. I guess it's very British as well. If someone says 25 past something, you can kind of just imagine them sipping the cup of tea. But yeah, this is a little bit different from Myriad. So he's probably going for the mass horseman build. I mean, there's no way you go for Lombo all in. That's like the quickest way to lose this. Especially considering the Malian spawn. Killjardy did get a back spawn in Gold Vein, so he's pretty safe here. Man, I'm so excited for this week. It's kind of crazy when you look at the brackets, right? Like, obviously, we had a few names that didn't sign up from week 6, but still pretty stacked in the end. We got Anatan here, Dimmu, B, Poppyport, Voldemar, getting a bit of a cruise mode here, running the Cow. Sorry, Cow. And then, of course, you know, you got Louis MT. A little bit of a heartbreaker. I was really upset Giving Anxiety wasn't able to do that set. I think that would have been a crazy set, just because of their playstyles being very polarizing. But these two are kind of polarizing as well. Myriad probably doesn't want to admit it, but he's more of a boomer player, I find, quite often. Or at least that's the state of the games he finds himself in. It kind of fits historically. If you think about the civs that Myriad plays the most, English, Rus, Ottomans, these are all civs that like to chill and play for a later phase. So it does kind of track. And there we go. It is now going to be a play into the stone. But this is interesting. He opens with the archery range. Okay, so I think I get where Myriad's coming from. On this map, compared to like a normal Dry Arabia-esque map, the Gold Vein is really close to the TC. So like on a normal Dry Arabia type map, you wouldn't really need the Lombos. You just add in the king. You'd be able to poke at the gold, and they would have to react with outposts or donzos, whatever. Because the gold is so close, the king isn't going to be able to harass villagers without diving TC, and it will just die. So he's going Lombos to have that type of pressure. Very expensive, though. 150 wood, then there's the 270 on top. You're already 400 extra resources in compared to just rushing the TC. And remember, that's over half of what a TC would cost you. Definitely a little bit of a perplexing choice here. Also means he doesn't have the efficient play of just like gathering the wood from the straggler trees and then going straight into 2TC, right? He has to actually drop the lumber camp. So it's even more resources really being burnt here than otherwise would. All right, one's if you think Killjardy is going to win this game. Two's if you think Myriad is. Because we can kind of see what they're both up to, right? Mansa, double pit mine, no military. We got stables coming, though. So it looks like Killjardy, yeah, he scoured out the archery range. Interesting thing, though, is like if you want to now counter the Lombos, you have to build sofas. I don't really like this for Killjardy. I mean, sofas can scale for age 3, right? But as an interim, they feel terrible. I mean, they will have the ability to chase down the king, so it's not the end of the world. And they will be able to stop the Lombos, but I think Myriad might be happy with this. Like, forcing the stables reaction plus the double sofa, it's very expensive, right? We talked about how much Myriad was paying. Now you're talking about a play from Killjardy that's costing him 500 plus resources. In the meantime, the Lombos could just be a little bit annoying here and try and poke. They might be able to find a kill. And this is at least keeping Killjardy in his own base, right? He's not... Or he could be. Yeah, the timing is going to be off here, though. It's a cool idea. Killjardy would be better off just mopping up the Lombos because there's no way you get here fast enough. Not with 9 villagers. Unless the boar... that is ambitious. But he has just reminded Myriad that there's a boar there that he can pull all the way to the TC. This is kind of the jackpot, actually. I mean, gold might be the one weak point for Myriad, as that is going to be a little bit exposed, but it's close enough to the TC again, right? This kind of detail we talked about for the king goes both ways. That sofa isn't even wrapping here quick enough, so it looks like the TC should not get blocked at all. Funnily enough, actually, with the build speed as it currently is, he might have been able to poke, maybe even kill a villager here if he come around straight away. Instead, the Lombos are going to get chased back home by a wolf. Sofa might even run into them. Oh, come on. That was the freebie he really wanted. Because then it's kind of worth it to go the Sofas. You're removing quite a few units. Instead, now Myriad adding in the Lombos. King in the meantime needs to be very careful. Remember, you can get ran down here, so an overextension there. Looks like it's going to cost a little laugh for his life. Wait, unless Killjardy lets him out. What was that? And what was that? Oh, no. First, Killjardy pretty much allows him a free exit there, and then Myriad turns around to attack him. That's pretty catastrophic. Myriad now trying to add in the spears. I think Myriad's overreacting to this play right now. And this is also, you know, when you look at this game, you got to just say it for what it is. The Lombos didn't pay off at all. Spears at least going to get some kills now, but like if you look at Killjadi's economy, he's rushing towards this tech. I feel as if it would have been much better for Myriad to just do the TC. Not even bother with the cuteness of this play, because now you have to go all in. We don't even have the ball pull still. A little bit gutted. I think that would have maybe made it a bit better for Myriad. Especially now that he's trying to bloat Spearman. Very expensive when you go for this type of build. Is this going to be... Is this a Farimba build? I mean, he has got the cow, so I think Fulani, but I could imagine Farimba being pretty good. Nah, okay, there you go, grab Fulani. The reason why Farimba would be really good here, folks, is you can scale comfortably with Freeborn plus Mansa into English. The problem is you can't scale quickly, right? Because he didn't go 2TC himself. So, makes a lot of sense. Fulani coming through. It's just a very poor Fulani. Only 2 ranches full so far. Javelin reaction is coming from Killjadi. Myriad, it's kind of wild when you add up the cost of this now, right? All this surplus that he's added in. Could have been halfway towards the tech up already. Trying to move in for a kill. Doesn't actually find the villager, though. Okay, so Myriad's in a pretty awkward predicament here. He only has, what, a 4 eco lead? And sure, the cow boom isn't full, but it's going to flood now. I think Myriad's in a really hard position. He doesn't really have the economy scale yet to just rush an age up. He's also playing into farms, which I don't really like here. You have the boar. Utilize these extra resources now, right? Like, it will accelerate your timing. It used to be a popular build for English is don't build a single goddamn farm, and instead just go straight onto the DNA of your base. You could rush castle very aggressively with that move. Wombos are at least able to get some first blood there on a villager. So first worker going down in the game. Myriad is now all of a sudden 10 eco ahead. It's not the dramatic lead you're looking for. Usually you want to be close to 20 eco ahead before the pressure starts to come in, right? By the time your opponent's teching up, you're probably looking at like 12 eco, preferably. So that hasn't really happened here. He's now playing out into the ball, but loses a villager and didn't even pull towards the TC. So the Sofas are now going to react. Remember, they have been vetted up, so these Spearmen not going to last long here. Kind of surprising, actually, that Killjadi's so reluctant to commit to that. Probably doesn't feel like there's enough pressure on him just yet. It's kind of funny that we're seeing him scale javelins, though. I mean, great as long as Myriad stays in age 2, but is he really going to stay there? For now, at least. Myriad's goal should be to try and get an age up by about 13 and a half minutes. He's doing a good job of kind of like staking a claim to the edge of the base. And oh, wow. Killjadi, that's sloppy. He ran out of food, so he's been clubbing cow on the left side here. Which means his villagers are moving out of range of the TC. Damn. So Myriad just slopping all over that and eating up, right? It's only 2 worker kills, but every little is counting at this point. And especially when you add in the fact that that's just an expensive 180 gold resource investment now that you just can't touch. Myriad is now going to be shuffling around on the east side. Might be able to find that tree line again. We do have the moss coming up, but this is greedy, Killjadi. You're not at your base yet, son. Have a villager picked. Okay, this is looking really good for Myriad. He's starting to save up now while also still building more military. This comp is going to have value as you level up anyway because your opponent is switching from jabs into archers for good reason, by the way. Javelins will be feudal archers, but once you get that castle upgrade, I think the Lombos can compete quite well. Even more so on the defensive with that aura. And blockers on the archer range as well. Let's be a little bit careful. Did just actually lose the scout for free. But my worry right now is Killjadi's just not coming out of the base. He's trying to. We've got a Sofa raid coming around the back now. Myriad, of course, hasn't started his age up yet. He's still a little bit exposed here. And, well, Killjadi, he's a smart cookie. He will see the boar has been killed already. A little bit funny he didn't actually dive in on that. Just a little bit of paranoia. So it looks like Outpost is going to be going up. So Killjadi just needs to start raiding very soon. He's starting to bulk his Sofa. I don't think you get too threatened by this Lombo group on your flank. The Javelins should be able to deal with this, right? So let the Javelins do their job, and all the Sofa should just be riding towards the enemy base. And right now, Killjadi, he's only using half of his Sofas. Bit of chip damage down the back. Did at least get some worker kills there. Overall, Myriad not too phased here. And he has got a nice spot for a white tower right here. I think you drop it here. The tree might be in the way, so you just slot it a bit deeper. But this is going to give you full saturation protection on all your farms, which will be behind your primary. What is up, boy? Yeah. That's right. Got to make sure you subscribe to the channel. Don't want to miss any of this action because I've been informed that this is a close series. Game 1 already kind of feeling that way, right? Myriad now up to a 15 villager lead. He's about to trigger the tech up. Behind this, Kiljadi is finally going to be able to break out of his base, but the monks aren't here yet. So it's a relic race that he will have an edge in, but not one that he'll be dominantly ahead. Oh, he pulls back. Looks like he needs to cut him off here. A few new spears could be rallying from the east side. Seems like Myriad is just trying to really stockpile what he can to get that age up. A lot of wood surplus here for Myriad. Not really a big fan of this. It's okay, wow. So that's, yeah, he's worried about running out of wood. So he's dropping the white tower to try and extend, but the timing could backfire here. Army needs to get across because the sofas are here, and those are veteran sofas. Textiles will at least make it a little bit slower, but it looks like eco losses are coming. The Javelin's now also arriving. And Myriad, what's going on here? He tries to wall in the sofa. He's not going to be able to pinch them now because he has to react to the north side. Myriad just got completely unraveled by 6 sofa. He finally cancels it. Has to go for the white tower more safely embedded at home. But that is a crucial detail. Kiljadi now able to start rushing towards those relics. Myriad now having to rush the age up. And Kiljadi is going to keep on diving. He's going to be able to march in. Sofa's poking. The Javelins could easily snipe villages. A little bit of weird A clicking here, actually going off the spears. Sofa's going to wrap around the other side. So chipping away at that lead that Myriad had been building up. And all of a sudden, yes, aged up, but with only a 6 villager lead against Fulani. All right, this is looking pretty golden for Kiljadi. Myriad, he played this really well up to the point where he pulled his troops back. I don't even know if he really should have been doing that versus just throwing the longbows in to get trades, because when this dive came in, you saw it, the longbows weren't really stopping anything from happening there. Myriad was still going to be committed onto. What really stopped it was once the landmark went up. So just imagine if this was a trade instead, where you're actually poking at your opponent, you're getting 2, 3, 4 worker kills. Yeah, you lose a few on your side, but at least you keep that lead. Instead, now Kiljadi undoubtedly in the lead. Imported armor's coming in next. That was missing throughout all this affair, hence why the sofas died fairly fast. But we've already got 1 relic banked, 2nd one on the home, 3rd to be grabbed. And this is looking like probably going to be a 4-1 split, unless Myriad is confident that he can camp his army out here, which would be risky. This relic feels way too far out there and he's not in position. Good news for him is at least the imam is slow, but he is now on his way. And yeah, it looks like Myriad is trying to target a defense on that relic, but with the first sofa arriving, it's bad tidings here. Veterancy for the Spearman hasn't come in yet. He's only got 2. And now at this stage, what's coming, what's Myriad's choices, right? Like, you have to pretty much hunker down and survive. That's kind of it. Doesn't sound like a glamorous plan, but anything else feels doomed to failure here. You're going Lombos, men-at-arms. You haven't really got a dive point timing. Especially when your opponent's scaling sofa, right? Like, actually, like, Longbow plus men-at-arms is probably the worst thing you could be building into mass sofa here. Maybe marching a little bit too fast. It's coming over now with another handful of spears, but there's already a big bulk of archer javs. Lombos are slowing down the retreat, so Myriad is going to lose some troops here. On top of that, he's gathering in the tree line really close by. For a moment, but probably not for long. Sofa's now charging forward. Ah, man. The classic. Okay, boys. Batten down the hatches, board up the door. The zombies are coming. And they're hungry. Oh, no. This is catastrophic. 12 villagers trapped inside here. The javelins can snipe them. And I think he'll be looking to. The men-at-arms going to clash, and in he goes. It's gobble up time. And it's going to be pretty difficult for Myriad to swallow, but this looks like game. At least it would be if he stopped attacking the lumber camps. I mean, remember, this is the entire eco lead for Myriad. Meanwhile, Killjadi is building his Age 4. Of course, the ultimate camo, when they come to attack you, just hide in the trees. I can't believe that. Like, wait, did he... He legitimately didn't see them. He thought it was 2 villagers. That's insane. Myriad, he ran around the corner. The archers were standing here. So he was completely unnoticed. However, Killjadi has now realized the mistake. The problem here is the javelins actually have enough range to reach you anyway. Oh my god. Well, a cute idea, but at the end of the day, this game was already looking over with or without the villager losses. Myriad is doing everything he can to just try and hide himself. But I see a bigger issue, right? Like, where is your age up? When is that coming? How long does that take? What does that look like here? Not pretty is my first instinct. Killjadi now just spamming a gigaton of Mustafadi. I mean, does Myriad even hang around when the tech comes through, is what I'm wondering. Because, like, he's in a really bad spot. Sure, he has a raw villager lead, but heavily behind on military. The Fulani's going to get even better now. Weirdly enough, Killjadi didn't even fill the Fulani until now. So he was doing this with a not fully capped Fulani after all this time. That's kind of crazy. That, by the way, is why his Sofa spam was so slow. Remember, when he aged up with 2 ranches full. Hence why we didn't get that classic Malian flood we're used to seeing. Bumford coming in. The end is nigh for these poor little peasants. Myriad is trying to save up. He's going to need a Berkshire drop just to try and stay alive here. And this is just painful. The other problem is going to be wood long term. Even if Myriad could survive in his corner, he doesn't really have much in the way of trees to work with down here. Good news at least for Myriad is Sacred Site win conditions are not easy on this map. Wait, I just realized this map was added in Season 9, and the Sacred Sites can spawn like this. I don't like that. I think there is one spawn of Atacama that should just be the default de facto spawn, and that's the one where your TC starts here near the trade post on each side. I think that's probably the most balanced spawns we've seen. Because this is the thing, right? Like, we've been doing what we can to improve map designs. People like Kai, you have as well, right? He's been working with us on some of these maps, things like Pigeon's View, to make it possible for Sacred Sites to be a win condition in this situation. It's so difficult for Killjadi to achieve that. He probably is just better served by going all in. Would Wingard work here? If he builds Wingard, he's dead. Just look at the maths on it, right? It's 66 versus 27. In theory, the idea of building Wingard Raiders is cool, right? Get a bunch of horsemen, get a bunch of knights. But you're so far behind, if you don't have a Berkshire, you're not going to survive. He still needs to claim that tree line. And, well, where the White Tower failed, maybe the Berkshire can succeed. Myriad now looking to age up. It is going to go unnoticed. Killjadi is just waiting for all of his techs. There is a problem with this Berkshire, though. It protects trees. Doesn't protect your farms. In fact, because of Myriad's odd White Tower positioning, he has no real protection on his farmlands. Bombards are already arriving to deal with that White Tower. Tech up complete, yes, but Myriad very far from being out of the hole yet. White Tower already under siege. Gold also getting denied. Myriad, he needs to find a gold source. He's got this to tap over here, so 2k, the 4k should be good as well. This pressure hasn't come in on that side. If you're wondering why is Killjadi kind of slow rolling this, it's English. You always find yourself slow rolling against English because the backlash of a bad dive into the White Tower or the backlash of a dive into the attack speed aura can't really be overstated here. It can just lose you the game. I've seen plenty of people, especially in the early days of AoE4, lose games because of that. I think Myriad's getting ready for another keep drop. Kind of crazy that he lets the white tower go down for free like this, but I mean, what are you meant to do, right? I guess you could have theoretically built your own bombards, but bombards don't kill enemy bombards fast, remember. They take 5 shots to get a kill. New landmark targeted. Aviv King's next on the hit list. Honestly, this should be an easy landmark victory. If he just moves in here, snipes the TC, and then you full divide dive onto the Berkshire. Instead, he's going to dive onto the Berkshire now. Double bombard moves in. Network of Citadels is on the way. If there was one way the English could maybe come back, that would be it. But it's a tall order. Game 1, going the way of Myriad here in the round of 16, but best of 3, still an opportunity to strike back. Kind of crazy how quickly this switched against Myriad. The opening play, I just think he didn't keep aggression when he should have. Had he, we could be looking at a very different game here at the 20+ minute mark. But this is over. Army's going to get wiped like it's nothing. Hot knife through butter. These elite men at arms do not feel elite. They feel yeeted. Oi, oi, oi. So, game 1 is going to be a win for Mr. Gigliardi. But we still have more to go. Glow on Malian units. The glow is from the sofa. It's called Farima Leadership. It gives you 15% more movement speed on nearby infantry. It's very powerful. It's 15 or 10. I always get it mixed up. I think it's 10. But it's still very powerful. So, English and Malians have been used. And we'll get ready for game numero 2. Reminder, folks, up next after this, we're going to have B versus Dumu live. So stay tuned, as we'll be hopping to that. And then afterwards, we're going to have Anatan versus SAS. Anatan SAS is an hour later. So possibly what we'll do is, if the Dumu B series isn't complete, we might just shuffle across there midway. It's a little bit unorthodox, but the reason is because we will be looking to catch the semifinals after that series, right? So that would be why. But let's see. Borderland, game number 2. French versus Jean. Okay, this is pretty good for him, actually. I think this is a little bit of a coin flip, and that if Killjardy had picked up Basses, we're probably looking at a 2-0. Now that it's French Jean, I'm actually quite confident for Myriad. He has to make sure he doesn't get out-microed, out-skilled, and Killjardy is a beast for that. But this is actually a matchup that Jean hates. Give me a sec. Anyone start using Blue Sky, by the way? I need to start getting more active on there and tweeting. Feels like everyone is just bailing on Twitter at this point. And let me flip that score. I don't know if Blue Sky's really going to be the one that makes it. I feel like there's been a dozen of these type of sites ever since Elon took over Twitter. Everyone was like, this is the new thing. Like, anyone remember, was it Beehive, I think it was called? And just people quickly stopped giving a crap about that after like 2 months. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anything will truly replace it, but Twitter has definitely got weird for me. It feels like everything just gets buried. Nothing gets like upvoted, liked, or whatever. I don't know why. I think it's maybe because I've got like a crowd of people that came from different games, right? Like I had my Dota people, my Apex people, got my AoE people, my Diablo people. So I think it kind of skewed things. There may be hope for the Englishman by playing the French. Polarizing thing for an Englishman to have to say, but welcome back, one and all. Game number 2 here in the round of 16 in midweek muster number 7. Killjardy, after being in what looked like it could have easily been a shaky beginning, found his way out in the Malian-English matchup, dominated. Game number 2, Myriad has an opportunity once again, just like in the first game, to constrict and kill fast. Let's see if he can actually hit it this time. I think last game, the issue for Myriad is not enough kill. In this game, French versus Jean, you're going to be scaling a lot of knights, and this is a matchup that actually favors French anyway. It is still at least based on the first few engagements, but usually French will be favored in those first few engagements because of their better economy. No trade in this map? There is trade. It's just, with this map, it's a little bit weird, the location. Doink. Doink. So you can get corner trade posts in 2v2s, I believe it was, but in 1v1s, they're fairly central. I like this, though. I don't like the maximum distance trades that we have in the game. I feel like these more central-bound trade posts make a lot more sense in that trade should be okay. It shouldn't be crazy. Right? Trade should be like something that you look at and go, oh, man, I really wish I could have actually reached a pit mine in this game. An alternative. Not a priority like it is and has historically been for certain civs, but School of Cavalry and School of Cavalry. And you're already seeing a lead building here, right? It's only slight, though, because Jean works quicker. So actually, the effectivity comparison here is with Jean having a 33% increase, you are like 0.5 villagers faster with French by using 4 compared to 2. Because remember, like every villager past 1 is worth 25%. And you get a 33% build speed increase. The tricky part, though, is if you look up, you may be noticing that French can already afford to have an extra villager on this. And this issue snowballs fast, right? French already have some perky advantages over you, such as the cheaper economical buildings, like lumber camps, etc. They also have the benefit of getting blacksmith upgrades for free with melee tech. Meanwhile, like, what's your eco advantage? When you get level 2 Jean, you lose a villager. Okay, yeah, but that's an advantage for him. What's the advantage for me? When you get level 2 Jean, she's not a villager anymore. She can attack things. Yeah, but she can't gather for me. And she's going to be attacking into a civ that is just going to spam knights. You start to see why this matchup doesn't feel great for Jean. And that's why I said the first few clashes matter a lot, because if you can't find any kills, you feel like you want to just resign about 10 minutes into this one. Top member, how many midweek musters are planned? So, I think we said it was going to be 30 weeks of midweek muster action. The number might be slightly different just because of break week. So, for example, over Christmas, we decided not to run a midweek muster because I think it's healthy to have a little bit of a break, and I think everyone wants to be with their family. So I didn't want to, like, have people, while they're drifting between about 4 different households, have to think about open scheduling. So we will be kicking back up at early January, 3rd of January. So the final day of midweek muster in 2024 will be the 19th of December. But once we kick back up, we will be regularly occurring almost every single week through until the end of June. So a lot. And if you need to fill the void and you're missing games over the holidays, don't worry, we have got a tournament planned. We also will have all the YouTube videos uploaded that you can go back and look at. So there'll be plenty of things to entertain you. So, level 2 Giant. Correct choice being made by Killjadi. You always want to get ranged in this matchup. Because if you go melee, you just die to knights. You don't do... The cleave damage doesn't really add up because they'll just go and heal. This allows you to dunk on injured knights. So this is what I meant about the first few clashes really decide whether Jean gets to play this at all. Because if you outskill Myriad and get his knights low, Jean can one-hit them from 40 HP. And it is a full dunker. Game will decide with the first knights? Pretty much. And you're already noticing a healthy lead, right? Myriad's ahead by 1. Meanwhile, he's ahead by 3 villagers, which means he'll be able to afford a second stable quicker than Killjadi can. Which is why you're already seeing Killjadi essentially forfeit that desire to play knights mass. He's gone outpost. Yeah, Killjadi, is there a world in which he just tries to FC here? Very greedy, but he's got, what, 6 sheep? There's no way. You can't FC with 6 sheep. You'd need pro scouts. And if you go pro scouts in this matchup, you're even further behind. So, check what he's doing with the knights. Myriad is guaranteeing that he pulls back before his health gets too low. And it looks like he's just going to use the divine arrows, but now Myriad, what he really wants to do is try and make sure you get up to about 8 knights and then Q chivalry. Because at that stage, your economical advantage is big enough that you can afford to delay and go for healing. Myriad with 12 sheep still to work with. I mean, he's not really at threat anytime soon. And that's worrisome for Killjadi, because even though he's gone for this outpost, he's going to need to leave his base. GG, Myriad 1. Wow, welcome to the simplicity of French versus Jean. Holy crap, why is that? Why is the laughing emote ginormous on my Twitch? Has anyone else got that? Or is my Twitch, like, has my Twitch browser just broken? My entire chat is just a giant laughing face. Hussein has invaded me. Man, look at this, though. This is where it gets ridiculous. It's a 4-villager lead. And Killjardy, he has at least gone for the Chivalry, but I think the Chivalry isn't really going to matter here, because Myriad is targeting and timing in this fight where he can just dive in, lose 2 knights, and still win. Chivalry is really expensive, right? 300 resources. I kind of like this approach from Myriad, though. I think sometimes people shy away from giving Jean a little bit of XP. You could afford to lose 2 knights and then just kill her, and it's fine. Because the downtime of her being dead makes it worth it. And Killjardy doesn't really want to have to buy back in a situation where he's already going to be behind in knights. Scout gets denied as well. We have got a shuffle towards Myriad's base here. Killjardy is going to go in for a dive. Myriad, quick on the pull away. Needs to shuffle those villagers. Actually gets shifts out. Wait, what? No! Okay, he was trying to be cute there. What Myriad needed to do, he needed the back line of villagers pulled forward. Instead, he's now just camping underneath the TC. Dive comes in the other way. Jean is being ignored. The knights are being brought down. Finally, she's going to get targeted. In the meantime, the knights that were diving are starting to get mopped up here. It's still a 3-villager lead, and it's about to get a lot bigger than that. Chases in another 2. That's now 5 up over Killjardy. Jean may have survived, but his economy most definitely is not. Yeah, and the XP generation is cool in theory, just not that great. Myriad definitely didn't micro that cleanly. He should have been walking around the TC with the villagers, but he seemed to be very fixated on the fight. Which is surprising because Jean just got to live for so long in that engagement. But, I mean, it's the trade-off, right? You see villagers, you see Jean, which one do you want to take? Jean level 3 might sound threatening, but it's going to be a ranged unit, right? It's not going to be this big, chunky frontliner. Still going to be vulnerable to mass melee. So getting rid of the economy guarantees that Killjardy doesn't have much in the way of melee. Now Killjardy having to react with spears. I mean, I feel like the spear reaction would have made sense earlier. At like 6 minutes before you lost villagers. Because then Myriad has to transition, right? And you can use your knights to raid in the meantime while your spears are the ample defender. But now Killjardy has so many issues that he needs a box of tissues. He's down to 2 sheep. He's playing on a berries. The deer really aren't touchable for him at this stage, right? Nemo on the other side, Myriad now getting the Chivalry coming in. Plenty of injured boys that are going to get their boo-boos kissed better. It's making spears or wolves a sign of weakness. So spears is kind of you giving up map control in French mirrors, but French versus Jean is different. Part of the problem, though, is like if you go spears, I can actually mirror you in spears as French. And I will drop a blacksmith, immediately have bloomery, so mine are already better. Or I just blob archers, which is then a counter to both ranger and the spears. So it's tricky. I think what Killjardy needed to do was get the spears so he could raid, though. Because right now, it just doesn't feel like he's doing anything. I mean, even when he went for that dive, right? He came out battered and bruised equally for it. Both of them just not quite on point with that micro, I'd say. You know, Myriad missing the trick to just dodge with the villagers. Killjardy not targeting them optimally. Both of them seem to be a lot more focused on this particular fight. Yeah, double farm this early. Myriad getting ready to save up for age 3. Ah, this is going to be a kick to the nuts. I mean, Killjardy, I think he kind of is feeling the same way that this needs to go into Castle Age. His recovery arc can maybe be into Arbre de Trier, but like level 3 Jean is not going to offer a lot here. He's level 4. So I'm kind of curious, actually. How do people feel about Jean these days? People used to really wholeheartedly believe that level 3 Jean was OP. Do people still believe that? Because I'm not entirely convinced. Situationally, it's very strong. But people have gotten really good at anticipating the timing and then prepping their own tech up. A raid coming in the meantime. Killjardy does at least have the textiles. A smart read there to minimize the losses. Other side of this, though, Royal Institute is on the way. It's 11 knights currently. Really needs to heal up these injured ones. Otherwise, Chivalry is going to take a decade once you have Royal Bloodlines. feel level 3 Jean is good in a few matchups, but not most, right? Like, it's almost like, I don't want to say she's OP in the late game. She sounds OP when you have level 4 maximum population, but earlier in the game? I don't know, Jean still feels like kind of a miss to me. I almost want to say I'd rather she has more unique qualities than French. Would also make these type of matchups more intriguing than you just try to build knights and lose, because unless you hard out micro your opponent, your knights are never going to perform better. You don't have as many, right? Tech up complete. Veterancy now on the way. Giljardi trying to strike in the small window he has before those age-up advantages come through. Myriad may lose a few villagers, but guess what? You're French. You can afford to. 10 eco ahead, courtesy of the textiles and just the organic speed at which you build. Royal Bloodlines has been queued up. Really would have preferred Cantor Saddles here. I don't get it. I feel like I see so many people sleep on Cantor Saddles. In some ways, I understand the logic, right? Is part of the problem of Cantor Saddles is that you have to get a charge off. And when it's knights on knights, you might not get that charge because they can kite you out and delay it. And then just spears as well. It's just awkward. Weighing on Royal Bloodlines, I don't know. I feel like this is a little bit early of a play for Myriad. A bit hesitant to go for the engagement. Spears are going to now look to clash. He's trying to buy time for that tech up, but it's proving expensive. Myriad behind this could easily just be prepping some crossbows or some archers, so he has the clear speed. Instead, it just feels like he's going the hard way about this. The Divine Restoration is still available for Giljardi. Finally, we get the A-clicks in. Gets the charges off. The healer is going to be used. Divine Restoration now on cooldown, and it looks like that is going to be the wipe. Jean stays alive for a decent chunk of it, but still not level 3. Myriad has protected the landmark long enough that Royal Bloodlines will be coming in. Bad engagement, necessary engagement. If he doesn't do it, Royal Bloodlines doesn't come through. Kujadi was doing the smart thing on his timing, but you know, Myriad has to take that bad engagement. I think sometimes people panic about losing units. They're like, oh man, I don't want to use anything. That's not how RTSs work. When you're against a skilled opponent, you have to give something over. So sure, he lost a lot of his knights, but so did Killjardi. He also lost his spear mass. He's still an age behind, right? That's how you have to look at this, is that Myriad is 2 knights ahead still, while also being an age ahead. That being said, I would really like to see Myriad consider Arbitrier here. Arbitrier with Gambesons, and you can get those Gambesons cheap, right? So that means Spearmen just tickle you, Knights die to you. It's okay to be building Knights initially because you want to be raiding, but you really want that transition point. Flash coming in. The difference in health is insane. 190 to 310. Great micro as well. Myriad just min-maxing there. Look at that back line. That's healthy. Gets the recharge as well for another pick. Killjardi is getting played like a fiddle here. Villagers over here. What is going on? We've got an outpost rush from both players. Well, it doesn't get much more mirror than this, really, does it? Blue versus orange. Fight. Din, 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 din. Oh, no. What's the another food? Sure, Myriad's idled 8 of his villages, right? But Killjardi's idled 5, and Killjardi also needs the food. Knights are on the way down as well. Too bad to torch through this. Could even actually just micro the villagers to get extra torch damage in. We want to turn around for the charge here. That is a freebie. Killjardi is in range with Jean. But the outpost can target her, folks. As you dive past this. Myriad, a little bit of hesitation. I don't like this. He's going to go for the repair quickly. Needs to get back inside. Does lose a villager, though. Spearman count is getting low, right? 6 remaining. Barely any. This is it, right? You're going to lose Jean again. Level 3 comes in. You get the riders, but congratulations, you are now dead. Yeah, not ideal. He got pinched up against his own mill and didn't delete it. So congrats. Firm handshakes. You got level 3. And now you have to pay 250 extra gold to come back. That doesn't sound like a positive thing to me. And always remember, behind all of this, Kiljadi is still an age behind. Yeah, I feel like he's just kind of going through the motions now. Kiljadi does do this. He's one of those players that will try to play the low percentiles. We've seen that to the extreme. I always reference the Beastie game on bridges. I've never seen something to that drastic extreme that is so over and you still don't call it. So don't expect him to immediately wave the white flag, but now that we're at this stage, the next move for Myriad should just be to add in those arbitrary we talked about, and in the meantime, just raid with knights on the flanks. It's just non-stop. But he's going to lose it now. It's going to be 4 villages down. A lofty lead now for Myriad. And that French TC, just so damn good. Now ahead by 16. And has relics also to come home. Yeah, Kiljadi, I don't know. In this game, I think he just needed to focus more on micro raids and build spears at home to defend. That would have led to a very different game state. I don't think you can play defender in this matchup. I don't like the idea of fast castle that much. I mean, theory, you can make arbs work, but it's like really awkward. You'd basically have to hunker down, fast castle, build 30 arbitrary, and never come out your base. If you do that to a French player, he's going to go 2 TC. He's going to go H3. He's going to take relics. You have to play this matchup with some urgency. It's kind of like when you play against China and decide you're going to sit in your base. Well, great. Now they've built 4 TCs, right? Because the thing with French is they're just inherently ahead on economy. How much are French men-at-arms? 120. If you're talking about the champions, I believe it's 180. Was it 200? But remember, he went Jean Riders, which are glorified horsemen. So 155 resources. Kiljadi is trying to hold on, but it just feels like it's slipping further and further at this point. Another outpost play. The mirrored moves out onto these flanks. Good lord. I mean, Kiljadi does have the numbers, right? The fuel spin. If Kiljadi wins this game, I'll eat a sock. Not one of those king-shaming ways. Like, I'll just raw eat a sock. Myriad also, remember, finally has relics coming home. He built a monk a long time ago. Like, and by the way, if I have to eat a sock, I'll also have to ban Myriad from every weekly, because you shouldn't lose this now. I think if he lost this, he'd uninstall the game. More outposts coming up. The night raids. Kind of struggling to actually get kills with so many outposts in the neighborhood. The hilarity of him just burning this down while there's 2 more built to the right side is not lost on me. So we have got to play for the ball now. Knights are securing the north side, and that is another 5 villages dead. I mean, if you're going to play it this way, Kiljadi, screw it. Just build a TC. Because I was like, no, level 4 Jean can save me. but I was told spears counter. No, we're not getting into that debate. What if Myriad just done a charitable donation and deleted all these knights? I think if units get deleted in range, they still give XP, right? I've never tested that. Well, final tap just needs to come through, and she's dead again. Talk about sticking the piece of wood in the spoke of your wheels. They do? There you go. Charitable donation. Just delete 12 knights. Give Kiljadi a down payment on age 4. He's looking like that guy that definitely needs all the help he can get to buy the house. God, wow, what a complicated civ at this stage. Building more knights. Did the whole army in a 4v4 to give them a third wonder one time and it worked? There you go. That's why you pick Jean in team games, because when you're about to get wondered, you might have to come back. There is no comeback here, though. Even more villages being reached this time. So we're going to get a game 3, and I believe it's Dry Arabia was the final map they drafted. Winner of this, of course, going up against Louis. Kind of wild, actually. I mean, based on what I've seen out of Myriad, looked pretty dominant in this game. I do think that this was an outdraft for game 2. But a win's a win, baby. I mean, that game 1, if you remember how it began, if Myriad had applied himself different in that early game, I think we could actually just be looking at 2-0 at this stage. Has to be feeling quite confident now, learning from his mistakes. And we will be seeing that G3 shortly. Let me know what you think about this, guys. Have you had similar issues playing Jean de French? The amount of people who are like, I do not play Warcraft hero civs. What are you on about? They're fun. You guys never played a little bit of MOBA in your life? They're fun until you get teammates on a VoIP. They're great at simultaneously bringing friends together and then breaking friendships. The beauty of MOBAs. Well, this should be the ultimate dive. This many nights in the base with Raw Bloodlines, they're just never going to have to leave. And Kildadi, I think, has finally got to admit defeat. Right? Right? So I can do this all day. I'm doing my best Legolas, baby. Okay, no legs left. All right, game 3 on the way shortly. All right, one sec. We need to refresh my Twitch. Yeah, it was weird. My Twitch chat, like, if it wasn't for me having the in-game overlay, I wouldn't be able to see anything you guys were saying. Because, like, my Twitch chat had just frozen on a laughing face. I was like, oh. Okay. All right, Dry Arabia. Roos versus HRE for all the marbles. Glad that moreknights.com still going strong. Always. Always. If you upload this, you need to use the 2 towers as the thumbnails. Oh, 100%. And I made a Legolas reference at the end. Ooh. Can you use emoji again? I mean, I hope so. Please stop breaking me. What you doing, Hussein? What you doing? All right, here we go. It looked like it was going so well. It's HRE. Oh, the Scourge has arrived. Dry Arabia game number 3 in Midweek Muster 7. Myriad, I mean, this might end up haunting them. Game number 1 looked like it could have been a dub. Game 2, a confident dub. But now, in the HRE Roos matchup, the matchup that used to be incredible for the Roos, times have changed. HRE, a very aggressive Civ, being manned by a very aggressive player here, leaves a lot of questions about what Myriad can do. We're going to find out, though, folks. If he pushes the deer into the gold? Yeah, but, like, here's the thing. You know, Killjardy, when you have a scout in the early game, guys, you could shove deer. Some players like to, Puppy Paw, Wham. But it's always a choice, right? You're always choosing something over something else. Now, Killjardy, the type of player he is, if he was to shove deer, he'd be like, I could be attacking something right now. Remember, this is one of the most aggressive players in the game. No way is he going to stand there and push with deer for 30 seconds. Oh. Meanwhile, Myriad, with the double scout rather, could actually try to shove his deer in. Is there a world in which we get 2 TC? I kind of feel like 2 TC could be decent here for Roos. And then you scale mass archers, right, to defend. My worry is what Myriad's going to do instead is fast castle and just run into mass HRE archers and die. I don't like it when Roos fast castle in this matchup. Because if an HRE player is paying attention, he can just build into archers and even horsemen. In fact, Mindwork kind of feels like the Swift GG ender in this matchup. In a good way, actually, for Mindwork. But we're going to get a normie Arkin. Well, actually, that's not a normie at all. All right, is anyone else getting flashbacks to, I believe it was Midweek Mustard number 4, Killjardy versus Wham? Wham walked out and built an Arkin in a really weird location. That was admittedly a 2TC HRE, but it was still the forbidden Arkin. Building an Archon away from your TC is a little bit taboo for the HRE. But what I love about the idea in this game is if Myriad is planning to go FC, this gives you all the resources you need for very aggressive timing. However, if you miss that timing, it's GG. Because think about what happens, right? If Roost do get their age up, they do get a handful of horse archers out, you now have all these villagers that are in unguarded territory with nowhere to seek shelter. So yeah, a little bit risky, but I respect that. I actually like that he's playing for his win condition instead of playing defensively. He has to do... No, dude, I don't think you have to do TTC as HRE here. I kind of feel like you have to do 2 TC as Roos. Let's see if he wants to. Sheep haul in the end, 12 to 10. That's actually really good for Kiljadi. He has the superior gathering rate with the buff, right? Meanwhile, Myriad, he went 2 scouts. At least he didn't have to sacrifice villagers. Would have done it with the hunting cabin, which is already generating 19 gold per minute. Dear, already getting shoved in. So Kiljadi, like I said, he doesn't want to push him all the way back. A little bit of micro, maybe, not excessive shoving. So Myriad will be able to lame a few of them, but it's already looking pretty good. And Myriad now needs to drop a stable straight away. I don't think you can rush TC. I don't think you can rush Castle here. Instead, he builds the Wooden Fortress as a priority. I'm not crazy about that idea. Is this really going to be an FC from Myriad? I mean, if you play the Age a little, you have an opportunity to maybe outclass your opponent, right? Get some raids in, get some eco damage, then play. But if you blind punt it into the next stage here, you're just giving full map control to what should be an immediate, almost immediate double archery range play. Wow, no, he goes Rax opening. So he's expecting the stables. I think this might be Roos FC. He isn't actively gathering gold, so he's not going to be adding in knights. He's got a lot of wood gathering, which is going to allow him to sell across for the tickets. And the food gathering really is what gives it away. 14 villages on food. This is 100% fast castle. Archer range follow-up already come from Kiljadi. He'll want to make this double and quickly triple archer range. Also worth getting Wilbarrow. Love that he's got it on the way. His Archon is just so far away that the idle time of new villager spawns is crazy. Even survival techniques queued up. How does Myriad make this work? So in theory, there is a way, and it's men-at-arms. If this is horse archers, Archer Blob will kill you. But if it's mass men-at-arms, Kiljadi can't really dive you straight away with, like, say, 20 archers. He'll just die to double in placement. And you can get 6, 7, 8 men-at-arms together. You will still get kited, but you'll be able to hold in your own base. You won't just reach a point where he's going to dive you. And then what you can do is build a small handful of horse archers and raid, while the men-at-arms guard your base. What I think is going to happen here is that Myriad is going to rush age 3, though, and just drop triple archer range. Kiljadi already adding in the second archery. Where have I seen this build before? Is it like every HRE versus Roos matchup ever? Myriad's going to drop triple racks? I don't think he can afford to. And he's got some tickets, but not many. Like, think about this realistically. Triple racks? That's, what, 150 gold plus a minute? I guess you can trade tickets for that consistently. But he's going to need the undermesh as well. High Trade House might be able to help with it. And considering the wood gathering... Yeah, this is 100% horse archers. Look at that switch. He only has 5 on food. Wait. There's hope. There is actually hope. Okay, a little bit wild with his food gathering, but is that because Myriad is out? Yeah, he's only got 6 sheep left over. No! There was hope! Oh, no! Fablop calls it again. What, wrong? You call it wrong a lot? Why no Trinity Landmark? Because the gold gen is just too good. Why? What do you get out of rushing Trinity? You get a Warrior Monk that's going to get killed. It's not great. And now the dive in even gets a worker kill for it. So tech out complete. But KillerPigeon should just be looking to continuously flood here. Blacksmith's already being dropped. It needs to be all archers at this stage. Especially if you scout what your opponent is doing. He doesn't quite see it yet. Instead, he's going to start torching down. Now, we saw this in game number 2. And it did not end very well for KillerPigeon. However, in that game, Myriad actually had an army. Meanwhile, this game he doesn't. Archery doesn't seem right. It's because it's not. Like, building... Wait, what? Okay, this is also not great. So the problem with blobbing normie archers, I mean, you haven't got veterancy yet. You're just playing behind, right? And some of that's very interesting is when you get archer v archer, you'd think that their archers win those fights, right? But actually the feudal player on average wins more than the castle player because of the number game. And you're talking about an HRE number game at that Arkan is making them so much better for a flood. The only upside that Myriad realistically has here is that Defender's advantage means all of his troops are here already. But watch what's going to happen in this count in the next 2-3 minutes. He's just not going to be able to get enough troops out. He can kill reinforcements? Yeah, but you can't is the problem. Because if KillerPigeon sees you, he's just going to run away faster. So yes, technically you can intercept reinforcements, but it does require KillerPigeon to be a little bit ignorant. Well, KillerPigeon would benefit from having a scout. I think that would be the negative I've given right now. Because he's playing a little bit blind. The other thing is, like, I think Myriad is doing this because he has to. He just doesn't have food. Villager gets sniped there. Veterancy hasn't come in yet. So KillerPigeon content with the trade. The other awkward thing is, yeah, Myriad does have veterancy, but guess what? When you have Undermesh and Steeled Arrow, you're basically vetted. Think about the damage exchange here. You're going to be up at 6 damage, 1 armor. Your opponent has 7 damage, no armor. So the only benefit that Myriad is getting is essentially like a Bassett boot camp, where he has 10 extra health. Well, Myriad has at least moved out of the deer, so maybe this gives him his flood that he needs. However, there's men-at-arms coming, there's 17 archers already, and this is what I meant with the marching drills. Good luck, have fun, you're never catching him. Start to poke at those villagers. Second wave is coming in, and this is not a fight that Myriad can take with just 4 archers. Has to run away. And the retreat is going to cost him as well. Marching drills is just such a good tech. And do you know what you pay for marching drills in 2024, guys? Take a guess. Take a guess how much that movement speed tech for the HRE costs you. The low, low price of giving it away. It's for free. Even Bloomery now. Kind of unnecessary, but why not? I mean, KillerPigeon could just start saving for an age up now. And I think that's what we're seeing. He's got a few farms in there. The deer are expiring soon. Sheep are running out. But what he can do is just about afford a tech up and then like get veterancy. Instead, he's like, no, 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 no. Why age up when you can kill? So it looks like Myriad's final game was a bit of a fizzle. Bit unfortunate there. I mean, HRE are just very good in this matchup now. It's kind of cool, though. Like, I actually like that these things change. I mean, HRE, sure, they look kind of dominant in a lot of matchups at the moment. But the thing I was going to say is, actually, about a year ago, Roos was the OP one. And Roos also completely took a crap on HRE in this matchup. This is one of, like, the most skewed matchups I think we had in the game about a year ago. Because Roos in the 2TC meta would just wall off all relics, and they had 2,500 HP walls. So HRE just lost, basically. I like that the meta shifts that much. It's kind of cool. You need that. Some of it caused by patches, and some of it just organically. So I hope we do get a lot more of that in 2025. Because I think we can all agree we hate that situation where a matchup is just one-sided, always. That's why I hope French Jean maybe gets a little bit of a reiteration. That's why I'm also hoping that Japan Ottomans get some diversification as well. Well, looks like Killjadi is now stockpiling for the age up. Meanwhile, no, he's in again. No. There's no wheelbarrow. That has to be GG. Commiserations to Myriad. His midweek muster journey ends here in 2024. That is brutal. At this stage, the minute arms are even quicker. And that Northern Wave is coming back. So it's about to turn into a sandwich. Rule number 1. What is it I always say in these competitive games? Never be the meat in the sandwich. Applies to Apex Legends, definitely applies to Age of Empires 4. Unless, of course, you are like a brick of spam meat going between 2 thin pieces of bread. That's kind of acceptable. If the meat don't overpower the bread, don't agree to be the filler. Well, I think we're done filling with this series. This dive coming in, the archers are just getting mopped up. He doesn't even have undermesh. Steeled Arrow is at least making it a bit of a better trade-up against the MAA. But he has 14 villages, please. Just leave. Oh my god. Now, you might say it's over, but in fairness, 15 villagers, he can keep them all safe in the TC. Oh, he lost the lamb hug. Oh. A valiant effort by Myriad, but Killjadi, I think a lot of people probably expected the Killjadi boy to come out ahead, but let me know, did you guys expect it to be this close? Outside of this game, game number 1, I think Myriad actually could have really taken control of that game early. Then game 2 was really impressive. You know, Killjadi, we kind of give him a lot of props all the time. Myriad has always been there. Lumen just still not able to make those deep runs, and looks like that pattern is going to continue for midweek muster number 7. Now, he might have no army, but think about it this way, guys. It's much quicker for Myriad to double his army size than Killjadi. Look at that. It's all about positive. No, I can't. Just, at this point, he's just processing the loss. GG comes out. Killjadi with the 2-1 victory. Something HRE are so good. Nerf them. There's someone who watches my videos who hates when I say the nerf things. Wahahaha. All right. So, a little bit earlier than I was hoping for that series. We do have a live series starting in 30 minutes. So what do we do in the meantime? Give me a second, I'm just deleting some old videos. Review 2v2 tournament games? What's the review about them? Like, I think everyone's kind of reviewed at this point. Right, we had casters live. We talked about it between the games. The players playing would have reviewed as well, just to kill time. I mean, I'm sure we can come up with something better to do. So up next, guys, we've got Dumu versus B. In fact, let me update the chart quickly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to update the bracket so it shows correctly. But we're going to have Dumu and B in half an hour. Review if it was M-Lord's fault they got dented in the last game. I mean, dude, that was just like their playstyle, right? It's like Beastie booms and Marine Lord does the dance. And then Marine Lord's expected to be bruised. And then you're meant to like cover your teammate and pull him up, right? I think that... So that last game, I don't know. I heard a lot of people say that last game of Chimps versus the Spanish Bros, KQP, was epic. I'm not sure I entirely agree. It could have been epic if they came back. And there were moments where you were like, ooh, what is KQP doing here? But that game was very much against them for a lot of that. They got punished for not taking part in KPMM. True, true. Vortex won a KPMM and then went on to do that. And Poppypaw and Wham, the most consistent grand finalists, right? Right? There you go. Proof in the pudding. Did you play KPMMs? It's proof that playing KPMMs improves your chance of winning tournaments. So let that be a warning to all the players. All right, so we could watch a ladder game while we wait for the next series. We don't really watch many ladder games, so that'd be nice and different. Let me have a look here. Oof. All right, we're gonna watch Benny Boy in ABBA versus Chinese. What's that? Up next. There we go. So yeah, we'll chill out and we'll watch a Benny Boy game. Casting in that scene. Just need to toggle score off. Reset everything so we're good to go. So yeah, we're checking on Ben because after this game, probably after this game because it's a Bastard Chinese, we should have B versus Dimu. And yes, this is live. So I thought it'd be cool to chill out and watch two of the players that are going to be playing today. Because Louis is going to be playing either Anatan or Sass after Anatan Sassy series at 5 p.m. CET. And Dimu is going to be playing at 4 p.m. CET, i.e. in about 25 minutes. So he's probably going to play this game, and then he should be immediately into draft. So I thought it would actually be a nice fluid thing to catch this, and then we'll be able to hop into that series live. All right. Yo, Iron Man from Shopee was... I mean, that's another way of putting it. Usually it's the discount Iron Man. Dude, I love these glasses, by the way. You guys, like, what do you think of these? I think these are really cool. Right? Dude. I think they suit me quite well. I kind of want them in white. That might be a bit too Bono, though, you know? Do people even remember what Bono looks like at this point? That's a pretty old reference, isn't it? I mean, I can barely know what Bono looks like. Not really. When was Bono active? Was it 90s? It must have been like 90s, right? Or was it 80s? I mean, I was born in 93, so I really wouldn't have been old enough. Gamba? I guess we could. You don't know what Bono is? Yeah, but Phil's Bow, you're just like, at this point, I'm pretty sure you're just like one of those weird AI generation things. So there's a lot of things you don't know. Do I watch rugby? Not really. Used to play a decent amount of rugby. But not particularly, nah. Oh my god, dude, Pinch, are you about to hit a midlife crisis? 90s was not that long ago. Yeah, that's true, guys. 99 was only 25 years ago. Is that what we were going for? The national team's main coach wears glasses similar. Ah, interesting. Well, mine are Gunners. By the way, guys, if you actually ever want any Gunners, I do have that 10% off. If you use my link down below and use code KillerPigeon, you'll be able to get 10% off. These ones that I'm wearing, I don't think they have prescription ones available right now, but if you just want ones to look cool, they're, I believe, 65 euros. They should have prescriptions getting added soon, though, I think. All right. Well, we're waiting for the next Midweek Muster Series, so I thought it'd be really cool to check in on these two, because both of these players are going to be playing today. in midweek muster number 7. Louis MT is already in the semifinals, and Dimu is playing literally after this game, up against B. However, that whole schedule could be ruined because it's Chinese versus Assassins. Dimu, brother, you knew you had a series in 30 minutes, and you were like, I'm going to pick China. And Louis is like, oh, Dimu has a series in 30 minutes. I'm going to pick Assassins. Should we just build TCs? I mean, we've got Eco Wing coming in. It's kind of different from Dimu, though. We're not getting the old school song and just boom. He's going for the Pro Scouts. They don't make movies about people our age anymore? Oh, I didn't realize you were that old, always cursing. I guess you were really, really happy when they made the Red movies. Did they random this? I mean, that would kind of make it a bit more forgivable, but still. What if he misses next game? B's going to be stuck waiting. Although, I might get to the point where I literally just open his chat and go, B is waiting for you, ... I have contemplated, like, the idea of penalties, but we have open scheduling, so it's a bit different. But I do feel like with tournaments, if someone is late to their own set, they should get a penalty. Whether it's someone like draft related. So like, for example, for many different reasons, Dota 2 will have draft penalties where you have reserve time, and if you do certain, like, you know, if you do things against rules or whatever, you lose reserve time. It's actually a really big deal in that game, because remember, Dota 2 has over 120 heroes. So if you have like 3 minutes less to think for everything, it lights a fire under your Tushki. 15 minutes late, we need to give 1 game loss. No, I don't. Like, I mean, that's underwhelming for the tournament side as well. I think if they're like an hour late, 100% it's like a game loss. But like, you could just make it so that the first 2 picks are random or some crap. Or your opponent gets to pick your pick for you, right? If you're too late to turn up to your draft, your opponent drafts for you. Oh, that would be incredible. But yeah, Dimu, he probably would quit when he sees us close. Because bless him, I think we had this another week where he's like, oh, wow, I didn't realize the time. He's a very polite lad. But I was just thinking, not specifically about Dimu, but in general, we've had it with players before where, like, they go in... I think the most extreme example we've had is that a player would queue into a game 10 minutes before his series. And I'm like, bro. The funny one was the other week when we had Kiljadi, who managed to finish his game perfectly. I think it's like a 19-minute game. He finished perfectly for his scheduled time. So anyway, the Pro Scouts is going fairly well so far. Doom is getting a decent amount back, but Louis is playing blocker. Has got the spinman on the way as well. This could become very suffocating. Second TC is also being prepped off of the Eco Wing. I quite like Louis' position here. And the fact that Dimmy doesn't have any sheep. Deer Carcass is coming home. I think he has 4, maybe? So he's got a little bit of lifeline there. But with this many spears and horsemen, it already becomes difficult. We are now getting the Barbican, so needs to protect that goal because I think Dimmu is looking for the fast castle build. One starting worker less? Damn, if only that was possible. I do want to come up with some more exciting and different drafting formats, actually. I've been really thinking about this. I might try and construct a tournament where you draft your civs, and when you go for a map, you propose 2 civs and one gets sniped, but both of the civs are then discarded from your draft. I feel like I should go even funner and wackier than that, though. Maybe one of those tournaments where players pick each other's civ for them. I've had an idea that's a little bit Midas mode inspired, that's very complicated. Maybe we'll be able to do that in 2025 if we get the budget for it. But I have a very cool idea for a system where the players would choose civs, and the civs would take currency from them. And you get a certain amount of currency renewed each day. And at the end of each day, the picks and bans of civs are calculated, and then the cost of picking those civs in a series is adjusted, right? Idea being, for example, you eventually get to a stage where actually drafting all of the dragons kind of worth it because it's so cheap. And then, picking or banning H3 is not worth it because it's so damn expensive. I really hate players can only play a few civs. Yes, my tournaments are brutal for people who are like, I play French and English, so I win my best of threes. No. Good luck with that, mate. How does drafting work currently? So the current way it works is ban, 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 ban. So 2 bans each, then a pick, then another ban, then a pick, then another ban, and then you pick through. That's kind of the baseline drafting format. It's a very good one. It's the best one AoE4's had. But I just like the idea of having fun, different drafting formats for the sake of variety. I think from an entertainment perspective, it's good. I think you need to do something that's swift with a draft, but also entertaining to watch. Because the problem with a lot of drafts is, and this isn't just an AoE4 thing, by the way. This is just kind of, in general, an esports thing. I think if you pulled every single esport that has a drafting phase, it will, in every single game's case, be the most boring part of the broadcast. Now, there's going to be someone in chat who's like, I love the draft. I like dissecting why Marine Lord picks Zhuji first, why they don't prioritize daily, blah, blah, blah. Great, but you are in the minority. Most people just want to see stuff happen. And drafts are essentially a static screen where occasionally a flag appears. So unless you can do something really over-the-top crazy, like, for example, Red Bull Wololo, where they have the players in person drafting in a room, picking their flags, stuff like that, right? Like, there's a reason why Red Bull does that instead of just having them the PC drafting. Wish there was a best-of-3 game mode in the game with a banning drafting system. Yeah, but like once, it's like kind of similar to like the issue in esports broadcast. Like it drags out the broadcast in a mundane way. The issue with that is on the ladder, it would just take longer to play a game, and people wouldn't want it. That's the issue. So Dumu, we're a little bit deep in the game. Castle's already in the way for Louis. Dumu is about to trigger his own as well. There is a raid coming in the meantime, though. I feel like, why have you not been focused on the action? There really hasn't been that much action. There's just been a lot of stare downs. A little bit of raid coming in here, though. The Zhug should be able to mop up the assistance of the villagers. Looks like he won't even lose a single eco unit on the backside of it either. Wow. Dumu threads the needle right down to the edge. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, Dive is coming in. Louis will be able to shuffle away, but not before he loses a few economy units. And reminder, folks, he may be 2TC, but that 2TC was very late, hence why Louis is actually not ahead. Dimu's masked his count a little bit, right? Because it is 4 Imperial officials in there. But they're tight. Astronomical Clock Tower now on the way. Dimu in a very dominant position because although the military wing is completing and Age 3 is coming in for Louis soon, he has nothing to show for it. He pretty much just got unraveled by Mass Zhug. And this is going to get a lot scarier, right? With the 4 Imperial officials, you can get the Veteran C Swift, you can get the level 2 Blacksmith upgrade fast. And at that stage, even Knights are going to get pretty hard dented. Lou's already aware of the threat to a certain extent, that's why he has Undermesh on the way. Golems have been queued up, but I mean, if Dimu just rushes Age 3 Blacksmith tech, he'll be doing 6 damage into Golems with the Zhug. Pressure coming in. Louis not dead just yet, however. Has at least got the deer on the north side. What if you draft 2 or so civs per map and you continue drafting for successive maps as the game's wins-loss racks up, forcing you to use/consider the entire pool? I'm trying to visualize what you've just described. Aren't you just describing what they use for the 2v2 tournament? You're talking about where you would pick, like, X civs, and then you could snipe and then pick. Per map. Wait, did Louis? Oh, no. No undermesh. Good eyeballs, folks. This is bad. The Zhug, they do 6 damage already. The Golems, they only have 4 armor. And now, with this coming in, that means that the Zhug, each of them is going to be doing 9 damage into the Golems. I think Louis is close to dead. Undermesh is going to take a while now. 50 seconds out. Dimu can continue to pressure. And look at the resource bank. He could even consider Yuan at this stage. With relics coming in, it makes a lot of sense. Pagodas are wild. He should have enough gold in his base off of taxation alone to really finish him off here, to top him off. All right then. You can't have the look at my eyes. Look at my eyes. Don't look around in my eyes. You can't have the deer. You can't handle the deer. That's because the Imperial official's in the way, basically. Nice trade on the backside here. Yeah, it's either that or this is like the equivalent of a dog that humps its owner's leg all the time. I think he clicked to drop off where the Imperial official was standing. Hence why he's getting a weird interaction. Second TC now coming in for Dimmu. 2 relics already home. I mean, genuinely, you go for Yuan here. And Pagoda is love, Pagoda is life at that stage. Lu, in the meantime, is at least getting some Gulam together. Dimmu's already anticipating this, has queued up the crossbows. Lancers are starting to come out. He does at least have the undermesh now, so he's reducing the damage, but it's still expensive, right? You're still taking 6 damage. Nice camera raid. It's going to get a little bit of damage done here. He now knows about the 2 TC, and this is a bit worrisome for Louis. Dimmu, remember, he's at a much stronger position here. 2.5 TCs compared to just 2. Yours are cheaper, sure, but it means you are going to fall behind. The Zhuge back again. So many of them. Composavo's on the way. Correct choice by Louis. He needs to actually just get some range units to deal with this. The Gulams will just get kited. He's only Zhuge right now. Porcupine's being made out of the Gulams. Imperial Pass now coming in, so Yuan is going to be on the way. And remember, that's not just the pagodas. It's going to give the movement speed to kite out the heavily armored units. And it just comes in so fast, man. China in a nutshell. All about that efficiency. 3 relics already home. Remaining ones, I think Dimmu knows. Yeah, he has scout for them, so he can move for them. And the Yuan's in. This is ridiculous. Like, you just can't touch them anymore. I mean, sure, they don't kill you fast, but over time, they will kill you. Even the archers struggle to gap close now. Behind this, the crossbows are massing up. Pagodas should be getting dropped shortly. Yep, they're coming in. So remember, this like triples the resources you get out of a relic. All of a sudden, a 5 relic game feels like a 15 relic game. It's kind of... Actually sounds kind of bat crap crazy when I say it like that. He has been pushed back to his base, but now the crossbows arriving. Gulam's going to get mopped up, and Louis behind this doesn't have farms yet. He's running out of food fast. The only remaining food is going to be on the south side, where Dimmu has been religiously pushing. Pagoda's a bet on the Regnits? Agreed. Like, mathematically, 100% true. Look at this. You get, like, Regnits is going to give you 200 gold per relic, right? I mean, sure, it's only giving you 100 gold, but look at the surplus. You get 62 food, 62 wood, and then 25 stone. You're roughly 250-ish resources. And also, the other thing that's nice about that with Pagoda is, like, at this stage in the game, the mid-game, Regnits is good, but it feels like you wish you could just get a split of resources because you still need food and wood, right? It's not just the gold. In the late game, Regnits can be seen as a bit better because it's purest gold, while Pagodas are just going to be the 100 gold. Sorry, yeah, it's only 160 gold, you're right, so it's not even, like, double. I don't know, man. I think China's just got too many good things. I still don't know how they keep dodging the nerf hammer. You watch. Usually you'll get nerfed and China won't. I'm calling it now. I know how the devs work. Farm's now getting set up. Louis in a tough position at this stage. Dimmu could just play for age 4 quicker. Much quicker. Dev's favorite civs, China biz. Don't forget English. Yeah, we nerfed their network of citadels. Yeah, that wasn't the problem. The problem was the attack speed in the first place, sir. Yeah, but we nerfed the upgraded attack speed. What about the base? English isn't broken? Oh, I mean, they're not broken, but they are ridiculously obnoxious. Unnecessarily obnoxious, I'd say. Problems auto network of castles? Yeah, that's why I've literally for the last 2+ years been saying turn it into an activatable ability. Click on your building, activate it, and then it goes on cooldown. Like, okay, so if you really want to assess how dumb network of castles is, imagine if you started attacking an H3 building, got it low, and then it just like the auto repair just came in. They didn't even have to hit emergency repairs. That's kind of your comparison, and that's like a less obnoxious version of what the English do. Louis trying to repel a little bit of this pressure coming his way, but I don't know, man. I'm not really seeing the way right now for him. Farms are at least coming through, so if he can get up to 40 of these, then the horseman spam is going to be real. Dumu does need to get a little bit of a front line going. Wolves are at least coming up, so it looks like Dumu is protecting against and anticipating these raids. And don't you just love how, you know, this game looked like it was going to be over by 20 minutes, and now, I don't know, is anyone else getting this sneaking suspicion this is still going to take another 15 minutes? Just me? Just me? It really feels like one of those type of games. And that, folks, is what happens when Abasses and China meet in a match. Especially when you slip up like this. Dumu, well, he left himself wide open. Louis going to be able to dive on the farms. Big deal here, actually. Slowing down that food income a little bit because it looks like Dumu was getting ready to creep age 4. So we'll have to shuffle off of them. Crossbows are react. Remember, he has got the movement speed, so these guys are dead. Sacred Sites are locked in for Louis, though. So Dumu does need to address that, but he can get age 4 in a minute. Less, really, if he really wants it. Alright, 1s if you think Dumu's going to win this, 2s if you think Louis is going to win this. We're pretty deep in the game now. So here's the thing about Abbasid Chinese. I actually think Chinese is just heavily favored in the late game. Then again, I haven't seen the mangonels spammed in Season 9. But before Season 9, I'd always favor China here, because when you get into the hyper late game, your hand cannoneers are just a mile better, right? Your food income is absurd with granaries you compete. Like, the thing with Bassids is, like, historically they just have a better economy, but they have worse unit choices. I don't know if it still remains the same now, though. And what is up, King Louis? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. I think, like, Abba at this stage, now, if you just start scaling mangoes and you go into mass camels, in Season 9, Abba's hyper late game should be better. Especially since they changed the gunpowder tech, right? So, like, hand cannoneers aren't as ridiculous for their base damage they once were. Then again, they made that nerf and then reverted most of the nerf, which is still wild to me. Camel Swamp makes Abba really good. Well, it's an approach, right? Like, Abbasids are all about quantity, whereas Chinese is more about quality. But if you can, like, turn it into a stationary fight with siege support, I think Abbasis is better now. Just because, like, Mango's Imperial should beat Nesta B's Imperial. Except this. This thing is still broken. Like, what? Also, Crackety, you were moaning about, like, having to play Zhuji into English. Just pick China, lul, and then just put your Zhuganyu on the wall and get 25% more range damage. We've solved it. Extra armor clad, it doesn't even matter. Break on the wall on the north side. Louis not going to be able to get through quick enough here, though. The army is in position to react, and we do have the vile, disgusting Nesta Bees. The pro stop banning Abbasid in the latest KP Weekly tournaments. Abbasid no longer S tier. Abbasid just aren't S tier with the map pool we currently have in rotation. There's a water map in there. There's a lot of open, naked maps. There's just better Civ choices. French is kind of like more desirable as a pick than Abbasids with that map pool. Abbas are still good. They're not ridiculous. I'd say Chinese and Byzantines are a bigger issue. Abba are decent, for sure. I almost want to say they're like in the same neighborhood as French. In terms of like, you know, tiering them. So I want to say, I'd say like B high B tier, low A tier for French, maybe. ABBA's like, what, low A tier, mid A tier? I think in a draft, you're better at going English than Abbasids, for example. Like, English is a really solid A tier. IAB is really, really solid A tier. Like, your S tiers are, what, Delhi, Byzantines, I think? A tier is high A tier. China is most definitely high A tier. Well, I think we're approaching a point of predicament here. Louis has still not started his age up. The decap is coming in. It's going to take him 2 minutes to reach age 4. And Dumu is already ready to rock and roll. Elite crossbows. Elite palace guard. Probably soon elite spearman. H3 Def S here. I think they're on the verge. I feel like Delhi and Byzantine are better. It's not that H3 are, like, bad being like a high A tier. And Louis! What a sick move! The dock into the transport ship play. That's cool. The problem is you're running horsemen into spearmen. And they're only vet horsemen. So while a cool idea, it's kind of a whiff. China S tier, ABBA A tier. Like, remember I'm using upper and lower tiers, right? So it's almost like you have, you know, the A+, A- sort of thing. Like, to me, China's A+. They're very, very good. I don't know if I'd say they're better in general than Byzantine Delhi. But it's like, you remember, we're talking as a collective. You can't be comparing them directly, because if you have Delhi Chinese, then of course that's really good for Chinese. This is looking really good for China right now. So much resource in reserve. Han Cantonese just got queued up. SB flurries are coming out. Crossbows just going to stand their ground, because why not? We are elite, you are not. And the horsemen is just kind of getting mopped up here. Only 5 of them left. He's pretty much just standing his ground. Doesn't give a duck. And Louis, I mean, this idea to flood mass horsemen is cool until you realize that Dumu already has 30+ spears with elite tech on the way. This is almost feeling inevitable. I think the big worry I have for Louis is also gold. He's got, what, 3k up here, and that's kind of it. Did get 1 relic in the end, but once again, you're up against pagodas. Dumu? Yeah, you might as well just attack. You're dead. Spears now coming in, though. It looks like Louis is also trying to go hand cannoneers. Once Dumu sees that, I think he just floods hand cannoneer max, right? Because you have pyrotechnics. Abbasid hand cannoneers can't compete. Like, it's actually... if anyone in the chat has played Abbasid hand cannoneers into Chinese hand cannoneers, they fully understand what I'm saying when I say it's one of the most depressing interactions in the game. Because all your opponent does is shoots you from further away and then runs away quicker because of Yuan Dynasty. Well, looks like we got these horsemen again. This time they're at least elited up. However, there's a counter dive on the way. Dumu is looking to return fire. The hand cannoneers are starting to arrive. In the meantime, spears hitting onto the farms. Gonna force some idle time there. Horsemen just need to reach that back farmland area, but we've already got a cannon emplacement in the Barbican with a Springwood as well to minimize the amount of cav getting through here. And the spears, palace guard, the movement speed on these bad boys. But boot camp, I knew you were going to say it, man. I tried to avoid it. It's like, do we even need to mention how trash boot camp feels comparatively to what the Chinese get on their hand cannoneers? But I can get +2 armor. You're still not touching them. I feel like this is over. Louis just doesn't have enough mass to defend. He never walled, right? Well, I mean, he did wall, but a little bit too aggressively. Chinese late game, guys. Reminding you that Abbasids are dog tier compared to it. I mean, Dumu played very well in the mid game to get here. I still think this is a bit tricky if you're on equal footing as Abbasids. Now, this wasn't even close to feeling equal as we got later in the game. So we're going to speed up now because we've got to get ready for the next series. Looks like it is going to be an easy breezy win. Wow, just a few seconds out, in fact. GG gets called. There you go. Chinese versus the Abbasids. What do you think, guys? It wasn't a TC boom. But I think this really tells you a lot about how diverse China's become. We're seeing a lot more of these all-in juke timings, a lot more of these pro scout builds, fast castle. China is just getting better and better as the weeks go on, as they become more and more diverse in their builds than they've ever been in AoE 4. All right, let's get ready for the draft, because we are going to be having Dumu versus B now coming up, folks. So let me open that up. In fact, have they started their draft yet? No, so it should be starting in a sec. So, reminder, we're going to have Dumu versus B. That is going to be happening now. And then in an hour, we're going to be switching over to Anatan versus Sass. And then the winner of that series will be going into the semi-finals up against Louis. And in fact, while I got a second, I should probably update Louis' name into the semi-finals. Poppy Ball versus Voldemort, we're still figuring out. We're trying to see if they're going to play later on in the evening today, because originally they wanted to play their quarterfinals tomorrow, which is just kind of absurd. It's absurd because, like, scheduling. I mean, if it has to be allowed, it has to be allowed. But like, I would prefer players stop doing this, where they're like, they do try to leave it very, very last second. I think we've probably been too lenient in the past. Like, for example, we had to DQ Poppy Paw's round of 32 opponent, but we left it a very long time for them to try and communicate. So it's definitely something for us to like learn with and just be a bit more aggressive on DQing. Did Louis not just lose? No, that was a ladder game. We were watching the ladder game because Dumu is now playing in the next live series. So we had a tiny bit of time to burn, so we decided to watch that in prep. So that's why we just watched Louis versus Dumu. Because they, remember, on opposite sides of the bracket right now. So you could get them matching up. Apparently they've been clashing a lot today on ladder. But to get that matchup, it would have to be both of them going through to the grand finals, which is very difficult to do here, because actually if you look at the running there, you can see we still have two people in the running that have been making grand finals very recently. Poppy Paw and Anatan were KPMM 6's grand finalists. And they're still potentially on a collision course to do it again in week 7. So let me go ahead and... Has that updated it? Should have. There we go. So all updated. These are all the latest results. Everything that is 0 has not played yet. But will be. Okay, so draft underway. We can switch over to that now. Okay. Still need to fix the details to look better for late. What do you mean? Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about... Oh, French build. Oh, what? Is MSN getting more and more obsessed with Pro Scouts? This is the guy that likes doing advancement wing. I'm still not sold on it. It was weird. Sorry, just double checking some in the background. Alright, we should be good. Are they here? There we go. So good for team games? I mean, sure, team games, but 1v1s? Oof. 1v1s? No. No. You can die on that hill. How many hours daily do top 100 players play the game? Not much. Here, I'll prove it. There you go. XD account only has 30 games. Let's lose fun. Only 30 games, guys. See? You don't have to play the game much to like be top. Easy. Okay, so we're actually going to be seeing some transhumans. That's really cool. We actually haven't had too much transhumans this week, right? I don't know if it's the least picked map, but it's down there. Probably like bottom 3. Archipelago getting banned is no surprise. A little bit surprising that it was B that banned it, though. I just think B doesn't like Archipelago, because in the finals for the Winter Team Championship, he subbed out so that Cat could play, right? I think he actually just hates water at this stage. So, draft underway. With the map pool, what it is, Transhuman. So you're probably going to be seeing Dumu highly cover the Abasa pick. High prio bans here. I mean, you've got a Dry Arabia in there. You've got Transhumans, Atacama. Atacama's really good for HRE. I haven't seen Byzantine there so far, but we haven't seen much Byzantine in general. HRE should be the highest prio ban in this draft. And it gets let through. That's kind of crazy. So he's trying to bait me into the ban now, right? So Delhi reaction makes a lot of sense, but China is the blocker pick. Now I am assuming that, like, Dimi just wants to go ABBA? I mean, he's blocked HRE from his opponent, right? Sorry, no, I'm trying to remember. It was a... Yeah, he blocked it from his opponent. So, no HRE for B. Byzantines can't be picked. English has probably got to be his ban now, right? Transhumans isn't really threatening for English, but the other two maps, English can work. We haven't seen them at Atacama so far. So he mirrors HRE. IU is... I think, honestly, Dimu's probably just going to, like, lock Abbasids. And then if the Ibids is there, you take it at the end of the draft. Okay, so he goes Roos next. Has Dimu changed his mind about Transhumans? Because historically, he's always picked Abbasids there. Now seeing the Roos, you don't want to go Japanese. I think you just lock... Okay, Juji. So English is still up for grabs. Like I said, it's a bit weird, but at the same time, we haven't seen much English success on Atacama. And they don't really make much sense on Transhumans. So if you picked English, it's only on Dry Arabia. And right now, the problem picking English is, like, especially like if you're Dimu, B has Delhi, which is a little bit worrisome. And Abbas's final ban. Okay, so yeah. We have seen the Japanese ABBA type matchup since... Oh, sorry, Japanese Roos matchup since Transhumans got changed. It's still Roos favored. So Dimu actually has favorability on that map. I would rather B got creative and done something like Juji's Legacy on Transhumans. And Dimu even sweeps the English. French round out for him as well, right? I mean, you can even go French or Malians. Yeah, and now B is going to... You don't really want to go French. You have to go Mongols. Which also, you know, protects Japan, but it doesn't matter at this stage. It's so deep in the draft. I don't think you go French here, because Malians, we've seen Chinese builds that can actually deal with it now. Roos can be okay in that matchup. He's really just, like, pivoting, I think, between blue or blue. Imagine if he does something crazy and just picks Ottomans. No. B likes winning. So he goes for the French. Okay. So the Malians... B's kind of presumptual with the Malian matchup then. He's hoping to get, what, Delhi versus Malians? Japanese versus Malians could kind of be interesting. I like Dumu's draft a bit more. I think he really framed himself well with the Chinese opening. And then the Roos pick for Transhumans is really nice. Then you've got to remember we've got Atacama. We haven't really seen much Delhi there so far, so this is likely a Dry Arabia pick. B is either thinking French or Japanese for Atacama. Unless there's some crazy... Medi Garden spawns I haven't seen. But Dimu has what? You need to save Chinese for Dry Arabia, Roos for Transhumans, and then probably you're looking at Malians for the Atacama game, which we've been seeing Malians look reasonable on that map because of how tight the spawns are for the gold. So if B is worried about a pick into Malians, he needs to pick a pressure-oriented matchup. And you don't really want to be doing French into Malians. Juji is weird as well. I think B just throws out Delhi on the opening game. We'll have to see. They're getting Sap on lobby now. So we should be underway in a second. And then let me just bump them about no lobby delay, because I know sometimes players forget. And there's our Anno Chad. Hello, hello, Anno. We'll be tuning into your games when they start. B picks Juji in Japan in every draft. I mean, Juji's really good, man. I know what you want me to say. Juji's like a top half of the Civs pick, right? I think Juji's like top 8. They're fairly good. You know, I put Juji on almost a similar level to Roos. And that's not because Roos is bad. I just think Juji is that good. You know, we're talking about Chinese has a lot of build diversity. Juji also has that build diversity. They have the FC build. They have the all-in Juke's timing. There's a lot of things they can do. And then there's obviously, you know, there's the Shaolin Monk focus build that we were seeing a lot. But now we're seeing a new iteration of Juji, which is the Supervision PG spam. You ready for the DLC of Midweek Muster? I mean, as long as the devs don't decide to just really tease our asses for months and months, theoretically, Midweek Muster will be played on a DLC. Theoretically. In fact, it could end up being the first tournament played on the DLC. Especially considering they usually release those type of things on Tuesdays, right? Oh, look at that. Sushi 2TC Feudal? What, like Masyuk? I think that's quite predictable though, right? The problem I take, Mitsu's always like 2TC Sushi though. That was always his gimmick. Sorry, not gimmick, but you know, it was always his gist. The issue I take with 2TC Juke, Masyuk, is you might as well just pick China. Because like, if you're going to do 2TC into Juke, you've lost your momentum timing, which is what you do Juke for with Juji. The whole point is you get about you basically get 8 extra Juke compared to China at the same time in the game, right? Because you start building them without building Song. So I'm not really sold on the full viability of 2TC Juke, because I feel like if a player sees you doing that, he can just try to pressure starve you, or he fast castles, depending on how many sheep you got. But looks like we're starting up for game number 1. So let's get ready to hop in. It's gonna be Ru Shuji. Yeah, we talked about this, like craftiness on the draft, right? This is cool, actually. Yeah, we'll dive into it because this is very different. I freaking really like B-Spec. Here, Piggy. That's right. One and all. Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 7. It's quarterfinals time, and we've got a banger. It's B versus Dimu. Always a classic, actually, because I think they've been matching up more than almost anyone else at this stage in these Midweek Musters. They keep finding each other, and it always seems to be a fun time. I think last time it might have been a 2-0 for Dimu. Let's see if B can strike a lot better. Love this opening on Adakama. Goes for Juji. Juji up against Roos isn't a bad idea here. Roos usually want to fast castle into mass horse archers, and repeated crossbows is a perfect way of dealing with that. Also, I actually think Juji are much better at punishing fast castle civs than Chinese. So we'll have to see if that's the angle. I mean, there are a bunch of different builds out there. I think both China and Juji have become some of the most expansive civs, I guess you could say, in terms of strategies, right? They don't just have one route they always take. We've actually seen they're very diverse between 2TC, Zhug, 1TC all-ins. We've seen pro scout builds, fast castles that lead into relics and boom, fast castles that lead into lancer spam or lead into palace guard spam. There's a lot that this civ can do. And B did lose his scout to the ball. Looks like he's going to be building another one, but that... Oh. At 10 villages, you have to build a new scout? All right, that's kind of catastrophic. He did at least gather 9 sheep before this happened. Which, in some ways, I want to see why even bother to build the scout in a rush, right? Because at this stage, you're not going to get more against double scout opening roosts. So yeah, I think actually the better play would have been to just sell on the fact you have 9 sheep plus the boar and wait until age 2 to replace your scout. This just feels a little bit weird now. It's going to get a bit weirder. Golden Gate now on the way. I think China can afford to lose their scout like that more than Juji can because of the Imperial Academy, right? They'll be able to build taxmen. But for you, you're going to have to build them out that TC. Medigarden. Ooh, that's juicy. 36 food, 50 gold, and about, I think that's 10 wood. Yeah, I wondered if we were going to see the Juji on this map. We were talking about it actually in the drafting phase that, you know, there's kind of predictable picks here. Like, you're expecting Duma to go, what, either Rus or Malians, so do you go Delhi? But B read through it. He anticipated that you can't risk Malians on this map if Delhi is on the table. So he kind of gambled a little bit, but I think it worked out well here. Like, Juji should have a really good timing, especially with the Medigarden behind them now. It's really cool, actually, because with this amount of resources, you actually compete with the Golden Gate. I mean, you're better than the Golden Gate, really, right? Because Golden Gate, yeah, it takes 100 resources, makes 150. So your gains per minute are just a little bit over 50, right? Because you generate tickets every 50 seconds. This Meditation Garden is going to generate a lot more than 50 resources. Reminder, by the way, folks, after this series, we're going to be having Anatan versus Sass. And then after that, we'll be watching the winner go up against Louis MT in the semifinals. So we've got a stacked day of live games. If you are watching this later, when it goes up on the YouTube, make sure you're following and subscribing. Make sure you're actually watching these live. You could be in that chat right now. You could be participating. Come join the community. And how do you guys gamble? Is that 67k for Dimu? Yeah. I mean, his track record is really good against B. I think the other kind of awkward predicament here is that in this matchup, the Scout awkward opener for B definitely doesn't inspire confidence. And we do have the stable. Is this Pro Scouts after all this? Because I've been on record saying I think Pro Scouts sucks on this map, and I stand by it wholeheartedly. You've already got these deer here. So what are you Pro Scouting for? This? Because Dimu can just shove his deer in. Full enough, he's going Pro Scouts too. Okay. So the fact they're both doing it kind of balances it out again. I stand by my statement. I think Pro Scouts is a little bit overrated on this particular map. Just because the deer is so close to your base, you can push them in anyway, right? So I think you can just save a lot of resources there and get a much quicker tech timing. The fact they're both doing Pro Scouts means that that window of opportunity for B could still be there. But I find usually when someone goes Pro Scouts, they don't actually go all in Feudal. A lot of the time in these type of scenarios, usually going Pro Scouts means they're just going to go Castle. There you go. 36 food, 8 wood in the end, so we're close. We thought it was 10. And then, wait, no, what? He got scammed. How is that not in range? What? I mean, it's in the box, right? I kind of feel for B on that one. I would feel scammed by that. So actually, it's a pretty underwhelming Medigard in the end. 36 food, 8 wood, and only 25 gold. So does that change anything drastically? I mean, 25 gold doesn't sound like a lot, but in this early game, it ramps up very quickly. It's the difference between getting an eco tech and not getting an eco tech. We do have the aggression coming, though, which is what we want to see out of B. Dimu is just going to try to age up by the looks of it. He's stockpiled a lot of wood, but he can use that in the tickets to burn them. I feel like you're going to have to produce some units here, though. 1 or 2 knights isn't the worst shout for Dimu, because it will give him a way of intercepting the trickle of troops. So far, it doesn't seem like he's interested. One thing that is a little bit different this map is, remember, Atacama, you don't have an immediate route to your opponent's base. You can't just go down the center. You have to go around. So that does slow down your all-in timing. It's why we've actually been seeing a lot of players struggle to hit that timing with a feudal push. It's not that it can't work, it's just a lot of players have been waiting to a time that would work on, say, a Dry Arabia. Nice thing, at least, about this, actually, I think someone that is kind of underrated about this detail, though, with you having to go round, is one of your flanks is protected because you've got trees there. That's actually really nice. It means that if your opponent wants to build knights, he can't just come at you from multiple angles. Dimir looks like he's about ready to start the tech up, but the troops are already arriving. This is going to have to be as snug as a bug. High trade house has to go where? Like, I mean, you can't build it here. That's death. I think you just have to settle for a really bad value one between your berries and the hunting cabin. Anything else is likely to get you punished. That's a little bit on the edge, but funnily enough, B doesn't look there. He's cycling around the left side. Archer Rangers all getting prepped here. Dimu is ready to pull the trigger. B does have Juke. If he keeps killing Juke, he can still beat Horse Archers. Very important to remember just how good they are at trading into Horse Archers. 12 damage by default. Yeah, get your numbers in for the high trade house, folks. I know you love that mini game, even when it's depressing like in this game. PG also being prepped, so B. Guess he just wants that ability to dive. I mean, PG's a bit surprising when you're expecting Horse Archers. Unless he wants to immediately transition to Fast Castle. The high trade house complete. Only 26 trees in range here. And the Juke, I mean, he could angle this to do a lot of damage. Arislitz is coming in, though. This is pretty suffocating. And this is why he's usually been growing in popularity, by the way. Especially when you have a lot of civs back in the meta that want a fast castle. Zhug is just kind of a perfect blocker. Especially against Roos. Scouts are going to chase this on the back, but not really effective firepower. The Horse Archers are being ignored, though. B, not clicking onto them, right? Kind of just A-clicking for the engagement. High trade house. 107 gold. Might look underwhelming, but anything but still. And on top of that, now, this is also an extra 350 food every minute, safely underneath his TC. Like, I'm trying to remember, what was the maths on the Madrasa? I'm pretty sure the maths on the Madrasa was less, was it? You can sustain 4 villagers, I think, and 4 villagers on average at 45, right? So Madrasa is generating, like, is it 250 per minute? Obviously, tier 2 versus tier 3 landmark. But remember, High Trade House also has this detail involved in it. Ay. And those Yuke are just getting picked apart, I'm afraid. This is not the way you're meant to engage with them. B, he tried to full 360 surround the base instead of brute forcing one side. And you're seeing why that doesn't work. If he had just had all the troops together on one side pushing in, maybe add in a ram or two, I think you have a very different game here. Now we have a very worrying game. House Guard are at least distracting a little here for the Horse Archers. But the Juke count is looking underwhelming. B has got another wave on the way, but it almost just feels like you're kind of being the first wave of zombies in a Call of Duty Zombies game. You're like, why are only 10 of us coming? What, like, you guys told me we have 1 million zombies. Why don't we just send all of the zombies in? Like, no, we are going to march at them in equal pacing every 2 minutes. Why? I would actually love to see Dimu just add in a knight. One knight's kind of cool here. The amount of damage it's going to absorb would allow Dimu to trade really well. B is starting to stockpile low, so we might be seeing Castle Age just around the corner. And B, he still has a decent amount of food, right, because of the Pro Scouts play. Still 9 sheep on top of all the deer. All such, just looking to cut the reinforcements wherever they can. Warrior Monk's pretty cool as well, because you can give that Saint's Blessing. A +1 armor here is pretty big against the repeater crossbows. He's looking for those stabs. Funnily enough, actually, the only scout's getting it. Small radius, right? But now, an even better trade for him. Great interceptions. I think the plan for B is really starting to fall apart here. You know, yes, we're still seeing about 20 Zhug, but we're seeing more and more Horse Archers. And on top of that, we've got Relic Grab attempts, right? So the clock really is against B. He needs to be playing with a bit more urgency. Might just have to go Rams here. Even Rams are an age up. I don't think there's any other choice. And yes, what Ben is doing is a really old school build. He's playing Roos as if the year is 2021. You guys remember this build? Mass Horse Archers, and then you build a line of Scouts. Because Scouts are very efficient tanks for their cost. They used to be a lot better. I believe it used to be either 50 or 60 food they cost for 110 health. Now it's 70 food for 110 health, but it's still decent, especially considering this unit can regen over time. Asgard are at least going to distract quite a bit. Warrior Monk needs to really get in for that charge in. B has got the focus fire, but he doesn't have the numbers. It feels like he's just not rallying, right? We've got troops in reserve just not coming forward. There's getting better trades for Dimmu than he'd otherwise ever see here. And this is the big backbreaker. Boyer's Fortitude now on the way. That is going to be a 25% increase in health for these horse archers. And it's coming at a critical point. Dimmu is overexhausting himself if he needs to slow down. Remember, scouts actually get quite a heavy damage buff. They increase their damage by 200% when they get buffed by the Warrior Monk. Did Dimmu overextend here? This feels like an overextension. It does aggro the ball. That's a smart read, at least. So things are slowing down. B still has about 20 juke. He is going for his castle up now. But in fairness to him, like, while it looks like an overextension for Dimmu, look at what he was really getting off the map. He has 2 more relics on the way home already. He has a Warrior Monk over in this area that could go for another relic. In fact, he's shuffling out now. B does at least understand the state of the game. Mount Lu Academy is the right call. Shaolin Monastery gets you nothing here. But that's the sad boys Mount Lu Academy, right? That's not Mount Lu Academy because I'm going for a cheesy rush build. That's just there's no value left in the other landmark. Yeah, there's games where you go Mount Lu Academy, you're like, damn, I'm really just going to rush his base. This is like, damn, he got all the relics already. But damn, this is a questionable exchange. He's just microing it right. Boys Fortitude to come in, but this many juke will still shred through. At what point does Dimmu go, maybe a knight is worth it? Right, I've lost a lot of scouts so far. He's got gathering on the primary tree line in the center of the map. Wooded Fortress is up, Espion's coming in. He's able to get out there in time. Just not a dive, really, that B can commit to. The other awkward part for B, if you're wondering why is B just continuing this headbutt, I mean, sure, he's slightly ahead from those trades, but actually the bigger deal is he had to, because he had nothing else to keep the Zhug in check, keep the horse archers in check. If he stopped Zhuging, the horse archers would have Zhugged everywhere. Yes, I made that terrible wordplay. Oh my god, this game is getting terrible for B. It's 5 relics. Villagers always shuffling away just in time. One does at least get clipped there. This dive is expensive the other way, though. Sure, you're not immediately losing your army, but you're kind of losing your quantity. Horseman now coming in. Dimmu. He's found an extra surplus of food to work with, at least temporarily. A little bit risky, but just a handful of horsemen could get him what he needs. And it's even double value now, considering his opponent is going into Rams. If he had just aggroed the boar there, oh my dear god. I mean, in fairness, if you aggro boar to Zhug in Feudal Age, they die. If you aggro boar to Zhug in Castle Age, the boar dies, right? Because it's 4 ranged armor versus 7 damage. Once more into the breach. Dimmu, though, just 5 horsemen could be enough to get him that fight. Horsemen with the warrior buff, and the warrior monk buff in particular, is huge. Saint's Blessing puts them up to 6 ranged armor. With Boy's Fortitude as well, if he just gets the timing right in this engagement, B's going to do no damage. Does need to get the horseman here, however. A few Zhug are going to backstab. Dive's going to come in as the Rams start to hit. Dimmu needs to take this fight soon. Triple Ram will take this out fast. And I'm shocked, Dimmu. He just bails on the villagers. Wow. Well, he's going for the clash now. He not only needs to win in this fight, he needs some return fire. Horse archers, horsemen chasing. There's no warrior monk, though. So these horsemen, they are tanky, but not as tanky as they could be. However, it should be good enough. Ball gets aggro's. It's a switch over onto the Horseman now. B being pushed back, needs a switch now. Spearmen are coming. This doesn't feel fast. The Warrior Monk... Oh, dude, his units are dying too quick. That's the second time that the Warrior Monk has gone to stab and has been delayed. Just a little bit too late there. Sometimes the attack speed on that unit is depressing. It seems he's done enough here. The Horsemen have been mopped up. The Zhu count now down to just 17. Horse Archers need to be careful about the positioning. Now, it is a 10 villager lead for B. A reminder once again, this is a 5 relic game for the Rus when Dimu remembers to drop that one off. Kind of crazy that he's gone Horseman still, right? Like, he needed it, but it's not sustainable long term. So this was a little bit of a gamble. Has enough berries to justify it. Now, a second TC coming in at a point in the game where B doesn't have eyeballs on it. This worries me right now. B is still playing Masyug. He has at least got Spearmen, and Horse Archers don't kill Spearmen fast. Right? Like, actually, the Spearmen can counter everything in this army, theoretically. The problem is this. The moment you start dragging the engagement back, spears are too quick for Zhug to keep up with. Yeah, you know, it's... Spearmen start to look like the Siberian Husky that you don't want to let off the leash, but you know it's going to get off the leash anyway, and you're just the owner as the Zhuganu, like, dude, slow down. It always ends one way. With the Siberian Husky on the other side of the park, and you having to chase after him. Never able to catch him. I don't even own a Siberian Husky, but you can always imagine it. You can already imagine it. Fun little detail, actually. It's my favorite dog. Actually, I want to have a Siberian Husky one day. Score is wrong? No, this is game 1. There's nothing wrong with the score. B has 2 scout icons because one was built from the TC and one was built from stables. That is a thing. Well, we do have 40 Zhug again, but that's a lot of ponies. Didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, just like with the double production with Mongols being a thing with some of the icons and whatnot. Well, at least on the production tab. On map control now. Free TC. Okay. Yeah, Dimu is entering cruise mode in this game. Things are not getting better the deeper it goes now for B. Unless he can reach a super, hyper, duper late game state where he has 140 pop, Imperial Age, Mass Cavalry, right? But like realistically, how feasible is that from here? Even if Dimu just goes into chill mode until his Imp max pop, he'll be completely popped and maxed out before B has, say, you know, Dynastic Protectors and Mass Yuan Raiders coming through. He's trying to poke that tree line. It's a nice thing about this map. When you reach the stage in the game, you can very easily predict where your opponent is gathering wood from. Who's currently a stronger player, Dimu or B? I'd say Dimu. Dimu's had better performances for sure. Also, I'm pretty sure wasn't B playing in the Stormgate tournament that's happening now? So he's still been dividing his time, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of weird. With Season 9 on the horizon, B was really doubling down, and then I'm pretty sure I saw him signed up to a Stormgate tournament the other day. I'd have to double check, though. So kind of a divided attention issue still. Then again, this guy likes Deadlock maybe a little bit too much. Yes, AOM as well is a fair one. Good shout, people. Actually, B was ranked #1 in the world on Asia Myth for a bit, right? Well, B does have a substantially larger army here. Dimu is making a switch, though. We have men-at-arms, crossbows on the way. The crossbow is kind of unnecessary. The men-at-arms can make sense. Love the siege play. I mean, you could actually go Spring with yourself. Mangoes makes a lot more sense, though. You scale Mangoes and then go Imperial. Because we can already see what B is trying to do. He loves his siege when he's playing Chinese and Juji. Never doubt crossbows. I think he just wants something to do with his gold, right? There's way too much of it. It's a Dumu classic. He usually ends up stockpiling a lot after he gets relic grabs like this. A lot of players would, really. But eventually what he can do is just kind of trade it out for food. Dumu now 10 villages ahead. Dive comes in. He's like, wait, what the hell do you mean you're free TC? Wait, he sent most of the army. Dumu now needs to prep the defense here. Mangoes have been queued up. The Spoon placements and actually the TCs are doing a lot of damage though. These are all unarmored units. B, wrong year. But wrong year. Age of Springald was a long time ago, my friend. He's going to try to torch through the TC now. Spear count down to just 10 though. Villagers need to just get out of here. Skedaddle instead. Dumu hangs around. Villagers aren't even running right now. Start to move away. Mango has been revealed, but at this stage, B, he has no melee. Down to just a pocket. About 5 in total. And 1 nest of bees. Dude, he's actually losing this game to static defenses. The Wooden Fortress defense, and on the other side of it, there's going to be a break-in at this rate. Horseman mopping up the last of the Juke. And just a handful here can do a lot of damage. B, he does, what, he has textiles? Okay, but what he doesn't really have is many defenders here. And this is going to slow down his push attempt. A lot of siege fire up. In the meantime, Dumu now 16 men-at-arms deep. He's got 3 mangonels to play with. May not be many eco losses at home for B, but it could be a substantial loss of military in the next fight. Did Dumu throw the game? I don't think so. He got so much value out of that defense. Are you kidding me? Like, you know, you had 4 buildings with 8 arrow shots coming out onto units that only have 2 ranged armor. He melted that army. He bought the time he needed. Men-at-arms are now in. He's got 4 mangonels. Sacred Sites still haven't been decapped, by the way. B forgot about that. And that's really important as this game now goes on because he's going to kind of reach a panic phase. We're down to 5 minutes on the clock. If he loses this fight, he won't have an ability to go for a decap. He's going to send out 1 spear, but I think a Warrior Monk can beat 1 spear, right? You'd have to micro it right, and that was not microing right. Okay, decap's coming through. 8 Springles now. Actually, in fairness, not a bad idea against MAA. But remember, Springles do not counter mangonels anymore. They do practically no damage. The Mangoes, if they hit this clump, that's all Dumu really needs. Instead, he's focusing on the Rams. Nestabee's now moving the range as well. The Horseman going to dive in for it, though. The Mangoes, they force the split. The Nestabee's front lining, not a good idea here, though. They're going to go down. And the Mangoes are still alive and thriving. Not just that, I believe one of them got buffed up by the Warrior's Blessing there. And that's GG. That's a wipe. Good hold. Dumu finds the patience into the siege and takes an early lead. What do you think about this game, guys? Juji could be have done this, man. I feel like when I look back at this early game, it's almost like he hoisted himself upon his own petard. He had an all-in timing. Instead, he tried to suffocate the base. And Dumu, although the trades may not have been pretty, it kept him alive until he was ready to take the lead. Other than the first, though, still more to come. And I'll catch you all in the next chapter. All right. So, Juji versus Rus. Game 1 for Mr. Dumu. Let's see where we're going for game 2. I think B's... Do you do transhumans here? I think you can, right? Dumu already used Rus, which was really surprising. I didn't anticipate Rus. I thought we were really getting Malians for game 1. So we could actually get a 3-game series. B just goes, what, Japanese? And then Dumu's going to have to pick... English? Do you English this map? You do. I think Dumu could actually win the game very quickly with a council hall rush on transhumans. that's kind of scary. We mentioned that no one's really been picking English on that map, but like the old school council hall build, in theory, is very good there, right? Because the gold spawns 40 your base. I guess you can get, like, the only fear there is, like, obviously your opponent can get archer ships out, but dude, you mass lombos, you outrange them, gun them down, and keep scaling. Alright, so game 1 to Dimu. We're waiting for confirmation now. Let me check on the draft and see what they've picked. Japanese, Chinese. Okay, so he actually chose the more defensive option. Yo, what is up, Zaphyrus? Thank you very much for 500 bits, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Much love and support. You know what would be cool, guys? I reckon I see quite a few people who don't have those sub icons. We need to fix that. If you got Prime subs, be sure to drop them. Those things are for free. You're just holding on to them to give Bezos money. He doesn't need another Ferrari at Christmas. I don't even have one. There you go. So remember to subscribe so you don't have to worry about the ads either. Because we do have another tournament coming this month as well. What up? So let's get ready for game number 2. And yes, it is definitely transhumans. Oh, wait. Was there a... Okay, this is going to be a remake. B picked Juji. He's already used Juji. Oops. Alright, so they're restarting the lobby. Because it's meant to be Japanese versus Chinese. Is there a world in which China just Barbican rushes? No, that would be crazy. You can't Barbican rush because you'd end up building the Barbican on the river crossing and your opponent could just build a demo. Right? Because Japan will build fishing. Since they're setting up, what I'll do is I'll run ads for a minute and a half so you guys don't have to worry about it when we're in game, okay? Look at that. Such a nice guy. And remember, folks, after this, we'll be hopping straight into Anatan versus SAS. Yeah, looking like it's going to be a fun stack day, actually. I'm really excited for this. So we'll have the Anatan versus Sassy, and then I've been informed that Louis is waiting to play the winner of that afterwards, like some sort of Giga final boss. Well, the final boss before the final boss. Because, of course, that's going to be the semi-finals. The second semi-finals, Puppy Paw / Voldemar versus Dumor B, will be aimed to be played on the first day before grand finals. Are you doing community games in the future? Maybe we can schedule it in advance to guarantee poll of players? Maybe. I think it's something that we'll look to try and bring back in 2025. I want to focus on more and more community building. But it's all about timing, right? So build the foundations before you build like more, right? But you know, I do want to find ways of getting the community involved in games we play and games we cast. So never say never. All right, the lads are in game though. Let's get ready to go. Thank you very much, Zuby0T. There you go. Appreciate the bits. Apparently that started a sub train. So now if you've got subs, that adds in. I didn't realize that bits actually triggered sub trains. But let's see how choo-choo we can go as we chugga choo-choo into game number 2. We'll make sure all these boys are on the right side. I believe they are indeed. Van Dappy bloody doozy. Whew. Oh, did I put predickies up? I don't think so. Let me do predictions now, and then we'll get into the cast. Another reason to subscribe to the channel, you get more points, apparently. Poogers. Into game 2 we go. Transhumans here at the midweek muster number 7 between Dumu and B. And we have got a Chinese pick alert. This is different. Quarterfinals, folks. Dumu taking an early lead with an unexpected roost pick meant that he didn't have it for this map. But he's been cooking. Transhumans, not a map that we've actually seen Chinese at all on so far. Usually this map is Japanese, Abbasids, Ayabids, Rus. Those are by far the 4 most pick civs. Dumu, we thought he might go for an English Lombo rush. Instead, he's taking a different angle here. Curious to see what he's got in mind. Let's hit the fast forward so we can get caught up. So I think we're a few seconds out from live. So Imperial Academy's coming in. That's going to be the first fort here. B. Well, this has to be Koka Township, right? Koka Township is kind of your bread and butter on this map with Japanese. We've seen a few people switching back to Kura. I'm not entirely sure you care about that. And there we go. We are live now. Yeah, I don't know why we were... like, we should have been live already. But whatever. We are as live as can be. But we used to see a lot of Kura when Japanese first came out. It fell off because Koka actually gives you some presence in this age. I'm not sure if you really want to Koka in this matchup, though. Just because there's a risk that China goes for the Song, right? They get Song, they get Zhug, and Zhug are the counter to Shinobi. You could argue, just by the fact you forced Dumu to go for Song and build Archery and Zhug, you've already got an advantage. And that's why B is still going to be going for it. Am I really seeing 140,000 points to 13,000 points in favor of Dumu? That's actually wild. Japan has looked pretty good on this map, with the exception of, like, Rus. I think Rus is a really hard counter for them. I think China is not as much. So, like, the way I've been envisioning this is, like, Dumu, he could try an all-in Feudal Age, but as we know, compared to, like, a Zhuji, that's a lot slower. And Japan will still be able to rush fast quest, right? Like, when you get Japanese versus Zhuji, that matchup is actually quite close because of how aggressively timed the Ram Rush is. Is that 100k bird feed from one person? I'm not sure. See details? It's 6 people. B has 7 people backing him. One person spent 112k bird feed. Good lord. And okay, so we're painting the picture. Dumu's going Pro Scouts. That's kind of interesting. So he's just going to absorb all the extra food off the map. Not a bad idea, actually. Now that B has gone Koka, it means he doesn't have much food as the game goes on, right? Because Kura gives you a lot of infinite food due to the farms generating for free. Instead, you're going to have to play on very limited resources while Dumu is dragging a lot of those centralized resources home. And because it's Japan, there's not really going to be much to stop him, other than maybe 2 or 3 Shinobi. B. Holy mother of sheep. Are you kidding me? B, up against the Chinese, got double the sheep. Okay, numbers are deceptive though, right? Because, yeah, there you go. I was about to say. B, he went fishing and then he moved across to Berry straight away. But this is still a pretty damn good haul. He has 17 sheep to play with. Meanwhile, Dumu has only got 10 left. It's going to be the triple Shinobi. Usually you stop around 3. It's very rare you see people building more Shinobi than that, unless there's units to counter. In fairness, like, it's not bad to build additional Shinobi against the scout play. Remember, Shinobi, they do 25 damage to a melee unit, and scouts are a melee unit. Ta-da, big surprise in case you didn't know. So if you actually have 5 Shinobi, you can insta-kill a scout by shun-shunning on them. Instead, Dumu getting those archers. Oh, this is the poor man's Imperial Academy build. I love this. And by love this, I mean this is disgusting, and like this is usually the exhibit A I give for why this is a bit too good right now. With Imperial Academy, spamming archers, you generate so much taxation gold. It's frankly absurd. I've seen games where by like 17 minutes, the person has 12 to 1,400 passive gold just sitting there that they've already picked up and deposited. And the beautiful thing about it is it counters what B is doing. In fact, B is going kind of ham here. Up to 6 Shinobi. Yeah, this is a reaction to the Pro Scouts, but the read by Dumu to go into archers is really smart. How does tax work for military buildings? So you generate, when you're in range of the Imperial Academy, you will generate 8 tax per unit built. It's pretty bloody good. Yes, they get gold for each unit produced. And it's even more absurd with things like blacksmiths. Like blacksmith techs, each tech you research gives 64 gold in the building. And remember, tier 1 blacksmith techs only 175 resources. I do think they need to nerf the blacksmith gold generated. And remember, that's all caused by this. The Imperial Academy giving more, right? Generates double the gold. Here you go. You can see it on the number, right? So Archer comes out. Bloop. 8 tax. I feel like the reason why this wasn't really highlighted as broken for years is because Imperial Academy at least in the early days, wasn't really the meta, right? The meta was Barbican. Barbican felt so good. And then, of course, we got some tweaks. People got adjusted to it. Then we saw the Imperial Academy get buffed. And all of a sudden, it's in every bloody game. Always first, but usually never last. Barbican now coming in, so Dimmu is going to have the better generation. And you know, I'm wondering if there's a world in which he's considering going for the stone here, because I am seeing a lot of surplus wood in reserve. You still need to have the taxman go to the... No, you don't manually. You just toggle on automatic tax and he runs around for you. So, ta-da. And the shinobi? What? Okay, whose is whose? That was kind of wild, but the archers means he can't hang around. A cool idea there, but B, not able to stop it going up. So Barbican up. Floating Gate is up on the other side, though. B is ahead. Now he can play for the relics. There's no pressure out onto the map. Shinobi have just been auto-upgraded, but Shinchi is still on cooldown. You could actually lose all of them before he gets any damage done here. Remember, they will heal if they get away, but that's a big if. Especially with the micro from Dimmu. Gets another snipe there. Might get himself an additional, and it Kobe's. Oof. So free Shinobi dead. Not really much gained. He did at least force the investment into archers. Uma Bannerman queued to B. He did actually go for that Q play where you set up the stables before the age up. You get the Uma Bannerman out before you're age free. Although his macros seem to be off because he's only now queuing the first samurai. Walls are coming up swiftly for Dimmu. Shinobi is still being a nuisance, but a dead nuisance. I kind of hate that it doesn't disjoin. What kind of ninja can't even dodge an arrow when he Shunshuns? Come on. Also has Juke news. You don't really want to build Juke here, though. Juke are better than archers against Mounted Samurai, granted, but they're not good. Right? Your goal here is just to get aged up. And now, you're going to see the conundrum of why Japan seems like a really good pick on transhumans, but often ends up being one of the suckiest picks at the highest level. You want to know why? The whole gist is building Mounted Samurai to raid. Once your opponent walls like this, how do you raid? Because then we move into a more static game, right? And would anyone in the chat like to guess what static games bring in terms of unit type? The answer, at this point, folks, should not surprise you. It brings crossbows. Mass crossbows is pretty much the bread and butter to follow up here. And that's where Japan sucks. They can't build crossbows themselves. We do, however, indeed have a dock play coming. This has not been scoured. But Dimmu, he went for the clock tower, right? Yeah, that's unfortunate for B. If this had been meta like it's been recently, it would have been the Imperial Palace. And if it had been the Imperial Palace, there wouldn't be a counter to this play. But wait. Okay, maybe there isn't a counter. I thought he was going to go Springolds. It's a transport ship. And now Dimmu, he thought the walls was going to protect him. He only has one crossbow out so far. Zhug also, weirdly enough, getting upgraded. This is pretty wild. We've seen people dock play just to get boats to assist, but transport ship, underrated play, sick read. B. It's going to take that first wave over. 5 mounted samurai now let into the base, and Dimmu is unaware currently that they're even there. Not just that, it's the Uma Bannerman with them, so they're buffed up pretty hard here. Able to 2-hit villagers because guess what? No textiles from Dimmu. His saving grace is going to be the clock tower placement. The clock tower placement is going to reveal the knights. Goes in for the dive though. Nestabees did just come out. Dimmu. Not reacting yet. He hasn't realized. And then he's like, where the hell did those come from? Big hit there. Crossbows are starting to arrive, but he needs to basically block and protect them. The same with the Nestabees, but it's costing him a lot here. Lancer did just come out. Nestabees is going to get cracked. This is actually really good. They're attacking the Lancer instead. It's the best you could ask for. Zhug have reached in now. Villagers need to shuffle into the TC for safety. And the Mounted Samurai are low, but folks, this is only wave number 1. He could do this again. Not just that, look at the state of the eco. That was 12 worker kills. Dimmu now down to just 35 villagers. Meanwhile, B at 45. And with the ability to now play 2TC. Alright, I'm impressed. Golf clappers, man. Dimu got punished for the lack of scouts, which is just kind of crazy. China are usually not able to do that against, especially when they go pro scouts, right? But he still has the ability to keep doing this. This time, Dimu is going to be waiting to receive him when he comes in. Love this play around it, though. Like, you know, when we've seen transhumans in previous weeks, people never really get to the stage where they transpo ship in. Doesn't do anything for them. And no, Dimu is only 1 TC. Wall's going to break. Does need to now rebuild that. I wonder if you even just follow up with an archer ship now, maybe. Because archer ships outrange all of these units. So you can just whittle away at them for free. I'm a bit surprised B hasn't gone 2 TC. I think he has a big enough lead here. Especially now that 2 relics are home. Third one should be coming in soon. And then, of course, sacred sites afterwards. I mean, I'm impressed. I don't want to say I've written him off, but considering what I've been seeing out of Japan recently, I wasn't inspired with confidence here. He may have just brought me around. However, I can just as quickly be brought back to Dumu's side as I am an unbiased caster. That is a lot of boys in a transport ship. And by my maths, 2 hits would kill that from these units. He sees the range mass. There's no way he's punting this, right? Wait, Dimu? Dimu, what? Oh my god, he finds this tip of land! It's a massacre! Should have built a wall! Oh my god! Dimu, now the nest of bees, unable to be protected. And this many Mata Samurai, they never need to leave. He brought the 47 Ronin. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! And they have come for war. Crossbow count up to 8. Is it going to be enough? And even if it is, what does your economy look like after all of this? B behind this just has so much map control. He's harvesting everywhere. The Mount Samurai are going to peel off to just get another free villager over here. Dimu does at least minimize the losses, but still more losses anyway. It's now a 21 eco difference in a game where B only has 8 fishing boats. And now he's going to go back to knocking at the door. He wants to let wave number 2 in. Going through on the palisades. Dimu not able to punish him for it. All those low HP Mount Samurai get out. Rewall is going to be coming in, but Ben at this stage, does he really, like, just look at this and go, 2TC has to happen? Can it happen, really? Like, do you actually have enough food to justify it? I wouldn't really be feeling convinced. I mean, B himself can actually go 2TC. Doesn't really need to because this was really smart. He went for the Yorishiro drop. That's why you're not seeing Dimu recover. Song Dynasty gives you 15 seconds, but so does Yorishiro. Just a smart read. B is one of the players that likes to do Yorishiro drops in his town center more than most. And this is definitely a perfect example of where it's worth it. Dimu not willing to surrender just yet. I'm a little bit skeptical as to what his way back is, though. Because this looks pretty grim. He does have a good number of crossbows. I think B's really big mistake right now is this. Take the Sacred Site. Like, I don't know. I see this so often from players playing Japan on this map. The timings on the Sacred Sites are really lacking. It's giving a potential way for Dimu to just camp. Spearman. Oh, again. He just doesn't have enough spears. Dimu, it's almost like he needed a second layer of walls there. He brought the villagers out to try and repair. But once again, the Mount Samurai come to feast. And once again, they'll leave happy. Appetite satiated here. fishing. All right, B. There's confidence and then there's cockiness. Let's not start fishing on your opponent's side yet. Dimu is just shoreline fishing with the villagers, not even trying to get his own dock play going. He's probably going to have to add in granary, right? Like, I mean, he's got about 1,000 wood. He's going to run out of food. And, oh my god, he's actually going to go... No, there's no way you go 2TC, right? This has to be a keep drop. He might try and sneak a keep drop out. Really dangerous, though, because, yeah, the demos could be waiting. And indeed, second TC online. And B, Yorishiro drops that as well. So he's now at 2.5 TCs. This is probably because he's expected Dimu to go 2TC, right? Like, why else would a Chinese player sit here and not feel that the game is over? Has to be, in his mind, 2TC. We, however, see it's not. And this looks like a keep drop. I really would love to see B still go for that cap. And he's got 4 Shintos, but not a single soul is capturing this right now. It's a very big oversight. There would be something ironic about B losing to Mass Nest of Bs with how he's been playing the games recently as China. But it is so hard. 11 worker kills? I'm trying to figure out how he would have got those. No, most of those are B, right? Because he deleted the fishing boats. Because I'm pretty sure when you delete your own fishing boats, they count. And then there was like 1 or 2 fishing boats built here that got killed. So it's just fishing boats. Keep drop coming in. Dimu, he's going to try for deeper. He needs to get him some food and some gold, and he knows it. Shuffles through. He has to get the shields out, though. This is desperation mode right now from Ben. The mounted samurai are going to have a field day. Before they had to go find the villagers, now they're being brought to them. We better mop up those mounted samurai, though. But Dimu is now down to 37 villagers in this game. Outpost has got the arrow slits there. It's got the spring placement on the way. I mean, cool of Dimu to try, but I really don't know how you're meant to get back in with this. 36 villagers. Take it 45. I mean, if you just start targeting them, we can make it even worse. Good God. So Dimu's plan here is going to be keep dropping to TC. It's the only thing that remotely makes sense. This is just painful to watch, though. It just takes so long. And the transport ship play from B. Wait, no, they're... We at least get us 2 away. No soul left behind. Man, this is just so expensive. The granary is at least there with a few farms, but nothing major. So he needs more farms, he needs more TCs. He needs a lot. On the Sacred sides, although they took an absurdly long time to get locked in, they have been locked in. I think B could have had this timer down to 4.5, 5 minutes already. So definitely not the cleanest timing. It's going to give him an opportunity to attempt to decap here for Dimu. Although this was an ambitious step up. He was not expecting a second wave of Mounted Samurai. If you asked Dimu to calculate the chance of him winning this game right now, I'm pretty sure he would say 0.069%. But you're saying there's still a chance. Needs more keeps. Okay, Ben, just go game 3. Like, this is really over now. I've seen some crazy comebacks in my time. This would be a top 5 greatest comeback in AoE4 history. It's that bad. When have you ever seen China with so few villagers at 20+ minutes? In pro play. Well, Dimu, I guess it's for the content at this point, right? Like, what else could you say about this? Like, if I do it, everyone will be hailing my name. Reminder, folks, by the way, we still have another quarterfinals and then a semi-finals today. But Dumu really wants some extra time in the spotlight here. I'm not going to get the marketplace drop now. Please no more villager losses. We can't afford them right now. Oh my god. Alright, so how does Dumu do this? He needs another TC. That's just like, that's non-negotiable. He's got some wood, so he'll be able to gather into more farms. Okay, he does it in game 3. Finally, when he sees the ladies. A classic gamer. He sees a girl and gets scared. Alright, we're going to a game 3. Oh my god. I can't believe he still tried to play that for that long. Alright, so let's mark that one up. That is going to be Japanese versus Chinese. Well played, Mr. B. Trying to think like how I'm going to summarize this one as a... Because obviously we've been doing the series clumped together. How I'm going to make this into a free game upload is what I'm trying to figure out. Alright, so outcome, wow. 92% of y'all points going the other way. Choo-choo. B with the win. We head into a game 3. What's that map called? That map is Transhumans. Courtesy of Chum and modified by Caillou. So game 3. Let's see where the boys are going to take us. We'll probably at this rate end up hopping in mid-series for the other quarterfinals, but that's fine. Bloody crazy. So I imagine with what he's got left here, this is... Oh, you can't pick English. Dumu got outdrafted. The way this played out, like, because Dumu threw out Roos in that first game, his draft has been skewed since. I really think that Roos opening pick messed his draft up. He has to pick, you have to pick English and play like King, Mass, Horseman, 1 TC, I think. He goes Malians. Okay, so this is going to be Saharan Trade Network and 2 TC. I think that's the only... Whoopsie, I just changed the draft. I think that's the only way you can really play this. Otherwise, it's just a wash. Holy crap. I think I know what we call this now. Wild Civ draft decision. Crazy draft decision leads to wacky series between... Dimu, maybe? Yeah, something like that. Alright, let's get ready. I think they're in game, so we'll speed up. I'll get predictions ready. So we're hopping into game 3 now, folks. That has done some crazy things to his draft. I mean, you can be the Malianest of Malian gods. I don't care, dude. It's freaking Delhi. Like, have you watched the game in the last few months? This series is incredible. Start this series with the 4 picks they had. I would say Dumu got the better draft. But then the twist of the nipple, then the leg, and then it breaks. Because Dumu's opening pick with the Roos threw everything out of balance in his draft. Game number 2, where you'd expect the Roos, he picks Chinese. It opens the doors for a dominant game 3 pick. B with a Delhi. And Dumu it was either this or the English. Either one, nightmare fuel for anyone's experienced that recently. We may have the 3D Clan member annihilating Team Liquid here in week number 7 of the Midweek Musters. All comes down to this. Winner of this will be going up against either Puppy Paw or Voldemort in best of 5. And B, after what kind of felt like an abysmal, sorry, I had to do that, game 1, he dominated Dimmu in the second. And now is on the verge of booting him out here in good old classic Dry Arabia. Now, step 1 is going to be the spawn. Dimmu has apparently been kissing Marine Lord on the mouth. That is... look at the tree lines. That is actually about as good as you can ask for. Sure, the golds are together, but for retracted golds, all the tree spawns, there is a way in which you can keep yourself safe. It's not immediate, but it's feasible. You could even think about Saharan trade networking between the 2 pit mines, which I'm a really big fan of here. And that would give you a blocker to the Delhi raids. B on the other side, what's his spawn got going for him? A lot of kind of mid-tier resource spawns. A lot of gold safe in the corner, but that doesn't matter anytime soon. The berries are pretty balanced. The deer don't really matter because we will get pro scouts eventually. For the low, low price of we didn't pay for it because we're Delhi and we get everything free. Delhi are kind of like me at a Red Bull Wallalol event. Everything's free. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll go have a drink. Oh yeah, I'll go have some food. I tell you, that is a good part of my esports life. Turn up to an event and you're like, can I have this? Like, whatever you want. Oh. And then I get home and I just eat microwavable meals in sadness. It's not the same. So Manta coming in. You guys, I mean, look at that. After the last game had 92% of the votes going the way of Dimmu, this game is skewing B favored about 65-70%. I mean, it's the Delhi power, man. On top of that, B definitely got some extra favor points for that game number 2. Japanese not looking as cursed on transhumans as I was being led to believe. I mean, I have to give him props. The transport ship play, it's just, even to this day after 3 years, it feels like transport ships are underutilized on these maps. It's a great read by him. I believe B, what is the sheep count here? 13 sheep, only 9 for Dimmu. Not great. Has at least got the mill already, so you can eat cow if he needs to. I'll get you more houses added in. So usually what ends up happening here is you try to scale Donzo Javelins and camp, and Delhi just build loads of Ghazi. And then they capture 3 sacred sites, and then you have to come out. Now, Malian players are... how to put this? They really are the basement dwellers of AoE 4. They don't like to come out. When they walk outside of their home, they hiss at the sun. This is a civ that thrives on staying in their base. And that's why Delhi have always been so good against them. The Ghazi are mobile, and they can burn down all these pit mines that you try to expand with. And then because of the sacred sites, you can't just wait at home. It's like a double damn situation for Malians. So, Dimmu's answer, bring all the resources home. Okay, he has got his Uber Eats account renewed, subscribed maximum tier, and he'll be looking for the food drop-offs. Doesn't really solve the gold long term, but it can get him to a stage where he walls himself in. I think if B goes for a very aggressive timing on the 3 sacred sites, it's not going to be easy for Dimmu, though. Stables is going to get added in, so he wants to get those additional scouts out. Usually you go second scout and then warrior scout, so you can poke your opponents. I don't think it really matters at this stage. This is kind of cool from B, though. Archery range. Oh, wow. He's going for a very aggressive timing, then. I mean, there's 2 possibilities, right? It's either about getting archers to wall, or it's about getting archers for the all-in. Because what you can do as well is you can actually bring Ghazi archers here, burn all this down, and then wall it. At that point, Dimmu has no gold. Which is the saddest timeline for a Malian player, in case that wasn't obvious. Alright, 1's if you favor Delhi in this matchup, 2's if you favor Malian. I'm going to be the professor that asks you to bring your homework if you put a 2, though. Rat's coming in, so... Wait, no. This sucks for Malians. One of the tricky parts about what B is doing is, like, now that he has the archery range as well, if he adds in Donzo, like, you kind of regret having the stables. I think this is why stables always just felt a little bit weird with Malians, is remember, your pro scouts, or your warrior scouts, they don't get bonus damage against ranged until age 3, which is a really big disadvantage. The trade-off, of course, is you get a lot of healing. Dome of Faith, cheapest update, plus War Elephant splash damage. I mean, it's like there's so many things for Malians in this matchup that makes them pretty cringe to fight. Like, also, keep in mind, think about it, guys. What is the ultimate answer to War Elephants? What is the best answer in AoE4 to War Elephants as a generalist choice? It's crossbows, right? And you can't build crossbows as Malians. So actually, you only have Donzos. And yeah, Donzos do pretty well, right? The ranged attack can hit. But like gap closing is usually a bit of a tricky predicament. The ultimate counter is bombards. You know what the sad reality is? Old bombards were better at killing elephants than new bombards. Isn't that a bit depressing? Because bombards used to be 100 damage, right? And now it's 35 base and then 50 bonus. Oh. But you know what I always say, guys? Gun beats elephant. Well, that was back when elephants didn't just apparently beg the gods for a buff, right? After divine intervention of devs, elephants just kind of beat everything. Oh, sorry. Is Bombard slightly higher than Culve? Interesting. I didn't notice that. Wait, why is the Culverin lower then? The Culverin has higher bonus damage to equal out, right? That is kind of weird. Is it an attack speed difference? I just haven't noticed. Oh no, this is painful. Alright, good grab by Dimmu. The Warrior Scout's not just for grabbing the deer. They'll be able to pick him up afterwards, but a good denier on the Sacred Site. Higher attack speed. Got you. Okay, there you go. That makes sense. I love that they tried to keep it a little bit different, right? Instead of just keeping it generic. Otherwise, they also just would have had to like discard the Culverins. It does suck when you just have units that have different skins but do the exact same thing, right? I think that's why I've always loved this new approach with Science Ascend, where we've got all these different monk types that have different quirks about them. It's not just another monk and another imam, you know? Wait, is he going for another snipe on this? I mean, come for the deer, but first of all, you have to sacrifice some blood for the blood god, right? And remember, this is the obtuse part about it for B, is these scouts are faster. Any given time, though, credit to him, B is maintaining 2 sacred sites. He already has 10 scholars. 10! This landmark is just too bloody good. Every single game, Dome of the Faith. The only time you really see Tower Victory is when you're forced to. So, for example, like Chinese, Juji are examples of that. Because then you need the attack speed to clear their comp, right? But in general, Dome of Faith every day of the week. Yeah, Bombard and Culverin skin 2 seasons early. There you go. Hussein is secretly the Ice Frog of AoE4. He's secretly the dev in charge. So when you get something you don't like, just complain at Hussein. Because it's all his fault. I was just thinking, actually, like, this position isn't as bad as it should have been for Dimmu. I don't know why B went Dome of Faith and then played away from Ghazi. This is weird. It feels like he tried to big brain it and small brained himself. Like, there's no reason why you would do this unless you were Tower Victory. I don't know, man. This looks really good for Dimmu. He's scaling Sofa as well, which is just smart. He can keep them alive, and then down the line, he can just tech them up, and they'll take over the game. I mean, B does have a lot of scholars. He's thinking about a tech up here. But Dimmu is mirroring the timing, really. And you know, the only downside is, obviously, he doesn't have a value into Farimba, which would really give him that kind of clutch push. Because Farimba is either Freeborn, Musafadi, or Javelins. And he only has 2 Javelins, 1 Musafadi. This series has been completely wild. It's crazy, actually, the way this is playing out from Dimu on such a generic map as well. Dry Arabia is about as like normal as it gets, right? But it really has to be emphasized that a big part of this is on B's choice to choose Archer Spear. Dimu now hunting for the fight. Remember, he has got the scouts out here, so he saw this. Sofa will peel off towards the archers. He has already got the undermesh as well, so fairly tanky. B is trying to rally over here, but this should just end up being losses that should have been avoidable. Scouts can even go for the body blocks here. Can't hang around though, the spears do come through. This is rough. He's bringing more spears. There's actually not that many archers, and remember, Donzos are better spears. More health, more armor. It's a good interception point there from Dimu. Archer's now going to be able to repel the spearman coming in. Sofa's just diving in on the reinforcing archers. Behind this, Dimu getting ready for a tech up. The Fulani is on the way. This is so unusual. Attacking into the enemy base while teching. But it's such a good trade. Right? Too many spears. The archers were too far away. Dimu found the perfect entry point here. And sure, he's going to lose the army eventually, right? But think about the trades as it stands. He's killed so many units off here. And that Fulani Corral, it may not be fat, right? We actually saw this already earlier in the tournament in this week from Kiljadi, where he done like a double ranch and that was it. But what's more important is the tech advantage now. Archer's still being scaled in the meantime. And finally, B, yeah, he's starting to realize the mistake he made. If he had just stuck to Ghazi's. Dimu said Farimba's not good. Farimba's not good when you play 1TC, sure. I've talked about this before, like with Farimba, the issue is you have to scale two weird units, right? You're either scaling javelins, which doesn't happen that often anymore, or you're scaling into Mass Musafadi, which never happens. So the only choice left is Freeborn, and that's very expensive without Fulani. Like the only way you really play Farimba, I think, is like 2TC. Or a super rare situation where you have 50 Musafadi or 50 javelins. And this series is live. So yeah, this is your official place to watch this. And Dimu is not 5 minutes in the future, mate. He's literally 5 seconds in the future, maximum. Haselen now coming in response to B. He's going to catch up fast. So now you get into what? Sofa, Mass, Toxic Archers versus eventual Hone Blades, MAA? Do you really want to do Men-at-Arms here? Musafadi is a potential play. Also, like, Men-at-Arms may seem good, but Veteran Sofa trade very well. B's problem is, like, he just doesn't have an eco lead now. He needs all the relics he can get. He's marching out in good position to capture a few here. Warlord's going to come through. This Sofa could still mop this up, though. Remember, he's vetted. I really don't know who's taking this. It's wild. I think Dimu is ahead. But it's just so odd still that he's ahead in the first place in this matchup. I mean, the elephants are on the way, and we said that they are the bane of your existence, right? That's the counter to the Sofas, but the Sofas have mobility, and one big scary part coming up for B is where you're getting food. Right? He's already exhausted Westberries, now taking this. Do you really want to have to do a farm transition in the next 3 minutes? B, he has got 4 relics on the way home now. Dimu is shoving. Veterancy not coming through, because remember, B, he pulled a lot of the scholars to get the relics. So tech speed's a little bit slower. And the first elephant has arrived. Dimu, now up to the 4 ranches. That's why he's ahead. That's what's giving him that value. Check yourself at the door. Remember, this is a Fulani build. It's not absolutely full, but that's worth about like 10 villages or so at this stage. Has skipped on the eco techs. That's a bit unfortunate. No horticulture yet. It's tricky, actually. Dimu needs to get rid of all the archers to really enable the Donzo play. Again, B a little bit defragged here in his approach. Or fragmented. Oh, are you kidding me? Blocks the relic grab, gets the Scholar kill as well. Ghazi should be able to win this fight, just raw mass advantage. But that's still relics in play. Relevant still being a nuisance though. Archer's almost finned the entire spear line. Need to be a bit careful as you advance here though. The Donzos can get in for the good trade. And the poison damage is adding up quite a bit here. Fresher War Elephant does come in. But that, wait, I don't like that. What's going on? He's attacking the archers instead of the spears. What? Unbelievable. B with the miss micro there. Dumu, those final groups of spears just not being taken down at all. Double elephant takedown is huge in this matchup at this stage. 30 archers and swelling. Remember, B, a quarter of his army, sorry, a third of his army is scholars. He's in a really shaky position, and you know these elephants are not cheap. Remember, 400 food, 350 gold, and now the villager's getting found as well. Has at least got the textiles, but that's what the poison's for. This is brutal. He's got Spearman trying to react, but the archers will cut that down as well. And look at the rally. This is ridiculous. That's 11 villagers. And there's no way they're getting out of here. Surely. Ring of roses, but Dimu immediately responding. Maybe you get 3 villagers out. I'd be surprised if it's more, though. Looks like he actually may have aggroed them over towards the tower. So funnily enough, it is going to be 6 villagers surviving there. But now 7 eco lead. Relics are at least coming in. B has the 5th one on the way home. Sacred Sites also need to be decapped here. But remember, Dumu is now approaching a full Fulani. Absolutely crazy from Dumu. Also just crazy that he didn't get more kills out of that. Textiles are a blessing, but also just the formation shuffling. Still, quite frankly, absurd in AoE4. Demu, he knows that more elephants are coming, so he needs to prep additional Donzos. The archers are kind of just doing the business right now, though. And they only hit for 2 base, but it's the poison. Adds up in a fight where you can kite out these Ellies, but the Ellies, they do now have Mahouts. Gap close is going to be a lot faster. We also have Force March coming in soon. So a lot of mobility for the Delhi. That 5th relic, by the way, is finally home. Went all the way around for this. Triple pit mine is at least set up. So remember, Dumu has actually got just as much passive gold. For everyone's like, he's got 5 relics. Yes, worth 400 gold. Meanwhile, Dumu, with the Mansa included, he has about 375 passive gold. I think that's something that people sleep on as this goes on. Yes, the relics are big. Yes, the free techs are big. But Malian's like, it's not just like the Civ that has no type of economical benefits. Ghazi at least going to try to remove some of those benefits. So we'll be raiding into the pit mine. Meanwhile, dive underneath the TC. Villagers will be able to garrison, but achieving out of time in a game where B has no food income. That's literally it. He's got these 2 berry patches, these farms, and then nothing else. The elephants need to be a little bit careful because they could die fast here. So far, I don't know why he's diving in with them first. He wants to pinch. He wants to make sure they can't leave. Needs to garrison them. And don't ask me how that elephant just jumped that wall. These are equite elephants trained for the fancy arts of performing. One of the Ellies did at least go down. Skulls are going to shuffle in now as well. Relics are about to be on the ground, and this Springle defense is ambitious. New wave of troops arriving. The elephants do come out. Need to be a bit careful about that, though. The poison arrows. Skulls are trying to heal here. And the Donzo count. He sniped it down. There's only 7. They're moving across now, but it looks like the elephants is going to get a reset here. Dumu just has to mop up what he can. It is pretty much going to be elephants and Springwoods only. What just came out of my mouth? Oh, no. Looks like he's going to try to start sniping now Scholars as well. This is ridiculous. Dimu needs to flood a lot more Donzos now. It's tricky because if you flood Donzos, then the Springles can kill you, right? It's just like a pick your poison situation. And yes, elephants occupy one space in a TC. If you really want to blow your own mind, build a transport ship and put 16 elephants in it. If you really, really want to blow your mind, build a ram. You can't put elephants in, but you can put 16 units in that, and then 16 rams. I'm going to stop. Do elephants heal in the TC? No. It's just when he came out, he had the Scholars, right? Absolutely ridiculous game. Relic's being pulled back now, so he has reclaimed him, but the wood works. Remember, B, he's got problems. Like, here's the issue. Elephants, Springles, that can defend one area. We're at a stage in the game where you have to go wide, right? There's nothing in your base anymore. You've tapped it dry. Villagers are essentially on the front line. The archers now diving in. These Springles can easily get sniped. Remember, only 60% resistance. Oh my god. That's going to be a mop-up of the siege. And once the siege is gone, Dumu can go back into Donzos. In fact, he might just go up into Imperial. Look at this. 4,000 gold in reserve. Skulls on the backside as well, finding more chip damage. That is now 21 worker kills to 1. I don't care if you got 5 relics. Like this is a grind down and a kill. You can taste the blood. Just many archers once again coming in. The Sofas. I think B is just struggling to keep track of everything at this stage. Even though it's all around his base, it's very close to his base, there's just too much happening. And more importantly, it's just too much ground for elephants to cover. No one gets picked. Formation shuffle to try and block the Sofa play, but they're in again onto the Springles, and now the body block's coming in. An elephant, he's trying to use the garrison to keep him alive. I just don't see a way. Sofas are waiting to dive in again up here when Dumu notices. Skulls are going in. He has got 18 skulls, so in theory, you can keep healing these elephants. But similar to Game 2, where we said Dumu would be one of the biggest comebacks of all time, we're getting to that point only with B in those shoes now. This is one hell of an uphill battle. Sofas are raiding again, so more villagers getting sniped here. At least won't lose too many. But remember, you know, the idle time as well, when you're trying to scale elephants, look at his food income. B, if he loses a single elephant, he can't afford to replace it right now. And no, just one Sofa. So you could kill him, but that would take you, by my calculations, that would be 63 hits with shivs. Elephant's at least reacting. Elephant beat horse. And yes, Sofas do cost gold. I'm going to march over to that tree line. Dumu says, what the hell do you think you're doing? I did not give you permission to touch the wood. Villagers getting pinched again. Next wave's arriving. If he just dives onto the Springles, it's for free. This is just... The fact he's even still trying to hold on is crazy. Props to him for trying to find a way out, but this is truly over now. Dumu will be proceeding through to the semi-finals again. Well, what a way to do it. What a crazy series. A draft set in a weird motion from game number 1. And expectations completely flipped with these matchups. Beautiful series. Let me know what you thought about this, guys. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Remember, we do upload YouTube videos each day, and I have a funny feeling this will be one of the ones making an appearance across there. And be sure to tune in live. We do stream most Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and I will catch you all in the next chapter. Oh my god. That was freaking wild. That was absolutely wild from Dumu. I'm impressed, man. That's not easy to do what he done there. Incredible series. Marley Deli, easy, dude. Nah, I don't. I feel like 9 out of 10 players wouldn't have pulled off what Dimmu pulled off there. So there you go. Take your points. Dimmu with the win. And now, guys, we're gonna hop in to Anatand versus Sass. I think they're probably in game 2. Ottoman's Deli. Holy crap. All right, I need to check who took... Do we just hop in mid-series? I think we do, because we're probably going into another series after this. So we're going to hop in for Anatand versus Sassy. We'll try to get through to live quickly. So bear with me a sec. What we'll do is we will have a look and see who won game 1, so we can update the scores. And we'll get ready for Anno and Sass. In fact, let me grab their draft as well. Bear me uno momento. Twink. There you go, guys. So we'll reset score. And then just confirming who took game 1. Match history's taking ages. So Atacama was... That must have been a quick one. Ruiz French. I know, probably done his trade build. So game 1 goes to Anatand. Let's hop in for the second. Whew. Last game was proof that Sprung's pretty much useless. I mean, his whole comp is weird together, right? I feel like his comp is very weird together anyway. All right. Let's get to live. One moment, guys. Oh, we'll switch that over. Yeah, they're only 6 minutes in, so we'll catch up to live and be good to go. Right, let me flip score while we do this. And I'll do a 2-minute predicky. Oh, we got green on green, 1 and all. Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 6. It's time for quarterfinals. Anatand versus Sass. Anno already taking the lead with his French in Atacama. We now hop into the purest of places. Dry Arabia. We're just hitting the fast forward because they were 6 minutes into the game. Ottomans, though. The Turk has returned. I mean, Sass is one of very few players that would actually rate this Civ highly. So we are going to be live in about 20 seconds here. Delhi versus Ottomans is pretty intriguing, though, with Dome of Faith. We used to see it a lot for Tower of Victory. And we are live. There we go. With Tower of Victory, this matchup was very, very skill-based. With the Dome of Faith build, I actually think Ottomans can have an edge here. It starts with Sapahi, it adds into Spears, and then it eclipses? I guess culminates with Imam. The Imam point with the AoE heal is how you can win here. Anatand has gone very different about his approach, though. Usually we see the Ghazi, he completely neglected it. He's just going stables for scouts and massing Spears here. Okay, this is really cool. We actually saw this matchup from Anatand and Puppy Paw, where Anatand was on the Ottomans, and actually he was on the verge of winning by playing what Sassy is doing. So Anatand has adjusted compared to what Puppy Paw done, because in that game, Puppy Paw, he opened with some Ghazi, he then went to Spears, he then added in some other things. And what is up, Benny Boy? Shout out to Dimmu, who did just get a 2-1 victory over B. If you guys have not seen that, I highly recommend checking the VODs. That will definitely get uploaded onto the YouTube side as a full series. An insane comeback from a shaky draft. I mean, he obviously took the early lead. That game 2, though, it almost felt to me like the draft was broken for Dimmu. But he finds a way to break through. He'll be going for a matchup against either Puppy Paw or Voldemar. But we're now in game number 2 between Anatan and Sass. Anno has taken an early lead here. He's French, probably with Chamber of Commerce into Sass's Roost. But I was just saying, this matchup is pretty good for Ottomans now. And I think that's why Anatan's taking a different approach. He's kind of just trying to build enough space to not get a fight, to dodge the problem. And this is tricky, right? The reason why you don't really want to just bash spears is this. The melee defense +2 is kind of wild for Ottomans. Not just that, Sassy's actually saving up for castle behind this. This is kind of crazy, actually. Anno has spent a lot on, I want to kind of say nothing. He's definitely going to get 2 Sacred Sites, right? But 17 spears, which should very quickly lose value if Sass just goes for a Men-at-Arms drop. Which, remember, you know, he has the capability for. He's got Iraqs. Military schools will also give him a way of passive genning in. Nah, I'm still processing that last game. That was crazy. If Delhi lose this game as well, we need an emergency tier list. Yeah, you're right. We need to downgrade Delhi from SS tier to S tier. You're right. Fair point. Or maybe, do we need to upgrade Ottoman on the tier list? We're going to find out. Sass, please, no MIA. I think MIA is actually really overrated. Okay, he's an old schooler. Yeah, so remember, guys, there is another landmark that exists for the Ottomans, believe it or not. This one's kind of slept on now. Istanbul Imperial Palace with a change is really, really good. Because Mehmed Imperial Army used to feel broken because of just how good a Mango was at the start of Castle. Mangoes are now pretty underwhelming without very big armies, right? So I actually think that this landmark lost a lot of value with the changes in Season 9. And Istanbul Imperial, I think, is actually going to take the lead. I think Imperial Palace will be built more in 2025. An extra 3 Vizier points, especially with all the new Vizier options, is kind of crazy. Mirror tech timings, though. Delhi. Never skips a trick, right? Looks like he will be able to snipe the Skull, so well played there by Sass. Means it won't be a capture coming through. Oh, well, I'll say that. The second Skull is already on the way. Nice thing as well is, like, look at the positioning. Anatan is already ready to drag this relic back, and no one's safe near his base. He's waiting in the center. This is at least 3 relics coming home for Anachad. Both castle landmarks take a while to take off. Oh, gentle Berlin. Have you seen the tech speeds? Reminder, they're at 2 minutes when he has like 3 or 4 scholars out in the field. Don't worry, my friend. These techs will come in fairly fast. Just like every tech for the Delhi these days. Woohoo! 1.5 minutes for veterancy on spears for free. Meanwhile, Sass has to pay, and it still takes a minute. Oh, you meant both the Ottoman landmarks. Okay, that's fair. Actually, no. The Imperial Palace pays off a lot quicker than you'd think. Because at this stage in the game, you're going to want to actively produce quite a few units, right? So that flood of units, remember, the Imperial Palace doesn't just give you extra Vizier points and extra free. It also doubles the XP you get from producing units. So yes, you know, is it going to immediately get you return value? No. It's not going to be like you teched up and congrats, now it's like a keep here. But it actually generates a lot of value quite quickly. The cap threshold obviously only matters later once you're at the maximum of the normal Ottoman cap of Vizier points, right? But the generation speed is very, very potent. Still, I can't help but feel that this game still looks very good for Anatan despite what Sass done. I don't know if going castle was necessarily the play versus playing the Age. Is playing the Age really that bad for Otto, considering that you would have meta to give you attack speed or give you defense advantage? And then the Imam point gives you heal and sustain. I kind of feel like you can just play H2 as Ottomans in this matchup. And by not putting everything into pressure, you allowed Anatan to get to a better phase of the game for Delhi, right? Because now we're talking about extra eco-tech unlocks. We're talking about the relic grab. Sacred sites are still captured. By the way, we didn't even talk about it. It's a pretty ludicrous sacred site spawn for Dry Arabia. Just a reminder to folks that this is the most competitively balanced and fair map ever. Are we sure about that statement? What happened to horse archers for Ottomans? Or the cav archers? They're a bit too expensive is the problem. In theory, they're really good in either Feudal Age or like maybe Imperial. I think they're built to really be potent in Feudal. It just costs so much. And well, that was a nice little drift in. Anatan with the Lances. Gonna cleave down a few kills here. Every little adding up considering they're both on 2 TC. Will at least now be a reaction. I like that he went for a few Lancers. Really, you don't want to do this against Janissaries in mass, but just a few to raid is worth it. Looks like it's going to be a 3-2 Relic Split incomplete. And remember, this is kind of crazy. SAS invested the Imam point. So less Vizier points to work with, right? In a game where you didn't go for the Imperial Palace. So I'm going to have a lot of fun making a map called Dry Arabia. Yeah, you just have like straggler trees everywhere and nothing else. The Dry Arabia is just like a tree here, tree here, tree here, tree here. Finally, a map where Mongols are truly S tier. Ambitious from Anatan there. No textiles, and yet he tries to fight. Love the activation as well. Fortitude, just to kill these units quicker. So who am I favoring right now? I mean, the Springles are... If they worked, I kind of favor SAS because he's up against a lot of men-at-arms, but they shouldn't really be that impressive. Flash now coming in. Meta is frontlining. That's not good. SAS, he didn't micro it back. Meanwhile, the dive comes in. The will at least slow him down. And the massacre on the back of this. Anatan losing a lot of villages. However, in the center, gaining a lot of ground. SAS, he trusted in this Ringles. They don't seem to have delivered him to salvation. His backline now a bit exposed. He should be able to stabilize a bit. Remember, Anatan doesn't have a huge military lead, but it's crazy that they're even Stevens still on worker kills. Or on worker count, rather. Anatan looks like he's trying to get towards a keep drop. Has at least got more walls he can try to pump here. Crossbows now will be able to protect this. Remember also, Anno not only has the relic advantage, but the sacred sites are giving him gold gen. Quite a lot of it. And this is the tricky thing for Anno. Like, crossbows may reign supreme, but they don't outright just completely annihilate Janissary anymore. Remember, Janissary's got changed. They don't take bonus damage from all ranged anymore. They take bonus damage specifically from archers. So, on Season A, going into Janissaries against crossbows here would just be an instant GG. His Jannies are holding a lot better because of the changes in Season 9. And keep drop now from Anatan. If he plugs in the Wi-Fi, folks, we're going to have village fortresses within about 2.5 minutes. And of course, Anatan always connects the Wi-Fi. He's one of those people that every room in his house, he probably has one of those little Wi-Fi hubs, you know, the little disc ones. Mahout's also coming. Really? Mahout's over Tranquil and Reinforced. The reason why I'm kind of skeptical about Mahout's being researched there is why would you ever build it against Janissary? Right? Gun beats elephant. We've been over this already. So yeah, a little bit surprised that got queued. He probably just like muscle memoried it, right? Like he has an order that he'd normally do. Alright, ones if you think SAS is going to get us to a game 3. Twos if you think this is a 2-0 for Anatan. We have got Sassy TCing. He's walled in. Things aren't really that bad for the Ottomans at this stage. I am a bit worried for Imperial. The reason I'm worried is the tech. It's always the tech against Ellie. Like, if we see this go Age 4, I don't know how SAS affords all his techs. He's got, what, 4Ks in the corner? But he's building Janissary actively. Actually, I think he might have paused that. Yeah, he switched over to passive. Credit to him. Somehow, he actually has the Sacred Sites on lock. Anatan seems to be a bit reluctant here to come out. How do we end up with Ottomans? Would you like to just read the name of the player playing them? I think that answers everything for you. It's the best of 3. Like, come on. It's a best of 3, and Anatan picked French in his draft. That should tell you all the reasons why Sassy has Ottomans. Spy. We'll get another pick. You're going to need more keeps here if you're Anatand. Village Fortresses is only 30 seconds off. But does he know that Sass is on 2TC? I mean, you have to kind of suspect it here, right? Now that Lancers are seeing that there's no way into the base, this is where you get a little bit suspicious. Stone gathering as well. Like, why would he gather all this stone? Is there a keep drop coming? Is Sass going to try for a Sacred Site victory? That's the supply in the base. We'll at least get mopped up. Looks like we've got a full wall incoming. All right, folks. Hunker down. We're going late game. Yeehaw. The army value is huge for Anatand. So the army value is a little bit deceptive, right? Because wood still doesn't calculate. And you've got Sipahi wood, you've got Spearman wood, and then you've got Siege wood. Whereas, like, on this side, Anatand doesn't... Well, she's got spears as well, right? So even on spears, it's definitely a bigger army for Anatand, but the numbers, like, are slightly skewed in terms of the siege. Ah, who am I kidding, dude? It's Springles. I'm not even going to try to defend this. Wow, Springles so valuable. And yes, you are correct. 17 in the army for Delhi is in fact fake. It's the scholars. We're going Imperial, by the way. This should be the elephants as well. No. Actually, I don't think you elephant here. I think you go for the Hisar Academy and then spam Ghazi, right? Because remember what we said, Janissaries counter elephants. I guess you could say gunpowder elephants kind of makes it worth it. Especially when your economy is this small. I imagine we'll be looking at keep drops soon as well, Fano. Meanwhile, Sass looks like he's trying for an age up, but his is going to be so much slower. Remember also, Anatand did drag the deer back with Pro Scout, so he has a lot of extra food to safely work with underneath his TC when he exhausts the center resources. Another funny thing in this matchup, neither of them can eat boar. So that is 4,400 food that just doesn't exist on the map. I believe Ottomans have all the sacred sites in a match with Delhi, but we're both green flag. Come on. What's a little bit of sacred site between Muslim civs, you know? Don't Ghazi also get countered by Janis? Janis, yes, will counter Ghazi, but the whole idea is you can raid, flank raid with them, right? Janissary's weakness is their mobility, and it's not like Sass is going to wall this early in the game. If, however, the whole map does get walled and we get to like 45 minutes, at that stage, Ottoman should have all the techs they need. You should be looking at like mass Janis. There is still a way out for Delhi at that stage, and it's actually to build hand cannons. That's where you kind of wish you had Tower Victory, but what you will have instead is things like Zeal. Sass. He's trying to decap the site. Meanwhile, it is indeed going to be Hisar Academy. Anatand skipping an age ahead. And Sass is putting everything into army. Oh, wow. Is this quick enough? I'm a little bit hesitant to say yes against Triple Mangonel. Another keep as well. That's going to slow him down even more. Great read by Anatand here. Secures additional wood. That'll give him his farm transition when needed. Sacred Site's locked in again. It's just the gold trickle more than anything else. Like, the moment a Scholar captures this, his death is fine, right? Like, you've actually made money out of that endeavor. Really important in this game as well, considering he's running out of gold in the corner. He's considered securing somewhere else. We do also have the Speedy Scholars, so they can just come and go as they please rapidly onto these sites. Now, the keep drop is for the 8k. Sass trying to give himself that runway into the late game. He needs to now that he's an age behind. He doesn't feel confident to push. Meanwhile, raids are hitting into his base. A few Lancers slipped in. We'll chip away that lead that he's built. Nano now straight into the hand cannons. We talked about this as the counter against Janissaries. Hand cannon equal beat Janissary. More pop efficient, more damage efficient. Has the range advantage. Scary timing coming here. Sass will at least have Sipahi, which is his saving grace. If they can get in. For now, it looks like he's getting ready to push. Adjustable crossbars, guys. Just a reminder that it takes him 2 minutes to research a 2200 resource tech. Yep. Yep. Delhi. Sif. Look at the bar. Makes me want to hit the bar. A double shot to get over the ridiculousness of this. Dive's coming in, though. Sass is looking to punish it. Mangoes have to turn and burn. Scrim shots are coming in. The Mangonels need a little bit more time before they really start to wallop. And that front line is disintegrating fast for both sides in this engagement. Elite Tech just came through the crossbows. Both of them are down to range units, but remember, the keep can be the difference now. Sass. He's killing economy, though. It's a big deal. I think about 10 villagers went down that tree line, more dying. The Imam AoE heal is also making a difference here. Anatan trying to hold on, but deceptive, right? He only has about 20 military left here. Sipahi now just wrapping around the back, trying to stave off the retreat. Janissaries are reaching in, but troops are coming out to whittle them down as well. And it's a heavy hit to the economy, but Anatan isn't dead from this strike. Sass needs an age up, and I think he knows it. Because now you're going to have a really hard hit coming back at you. Look at this. It's just, I can't with this freaking Civ. So Sass, we're probably going to be looking at Observatory. He done really good damage there, by the way. You can see it by the eco count. However, Anno is currently at 3 TC. And I say currently that way for a good reason, because there's still stone on the map. On top of that, when Sass ages up, a lot of his resources then have to go into getting all the techs. He does, however, have the benefit of the military schools. What an obnoxious Civ. I feel like any other Civ probably would have waved the white flag at that moment. The Delhi like, I did just get like several thousand resources worth of techs for free. I think we're going to play this one out. Seagate Castle drop. That's the quickest way to lose a game as almonds. Nope. Unstable Observatory coming in. Still so many techs. Oh, man. So Sass did at least secure the 8K. The good news is he can afford the uni techs as well. Bad news is that it really feels bad that you have to go and get these things compared to your opponent who's just basically mashing left mouse button on everything in the university. What a hard life it is to be a Delhi player. Delhi players really struggle, guys. They have to have such a high APM because every time they have to click on a building, they have to drag their face across the keyboard to make sure they've queued up everything. Hard to be a Delhi player, really. And yes, we're already generating 600 food. Good shout from Zuby0T. Plenty more food to come as he continues through these techs. Another big detail, actually, is this switching to archers. I like this from Anno. I mean, you can kind of just play spear archers to a certain degree, right? Sipahi is a threat, but the Janissaries do get counted, and he now has silk bowstrings on a faster-moving unit. Great bombards are being queued up by Sass, but I believe that is passively generated, so we are still 2.5 minutes away from that being online. Meanwhile, the little bombard is already here. Forced march. I actually love that Anatan's using this. He can block the garrison on the keep. He overextends a little bit. Didn't use it on the second group, but he's moving in now. And no Sass! No! And I thought this castle looked trivial. 1 unit garrison inside. That is a bloodbath on the gold. Anatan now going to be able to mop up this keep, denying gold access. I mean, Sass, he does at least still have that 4K in the corner. This one's almost tapped. Meanwhile, Sass is trying to go in for a counter raid. There is an opening in the tree line. Anatan hasn't reacted to it just yet. Spearmen are coming in fast, though. He still has the forced march. The body blocks from the Scholars, making it difficult to get through here. So only about 5 units make it into the base. The rest get cut off at the entrance. Sass might be about to get cut off at the legs here. It's a ridiculous military advantage. 111 to 37. Even when you equate the 31 Scholars, this is ridiculous. Move speed's capped at 3? I always thought it was capped at 2. I talked to a dev about this, unless they changed it. There is ways with mods you can actually like overpower that 2 move speed cap. But in terms of the base game, I'm pretty sure it's meant to be 2 cap. Which is why like Yam on Horseman feels like a scam. These speedy boys. Well, the army tactics now coming as well, and I think Sassy is not going any further in the quarterfinals here, folks. It looks like Anatan is on a collision course for a date with Louis MT in the semis. Sass has to make his last stand here. We have Reboldiquins, we have Janissaries. But you know what's better than all that? Mangonels, baby! Warp's coming in. Scholars! Hey, 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 hey! Just looks like they're waving at everyone. Hey! You can't kill us! Sipahi are at least going to come in and try to sweep through the mangoes. Counterattack is getting decent to that backline of siege. Few Sipahi almost able to mop through. But the mangoes are winning the trade right now. Green Bombard trying to counter them out. Should have that final shot coming through. And Anatan's like, oh wait, there's only Scholars now. Let's reset. Damn, Sassy's still alive. Credit to him, man. The Janissary hold was strong there. Anno, look at his tech speed. They slowed fully down. He pulled all of the Scholars for this timing. Failed to breach. That's crazy. There might still be hope for Sass, folks. This time the Stonewalls. Solid choice. Janissaries can camp on top of those. And weirdly enough, Anatan, I don't know if he's going to be going Elite Knights. He's just queuing extra upgrades. Because remember, we're now up to 750 odd food per minute from the Hissar Academy. Eco lead is still there for Sass on the 2TC. But remember, because of how many keeps Anno has, it will slowly melt his lead. Right, it's double keep plus the TC, so 3 versus 2. We do have keep drops on the flank, so Sass is gradually expanding out. Is there a world in which he goes for a Sacred Site victory? I think so, right? He's got the 900 stone left here, 1,000 here. He can keep drop here, and then finally keep drop the central Sacred Site. And then play between. Great bombard emplacements. If you can find a little bit extra stone, such as this 1200, would go the distance. This Roboticon is kind of a problem as well. I really thought Anatan was going to play into mass archers, but I'm not a big fan of his comp right now. I think spear plus archers, it sounds very poor man, but it does do what you need. You could arguably make it spear hand cannoneers, but the mass Ghazi, like, this only works if you get in. And unfortunately, getting in is kind of difficult right now with these stone walls. Sacred Sites now being captured the way of Anno. Every little gold is going to matter as this game keeps extending. Tower Elephant's now a really big shocker actually out of Anatan. Against Janissary? I mean, remember, Janissary, they don't take 50% more damage from every ranged unit anymore, so this is a little bit more puzzling. Mangano goes to the splat. I swear, Sassy, we don't see it often, but the Imam play really is marring here against the Trickle of Mangoes. However, he just got mopped up. Overextension. And now the Archer's able to start reaching into the Revoltiquin. Great Bombard count is at 2. Elephants are trying to dive in here. They're going to drive by. They will be able to get the snipe out on the Revolti. So far about even in military. Siege advantage there with Sass. He's going to push him back again. So we have got a resecure. So keep drop going on the north side. Sass needs the 4K gold. And finally, Anatan realizes that, wait, why am I being complicated about this? Save the gold for later. Wood is good for now. Great Bombard doesn't get bonus against elephants? No. It's pretty sad. You do 70 damage into a 780 health unit. So, you know, only 12 shots to kill. Look at this. You know, it's like when you watch that cartoon where the cannonball shoots towards the fat guy and then it spins on his belly and then just falls to the floor. And the heal. Are you kidding me right now? But KP, you said that Janissary counter elephants. To a certain degree. You do need to focus fire though, and that did finally come in. He was A-clicking Scholars. Oh my god, this game. Anno is struggling right now. Are we about to see the second Delhi loss in a row? The Great Bombard count soon to go up to 3 here. 4th already queued. Anno now switching at MAA. I mean, I don't mind that, I guess. Like, you know, you still kind of need the speeds for the Sipahi. Unless you want to go hand cannon near MAA. But that's very gold heavy. And, well, Anatan doesn't really have that much gold he's working on right now. He's got the 4K up here, but the 8Ks have been secured. I think Sass has played the map very well on the flanks here. And this is one of those classic things where, you know, you don't get to see it very often, but when you get Ottoman to this deep in the game, it has to be said, Sipahi are no pushover. They're the best horsemen in the game. It's actually really worrisome right now for Anno. I'm impressed the Janissary rather are still doing as well as they are. Usually you'd expect to see, like, you know, 20, 30 hand cannons to counter on the other side, but I think Anno just burnt too many resources in the wrong places. And has been neglecting active gold gathering for quite a while. So that's proven why Ottomans is his comfort pick. Moving in now with the Great Bombards. Mangonels can melt these though, remember. With the adjustable crossbars, they hit like a truck. And Nano's villager count is so low because he hasn't been adding in more. He's trying to keep his economy at 90 and bloat military. I'm surprised Sass is actually this heavy on the economy because obviously he's the one with passive production. Mango shots coming in. We do have a cannon emplacement in there. So making sure he moves it before moving up. And we do have Anatan's favorite phase of the game, folks. Anno's Mangoes. They hit hard. There was a Janissary line. Oh my lord. He done it. He got the mangoes he needed. And now it's just about flooding spears to force the fights. Sass, the Great Bombards at least haven't been reached yet, right? They outrange. But these mangoes, 130 HP, they need to be 2 hit to kill. And look how hard they hit in return. 2 shots and you're already almost half HP. Almost finds the snipe. Sass packs them up just in time, but the mangoes continue to push. The shot's coming in big. How do you recover this now? Anno with just mass spears and mass mangoes. Playing this like a Chinese player in 2023. And a movement in now. The military scores on the front line. Great Bombards grief you, remember, with the walls, right? You can't shoot through these, but the mangoes can shoot over. So it actually makes it hard to fight in this little narrow area. And Anatan, I can't believe this. Sass, it looked like he was going to pull one out. But now it just feels undeniable. Somehow the Sipahi just unable to get in position. The forced march is smart read as well by Anno. He can always block the play to flank. And it looks like he's going to lose one of these great bombards. Backs away just in time there. Sipahi are going for a wide flank maneuver. Elephants are starting to shuffle everywhere. You're seeing that correctly. The great bombard is range damage. And this unit has 800 health. It doesn't care. And Sipahi, they go in! Looks like he's maybe getting through here, the Mangoes. Only 2 of them left alive. The Sipahi been cleared. The Mangonels are continuing to push in. Anasand has got enough gold left. He's going to queue up a few more. He's actively gathering on the north side now. He's getting pretty deep here, but hasn't found that full killing blow yet. So Reboldequin and 4 great bombards. However, SAS has no front line. That has to be it. No way in hell does he come back from here. A handful of Janissaries trying to hold on. But the great bombards now forced to stand their ground. Anasand on a collision course for Louis MT in those semis. A keep drop to all but guarantee it now in the base of SAS. Oh, what a series. We only caught game 2, but in itself, it has been a series of events that has been pretty damn astounding here. We'll be able to keep the repairs going, so at least 1 great bombard left alive. But SAS now prepping the Ghazi and the Spearman. There's no longer a massive Janissaries in his way. Villagers are going to have to cancel and shuffle back for the time being. But I love what he's been doing. Anno's been forwarding the production over time. Let's go for a safer keep. Bide his time moving in here. This is wild. What a game. What a game from both of them. I mean, props to SAS, man. The way that the mid game went as well, I was believing. I thought we were going to see to get that game number 3. But it's hard to see the way anymore. Even with the observatory's production speed. The 3 units just aren't fast enough. And SAS just doesn't have the food. He's dead. Man, crazy game. This one might actually make it as an upload on the channel. We've been doing a lot of series uploads recently. But, I mean, this one deserves to be there on its own. Insane game. SAS, of course, won't GG just yet. He's going to try to play it out, right? Because, I mean, you know, he scheduled himself in for a best of 3 if need be. Might as well just see the game out until it's absolutely complete. But, you know, Anno, as long as he doesn't let up the pressure here, it's hard to really see any semblance of hope for SAS. I'm surprised he's still maintaining close to 1,000 food income with the amount of raids coming through. Good lord. Well, we have been treated to some incredible quarterfinals this week. I'm just going to say that much. I was a little bit hesitant because I was like, you know, the Louis MT versus Killjadi was just quite dominantly one-sided. But this game, too, of Anatan SAS has delivered. The Dumu B series delivered in the end in a really unexpected way. No, Anno's pretty happy at 102 eco. Because remember, on top of that, he's also got 800 extra food from Hisar. Would benefit from recapping the Sacred Sites, though. SAS is actually just trying to move his economy north side now. I mean, at this stage, what, Anno just masses back up to 7 mangoes and starts to kill the landmarks, right? Why do you go Hisar? Because you're against the Ottomans. Why would you ever go Elephants against Ottomans, right? Like, remember, they have Janissary, so you just get melted. So Hisar is just a lot of food. And also, the cool thing about going Hisar is it kind of allows you to balance out against the power of the military schools, right? Because these are free units that your opponent's getting, whereas you're getting free resources from your landmark. So it's actually a nice kind of neutralizer against the potency of Ottomans with their passive production. ambitious Janissaries. I have a feeling we're approaching the last stand. Because this time, if Sass gets wiped, like, he doesn't have 20 Janissaries and all this extra siege. Well, he has the siege, right? But not much of a front line to last. Last time he had, what was it, 24 Sipahi for a wraparound? I mean, he is back up to 14. Maybe where there's a hope, there's a way. However, the spears are catching him there. So yeah, he was already aware of it. It's like, it may work once, but not twice. Mango's now moving in. Great Bombard's being brought low here. Funnily enough, actually, killing the Janissaries would be a little bit smarter than going for the Great Bombard. Doesn't care, though. His own Bombard's now just trying to snipe this out. There is a Revoldiquin, but the Mango Smush comes in. Sass down to 5 Janissaries. Great Bombards are dead. And surely this is the part that convinces him. I don't hear no bell. Oh, you'll hear the bells ringing in your head. 40 Spearmen, 15 Ghazi. Handful of hand cannoneers. You might be able to mop up the Bombards, but there's just so much raw torch power now coming into the base. There you go. GG, curtains closed. We only got to see the second game, but man, did it deliver. If you like what you've been seeing here, guys, remember to follow these channels. Follow me on YouTube as well. These do get uploaded. Or come watch live on either YouTube or Twitch. And if you can, make sure you subscribe. It helps make the full-time content creation dream a reality. I'll catch you on the next chapter. Oh my god. Dude, what a game. Alright, so. Oopsie. That means we will be getting Louis versus Anno, which I believe they're going to start now. So let me go with the 2-0. Wait, did it say one Sass in game? Wait, really? Oh. My bad if so. That should have been flipped. Apologies. Wait, no, that would have been right. I'm pretty sure it was right. Alright, anyway. Payout. I know. Okay, that... This is not okay. Right, there we go. I mean, can someone confirm? Did it have Sassy with a 1? I was so focused on the game, I didn't see it. All right, nice. Louis and Anno are going to be playing now, guys. So we have got semi-finals happening now. Oh, I didn't update from up next, did I? There we go. Live semi-finals. There we go. So hype it up. The boys, shout out to Louis and Anatan, both of them like, yeah, let's go. So we should be getting that set up in a second. In fact, while we're waiting for that, let me make sure everywhere is updated correctly. So this will probably be the last series of the day, just because and I'll update we've got a second, I'll update the Photoshop, because we have got, there is Puppy Paw versus Voldemar, but apparently that's going to be happening in about 2.5 to 3 hours, probably. Roughly around 3 hours. So I don't know if we'll still be online. We'll see, though. It's possible. And then the idea would be that semi-finals now, we will look to have that play. So it'll be Dumu versus either Puppy or Voldemar. That semi-finals will get played before the grand finals on Thursday. A big reminder, by the way, we have a lot happening on Thursday. We have got the final grand finals for Midweek Muster of 2024. We are going to be building a PC worth over £4,000 live on stream with my mum. We'll be teaching her the ways of building PCs. And then after that, we've also got an announcement of a tournament. So yeah, you definitely want to be here on Thursday, in case it wasn't already obvious. But let me, for now, update the brackets so they represent. Dude, I love these glasses. What do you reckon, guys? Are these the best glasses I've got from Gunner so far? I think so. Today's going to be the stream KP can show sponsors. I'm hoping this is the beginning of these type of streams that I can show sponsors. My goal is to grow this to be like a 4-digit average channel in 2025. My apologies, folks. No, Anno had the game won. My apologies. Sorry. It's because we were rushed in because remember that game had already started, so we hopped in a few minutes in. So sorry about that. No, it was a 2-0. Sorry. So let me go ahead and update. I'll put music on as well. So I'm going to just update the deets now. So we had the 2-1 between Duma and B. This is going to show on the bracket screen in a second. So let me go ahead and export that. So those just tuning in, wondering what's happened, what's the results, who done on who's winning against who. These are the results up to date. So Puppy Paw versus Voldemar, we're probably playing between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. CET today. And then the semi-finals will be scheduled for before grand finals on Thursday. And now Anatan and Louis are about to draft. So let's hop across and get ready for that. Hey YouTubers, how you doing over there? Gunmen on Elephant back to Janissary. That's over at the high ground, I like that. Alright, so remember we're into best of 5 now. So drafts are a little bit different. A lot longer. Let me quickly add in the maps as well to the overlay. So we are gonna... So we've got, remember, by default, we're always going to be on Atacama this week. And then we've got Borderlands, Transhumans coming in again, Dry Arabia, and then Highview. Love me some Highview. Dude, I think... And it's not just because my name is on the map. Pigeon's View is like my favorite map I think we've had. It's like easily top 3 ones we've had. Can you give a hint regarding announcement? Another tourney, maybe through the holidays or something? I mean, why would it... Like, I already gave you a hint there's a tournament coming. Is that not enough? That is the hint. You're so greedy, Rolans. You're like, oh, you gave me a hint. I want another hint. Oh my god, you're that person where it's like, can you get, can you guess? Can you give me a hint? And then you have to keep giving a hint. Come on. You got it. You got a hint. We are going to be announcing another tournament. A cool little way of rounding out the year of 2024. And yeah, no Chinese pick. Banned on both sides. Not too surprised by that. Both these guys are vicious with their Chinese, actually. A little bit surprised neither of them prioritized it earlier in the draft. It's almost like they were waiting for the other to do so. But we can now switch over to our tourney camp scene. Everything nicely lined up. All right, just catch up in chat. So let's get the game started up. So we should be getting underway. Atacama is an opener. Looking at their drafts. You're probably going to be seeing Anatan do his French again. Has he been exclusively playing French on Atacama? I think he might have been. Louis should know this, and reaction could be English kind of works. You probably want to save that for Highview. Roos has been the more bread and butter go-to, or just, I don't know, against the Chamber of Commerce build, is that going to work? Marlians would probably be the safest bet for Louis, and it doesn't like expose a really powerful pick early on. 20 of casters, KP versus Drongo, Tim versus... Rolans, haven't you been pushing this agenda for like literally over a year? I think you're the guy who's always been pushing the caster versus caster thing. I don't know if people would really want to watch it. a hype tourney, not gonna lie. I mean, you say it is, but I don't know. I'm not sure how many people want to watch. You'd have to make it dude, you have to make it interesting. So like, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be just about the comp. You'd have to find interesting twists to get people looking. So like a perfect example is how I've said before, I'd love to have a tournament format where people are VoIPing each other. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, we're waiting for the game to be observable. So it may have started, but it actually hasn't started yet, the loading. But like, I love the idea of like people being in a VoIP, and you could actually give bounty rewards for like best smack talk, stuff like that. Did they make the game observable? I'm gonna have to bump them for a remake. Let's have a look. Hopefully. Yeah, it's observable. We're good. All right, we're hopping in now. We're casting leaders who draft like pro players. Don had a really cool format for that like a year ago, actually. I was hoping he'd be able to bring back, but I don't know if he was able to. Where like you basically drafted players and then you picked them like Pokemon. People don't want to watch team games, me included. I don't know, man. I think the team games are alright. It's just there's too much elitism around 1v1s. I've said this before. I think I keep stand by this. The next great RTS will be team focused. All right. I can't believe we're this deep already. 7 weeks into the midweek muster and already into the semi-finals. And it's going to be team focused. Real teams, not fake teams. We've got Fox's Anatan going up against Team Elephant's Louis MT. It's going to be the French-Russe matchup. This is a scary one, actually, because Anatan has been looking really solid with his French. He's a big believer in a slightly phallic nickname structure you guys may be familiar with. I don't want to jinx it, but we might be seeing some Chambert gaming out of the French. Man, really excited for this, though. This is really cool to see. We were so close. Puppy Paw needs to go get signed to a team, or Voldemort needs to go get signed to a team, because one of those two will be going through. We were so close to having a semi-finals lineup where everyone is actually signed to a real esports org. Maybe next year. So, Russe versus French, kind of an intriguing matchup now. Let's get the predictions ready as well. I think the thing about this matchup, you have to just kind of rush Castle as Russe. It's really your only play. Because if you play into Knights, your Knights are just worse. And French build an eco lead. In the old meta, you could just kind of like 2TC as Russe and hunker down with Kremlin, but that meta's gone, right? We're probably going to be seeing Golden Gate here. Spawn did actually spawn fairly balanced Golf Clappers. The Sacred Sites are slightly off-center in terms of balance, but overall, I'd say that this is relatively fair. They both got the close by Ds. Anno actually kind of made up for the worst Sacred Site placement by having a much safer Deer. And I love the fact that he opened by going mill. This is something actually that Louis could have done. I think this is underrated with Russe if you really want to play him on this map. Is if you build the hunting cabin here, yeah, you're going to get slightly less gold, but then you can shove the deer in. Right? I think it's definitely worth doing, so I'm kind of surprised we haven't been seeing more of our players. But he definitely got good gold gen. It's going to be 46 gold per minute. And considering Louis is lightly going for a fast castle, it's going to help accelerate that timing nicely. Relics are much closer to Louis. So this one's slightly closer to Anno. This one, like, obviously, the initial relic's closer to Louis. These relics are about even, actually. So yeah, slight Louis favorability in relics, but not anything insane. And wow, I'm disappointed, shocked, whatever you want to be. Anatan, after that crazy second game against Sassy, some sanity has been shook into him. We are not getting Chamber of Commerce today. Would have been surprising, but I think I've seen him do it against an aggressive Civ before. The reason it would have been surprising is if you're expecting fast castle and you build traders, your opponent is going to have horse archers waiting to kill you, right? Like, horse archers are probably easily one of the best units of killing traders. Mobile, ranged, everything you need. Louis. Well, he has got 6 on wood. I'm wondering if there's a world in which he considers, maybe, adding in a few units. And yeah, okay, mining camp. Wait, can we make up our mind? He's switched that opening building there so many times. This is weird. I mean, why not just build the mining camp here at this point, right? Like this, we're just going around in circles. So Louis, wait, is he going pro scouts? He's adding in more scouts after he lost the one on the other side. Anno does have his first night queued up. By the way, Anno loves going 2 scouts. It's actually really smart with French. I actually think that French really fits Anatan's opening as a player well, because French get extra villagers, so building a second scout out of the TC doesn't hurt you as much as it would with other civs. And he kind of needed that to balance out the eco, right? He's got 15 sheep compared to the 13, and that's with him actually going out into the deer, something that Louis has not done. The deer will be coming home to Papa here. Pro scouts on the way. Great choice from Louis. Like, you just can't rush knights. There's no point. What you can do is you could realistically add 1 or 2 knights to raid the French who are playing pocket eco, but you want to focus on hunkering down. Wall on the backside is really smart. When you see these type of spawns, this is underrated. I remember for a long time I talked about this on Hidden Valley, where that's the type of map where if you just wall behind your TC, you stop rotations because they'd have to dive the town center. In this case, it completely stops the 360 arc. A4 didn't have any money support from Microsoft, and every time the community kept the pro scene alive. Actually, World's Edge, i.e. Microsoft, have supported the game since very early on. The ETC Genesis was not Microsoft funded, but like NAC, Golden League, Red Bull Wollo, these are all supported by funding from World's Edge. Now, if by support you mean did they pay for the whole event? No. Obviously, like Microsoft did not front the bill for a Red Bull Wall, which would have been in the millions. But they have been very helpful in assisting with making sure the marketing is there, and also making sure that the prize pool funding is there. Good defense here by Louis, able to keep the hunting cabin alive. But yeah, that, for example, we are an official Microsoft tournament. Just in case, like, just to emphasize that to people in case they're wondering, yes, Midweek Muster is an official Microsoft circuit. There's a lot of extra work that goes in, but definitely wouldn't be possible without the assistance that Microsoft provided. I know. Let's see, how are we looking here? 5 knights. I think Louis is kind of crazy. This is him playing his comfort zone, right? Just hunkered down, waiting for his opponent to attack him. But Anno could be really smart about this. I actually think you could rush castle from here, which is scary. If Anno rushes castle, he can target relics, and Louis doesn't have any eco advantage. Who won Killjadi versus Dimu? We didn't have Killjadi versus Dimu. Don, are you okay? Mate. You're slightly wrong sides of the brackets. Oh my god, dude. Don, we need to help Don. His brain has been struggling since he hasn't been able to villager rush Philisberto anymore. Louis, love this build. We talked about this, getting the few knights in to try and raid. It is the correct call. And he might catch Anatan with his hand in the cookie jar. Check this. Anno has cut all night production at this stage. I don't think he knows this is coming. No. Knight reveals himself. Good reactions there by Anno, though. Doesn't lose anything for it. Still 3 villagers ahead. We also have these knights in position to block the Pro Scouts play, remember. So Anno, do you actually rule Institute here? I think you Guildhall, right? I mean, he's prepping the archery ranges, which could still be good for Royal Institute because you could go Arbitrary into crossbow stirrups. But I kind of like the idea of Guildhall even more. And in fact, yeah, Anno is just adding in archers. So not even going for the arbs. It's just going to be more knights and more knights. Pretty smart, though. Like, if Louis is going to try to rush castle now, he's going to be going horse archers. So you just want to build knights, archers, and that's your perfect counter to the comp that the Roos are brewing. And you already have justification because you went spears. So 250k prize pool or higher, you'll be watched by over 1k viewers like previous tournament, not last One increase for your huh? I mean, yes, big numbers generate more hype, more viewership for sure. Like, you know, you kind of seen this in Dota 2 ever since the TI prize pools went down. It's not that TI does badly, it's just the spectacle around it has dissipated. But like, I'm trying to teach a lesson here, I guess. Which is, are you ready for the lesson? Spending millions on an esport before it is at a point where it's sustainable is dumb. Did he just call esports dumb? I call it dumb when it's not profitable, when it doesn't make sense. If you have sponsors, if you have ways to justify it in your sheets, great. But there have been way too many scenes in the last few years that have thrown millions of dollars into the esports pit. And I mean pit. That's why we chose $300. That's why we chose 30 weeks instead of 15 weeks and $600. We wanted something that set a baseline, built something over a long period, gave people a regular habit, somewhere to tune in for AoE 4. And look at this. I know he is going for the crossbow stirrups. Oh, sorry, not the arbitrary. Won't be crossbow stirrups because no guild hall, right? But this is going to give him an eventual trigger into Imperial. So Louis now has to be feeling like there's a fire lit underneath his ass. .com bubble of esports has deflated. I mean, I could go into a whole like podcast on the reason why money went away from esports. There's a combination of investor habits changing and also a lot of money even before that shifted over to Web3. But in fairness, to say esports is suffering alone is not true. Like, the whole tech bubble is in a weird place. Which is weird, actually, especially with gaming and a lot of these brands, because they do have money. Dive coming in. This is not great. Louis just threw away 2 knights for nothing. Who would win, a 16 HP knight or 2 scouts? When you micro like that, the knight. It has at least got reinforcements coming in, so we'll get the cleanup. Louis, high trade. Oh, ho, 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 ho! Yo! Finally, someone puts the cojones on the table. Louis MT says, go big or go broke. Get your numbers in the chat. Bonus points if it has a 69 in it. Most players with Roost have been fast casting, dropping a high trade house at home, but this is smart by Louis. Just so much more long-term value. And you need to secure this tree line eventually anyway, so if there's an opening, go for it. Then you can wall here afterwards, wall to the stone. You're not really exposed at that point. Meanwhile, Anatan looks like he's getting ready for a TC drop. Gambeson's is also coming in. Makes sense against mass spears. Nano already now queuing up the monks. Whoa, is this a TC? I feel like this is a keep. He's going to keep drop the tree line, right? I think Anatan usually likes to do this type of play to secure long-term wood. It feels weird, though, because on this map, you may be noticing the gold is nowhere near the big tree line. So you're choosing to either stake a claim on wood or gold. Very hard to get both. Knights are still waiting to intercept, but it looks like Anatan is maybe a little bit aware of what's happening there. Nice shuffle around. Dodges the problem. We don't have any stone being touched by Louis, so he won't be playing for anything similar. But we definitely can confirm now this is a keep drop. So yeah, he already left the space as well. He's going to exhaust all the stone, drop the keep here. And it won't be enough for him to then go into a TC, right? He'd be 50 shy, but realistically... Actually, sorry, no, you get the 10%. Yeah, there is a world in which Anno does a keep drop and then a TC. Because remember, a while ago, was it like 3 patches ago? They buffed French so that they get 10% off of castles. Because they need them for the discounts, right? That's actually a cool difference that you don't really see. Steady is going to stop short. And yes, French got the keep discount about... I want to say it was around August? And the fact that Killjadi doesn't know that. Yeah, mate, stop picking Jean. Because I'm pretty... Wait, did they give the discount to Jean? I think originally they didn't, and then they fixed it. Jean has that discount too. Come on. Wait, no, she doesn't actually. No, I'm right. She doesn't, yeah. So that's why Killjadi doesn't know, because he always picks Jean and not French. Because remember, for Jean, she doesn't get a discount from keep drops. That's why they done this, is so that it was a bit more feasible for French players. Big discounts now. I've got the ball play as well. I mean, the army is marching over, but Louis shouldn't be feeling that confident. Arbitrary just kind of counts everything he's doing right now. Has got Horseman Switch on the way, and the high trade house was 243. Not bad. Just a casual free relics. However, Anatan is looking to make up for that with real relics. We do have Warrior Monks coming out, but right now it's looking like at least 3 relics for Anno. Second one is coming in soon, right? Yeah. Drop off now, but a little bit of a missed micro there. Anatan wasn't moving out with the other monk. To the amount of arguments over the keep is brilliant. Nice interception there. Wait, was that the first warrior monk? That was. Louis didn't want to go for the safe relic, which usually makes sense, right? But great read by Anno. And this is not a great fight for the spears. Remember, Anatan has got 7 melee armor because for some insane reason, Arbitrary start with 1 melee armor. Don't ask me why. Things. And then they get the extra. Fear the Gambesons. Reminder that Gambeson used to be, I'm pretty sure it was 6 melee armor at one point. Unites are going to shuffle in, so a little bit of other time achieved here. Remember, Louis is already falling behind on villagers in 1TC on 1TC. Does have at least decent food, right, with the pro scouts and a decent shuffle of farms. One's if you think Anatan's going to win this, two's if you think Louis is going to win it. And you're not far off, Dom. So the spears, 9 base, right? Versus 6 base armor with Gambesons. So you do 3 damage. But then obviously it comes down to if you got your techs as well. Killjoy don't have any idea. That's because castles are in age 3, a little bit deep in the age. And Killjoy likes to end the game in age 2. Gambesons was never changed? Was it not? I could have sworn Gambesons used to be 6. You sure about that? Or was it a cost nerf? They changed something about it at one point. Oh no, Pavis is something entirely different. I know Pavis gives the range. Was it Pavis that used to have 6 ranged armor? Maybe that's what it was. One of these used to have 6 armor, I'm pretty sure. Red pass on the way. Wow, I've never seen this from the Guildhall player before. I mean, this is looking cozy. TC is at least coming in from Louis, so he will be able to play a bit of catch-up, but now he needs to play catch-up in a different way. They come with 1 armor. Did they always have the 1 armor, though? That's what I'm wondering. Okay. Did it used to be more armor? This is like, what's that effect where like you think something's a certain way and it never was? I think that's what my brain is doing right now. Damn. Anatan, I mean, he needs to bring it home, but he has got the 4th relic over here. Feast used to set ranged armor. Yeah, I remember that. That was bad. And then, of course, they changed it to add, and then eventually they changed it to give the range as well, but oh, no. Okay, Anno needs to rush for this. No, the timing, though. Louis already there with the Warrior Monk. Kind of unfortunate, actually. I think Anatan... Why are the Knights not marching for that? Just kind of giving a freebie over to Louis. Mandela effect, that's the one. Yeah, Mandela effect is the one where you think something was a certain way and it never was. Yeah, why? Wait. Uh-oh. Louis needs to catch up in age fast. Anatan hasn't come out yet because he's just waiting for the Imperial upgrades and he's rushing. We're going to see like 30 spears, 40 arbitrary. And vet horsemen are not going to do well against that, even with Boy's Fortitude. Which, by the way, he doesn't even have. And yes, this is a best of 5. So let's update that overlay. Sorry, this is what happens when we rush series into series into series. Give me a break. Walls come up. Oh my god. Louis' walls, man. Like, you get to this stage in the game. Insane. Oh, people having the discussion about how, like, esports fans don't want to pay for anything? It is kind of true. Like, I'm kind of curious, guys. If, like, let's say there was a tournament channel, and to watch that tournament, you had to spend $2. One's in chat if you'd be willing to spend $2 to watch that tournament. Kind of like ESPN or something, right? There's so many drastic differences between sports and esports that just kind of get glanced over when everyone wants sports, esports to be like sports. Because, like, a lot of people wouldn't. It's awkward because then you're like, okay, because we've had it for free for so long, you just assume you're going to get it for free. That's the issue of esports, right? So then you have to create additional value to get people to pay. And creating additional value costs more money. Right? Like behind the scenes, for example. If you offered behind the scenes or you offered listening with teams. And also, by the way, that type of content is niche anyway. There's only so many people that want to hear the team comms, right? Versus just watching the games. But yeah. I don't know. We should. I really need. I'm going to, in 2025, I think we're going to endeavor to have some kind of log talks about these things. There's a lot that needs to be dissected around esports. There is a way for it to be bigger than traditional sports. It's just the monetary pillars holding it up right now are not reliable. Just like Anatan's plan in this game right now, it feels a little bit lacking, right? Let's at least keep the horseman out, but he's given the space. Louis MT is going to get the H up, and I'm sitting here kind of wondering why. I know, where did his resources go? I mean, was this just a lack of foresight? No, he has food, so he shouldn't be out of food the way he is. Dive Bomb's at least coming in. That's going to improve it a bit. I think this is a little bit slippery from Anno. It looked like he was in cruise mode in this game. The EGC KP program, sure I'll pay. Blessed be. Wait, that means Baltoon's going to subscribe to me today then. Pog. This is where it's going to be like, actually, I said $2. Swedish subs are $6. Damn, he's got me. It's hard for generators to get used to paying for things. You say that, but like I've been hearing about a lot of people, for example, that are willing to pay for email addresses now. Because they're sick. Like, so I'm going to really let you guys in on a big secret here. If it's free, you're the product. When you realize that about life, it changes everything. A little bit of a break in here. Louis really wants to be raiding towards economy, not just poking at this. And I was taking this very, very slow, which is a little bit scary. Like, you know, French are pretty good, but Roos, Streltsy, come on. On top of that, you're playing into a player that is renowned for the late game. Oh no, they're onto me. Wait, so I should charge you sign-ups to participate? Got it. There we go. That's how I make the money. I remember years ago, like when I used to run Minecraft servers, I really wanted to do that. Just run tournaments and then have sign-ups where part of it goes to like organizing the tournaments and part of it goes into a prize pool. I'm pretty sure that's not doable with the Microsoft rules, so we wouldn't have their funding though if we'd done that. So Rewall coming in. This game is really slowed down in a weird way. We're finally seeing Anno move up though. Kind of shocked it took this long. And now, like, yeah, you don't have an answer to Spaskaya. He flipped the coin. He's like, go left, go right. Oh no. Just sell personal information for profit. Very interesting, Luini. Can I get your address, your phone number? No. And yeah, I don't have that data. This, by the way, this is why a lot of streamers try to get like sponsored streams from other products, because like the ad revenue generation on its own, like Twitch or YouTube, isn't insane. Then again, it can be. There was a very good video by Moist Critical the other day. Actually, I think it was yesterday, about his ad generation, like ad rev gen in YouTube versus Twitch. But what you also discover is like the Twitch live stream generates YouTube live stream rather generates nowhere near as much as the YouTube VOD afterwards. All right, who do we think is winning this game at this stage, folks? Because this is, I feel like this is way too static from Anatan. Louis is active and doing damage. He's in. And to make matters worse, keep in mind that Louis is scaling Streltsy. Over time, Arbitrary are going to lose to that. Oh man, this looks like a Louis win to me. I don't get what went wrong here. I know, it's almost like he just paused for 10 minutes. The Bombards are now moving in. So the siege does begin, but it's a 10,000 HP structure. And in the meantime, Louis is blocking a lot of Anno's food. Pretty much all of his wood. Horsemen are now reacting as the dive does come in, and also not respecting the boiling oil here. That's pretty bad. You know, if this was something tanky, sure, but Arbitrary with 95 HP are going to melt. Get shoved away. Streltsy following this up. Repair crews coming in. It feels like Louis has just outplayed him here. And more than outplayed, it just feels like Anatan sat on his ass a bit too long here. Really, really good opening from him. Great control, but then nothing. Now, admittedly, there's like bug spawns you can get of Atacama where there's only one Sacred Site. It's almost like Anatan went, aha, this must be the bug spawn, capture Sacred Site, just sits. I don't get it, guys. This is, I think this is one of those games where Anno's going to be face-palming himself a little bit. Maybe we just give an assist to Sass. Maybe Anno's brain is still in that game number 2 against Sassy. Living rent-free in his head. And if he was 2 TC, I'd kind of understand it. Right? Then you're like, oh, I'm scaling. But he's not. And his opponent went 3 TC. This is wild. We're also kind of getting to a point where the Arbitrary can get contested here. Streltsy count now up to 19. Another scary thing is Horseman Boys Fortitude, right? They can be tankier than French Horsemen. Anno now trying to switch across to his own cavalry. Is Anno just relying on the Mango strat? It's not quite 5 a day, but it's getting there. And we have seen that Anatan loves his mangonels. So this could just turn into a race for adjustable crossbars, which neither one currently does have it. Keep drop gears coming in. Villagers get found, though. This is not quick enough. No, he's going to have to bail on that. Army's now trying to shuffle the defender, so she'll be able to come back and build again. Looks like he's stripping away the gold from Louis. Louis, who now only has 1.3k gold left in his base. Uh-oh. Okay, so Anatan playing the long con may still work out here. Trade would be an option for Louis, but he'd have to actually branch into the back corner here, right? So past the castle. Spaskai down. Is Anno really about to win this with such a small economy? I mean, I don't mean to size shame here, but the Guildhall has been pulled recently. There's no way. He's going to have to wait until he's bigger. Oh my god. You know, the funny part, as I was saying to folks, like, yeah, so Poppy Paw and Voldemar is going to be like 3 hours away. We probably won't have time to, like, you know, we'll probably be done with the stream by then. Now I'm not so sure. Now I'm starting to think this is going to become like an 8 to 9 hour stream. Oh my Gideon. I don't know, he's trying to get into Mass Horseman now. We don't have Royal Bloodlines just yet though. However, he has got the gold access to get there. Being surprised that Roos is losing after watching them lose for 6 weeks straight. What are you on about, cursing? I'm not finishing that statement because Roos have been absolutely fine. I think they're like a 50% plus win rate, Civ, on average in KPMM. How is Roos losing? Because always Cursing is playing them. His games are not pro games. Don't weigh them up the same. Sacred... How has Louis locked both Sacred Sites? That's something that I would say I hope they change for Atacama. I think Atacama should always spawn the Sacred Sites midpoint between the two players. I kind of like the versions where the trade post is behind your base, and then the Sacred Sites are then mid-map. This game just feels so weird, man. It's poke damage, but not really substantial poke damage, right? Roos sucks, B tier Civ, says Puppy Paw. Would you like to explain why your brother drafts them literally every game? Awesome raid here. Needs to actually now deny this gold. Sass now saying Roos is C tier. Would you like to explain why you draft them every single game? I mean, they're looking pretty good right now. 42 Streltsy. And thank you very much for the sub, always cursing. Appreciate you. We do have adjustable crossbars, but it's coming in on both sides. So that advantage that Anatan was looking for isn't really going to exist here. Sacred Sites are still ticking down. That is going to at least be fixed. Remember, this is not high armory, by the way. So if Louis loses Siege, it really does hurt his bottom line. He's got plenty of wood. Gold gen is looking good. He should be adding in hunting cabins, and there we go. They are coming through now. This is all about guaranteeing that you don't run out of gold first. This is the challenge against French at this stage in the game. Yes, they have Guildhall, but funnily enough, Roos have an absurd amount of gold gen available to them as well. You do even have Siege Works, man. Louis just showing off how rich he is. Probably got like a Chinese version of Gucci's, drives a Chinese Ferrari. Actually, no, he's on Team Elephant. He probably literally has a pet elephant. Now, like Mike Tyson has a tiger, Louis just literally has an elephant in his garden. I know, it looks like he's waiting for all these techs now, so Raw Bloodline's following behind this. They have a really slow slog now. I mean, I'm expecting trade to come through soon at this rate. The gold is really lacking. You've got 2k over here. You've got the 2k remaining on this being taken. Louis, of course, did secure that 4k to the north side. So they're actually mirrored in terms of remaining gold access. Soon they start trading. No, they've got 4k. They've got 4k, but then they've also got the surplus, right? So you've got 3 relics, you've got Guildhall, and you've got 2 relics, and you've got all of these hunting cabins and high trade house, right? So, like, Louis still has quite a lot of gold, as does Anno, variably. If they play every game like this, this will be the longest series of the tournament. Most confusing game ever from Anno. I'm still perplexed as well. I feel like he's living in that Ottoman Delhi game where he got mass siege again. I know Anatan really likes massing mangonels. We've seen it plenty. But it's very perplexing. Like, yeah, 1 TC, not all in, so why not boom up Maximum Eco first? Maybe he just wanted the bigger army, right? Because, like, he has maxed population this way. He's pushing in now. The man goes. What? He thought that Louis was going to back up. He still gets it, though. The dive comes in. That was ridiculous. Even with adjustable crossbars, he completely whiffs the shots, but he is in. Spaskaya still not repaired. Arbitrator could intercept that. He goes for the relics, though. Meanwhile, Louis has a counter raid now into the tree line. What is going on in this game? Anno now moving up. The siege advantage is pretty big here. 4 versus 1 Mango. Spaskaya is denied. The work is being pulled as well. Wait, what? Louis is about to lose the entire villager lead. Mango's coming in as well. The Streltsy having to dive forward. They can get the snipes. They need to be quick about this. Instead, they might just die to it. Louis A-clicking! Oh my god. Finally, his mangoes are counter-attacking it. Anatan a little bit stacked still. He's going to return fire towards them, but will lose his siege. But Louis arguably losing a lot more than he ever should there. I don't know what that was, folks. Streltsy not hitting the siege is really surprising. 38 base damage, right? And I mean, mangoes are fairly tanky, but like not over the top so, right? 85 health, you know, only 85 resistance, only 156 health. Kind of crazy. Delete crossbars? Nah, dude, we need an even bigger crossbar. You know, if you delete crossbars, Manganique's become the best Mangonel in the game. Spoken like a man who never plays IU. Actually, no, you play IU in team games, but then again, you only build Desert Rays in team games. No, if they bring back Springles as anti-siege, I'm uninstalling the game. I stand by my statements prior. The Springle change was good. Thank God. Mangonels are a little bit ridiculous at the moment when you get the hyper late game, but it is better than the Age of Springles. We need Bombards to 2-3 hit mangoes. Oh yeah, I think Bombards should have better damage for sure. Bombards just feel really underwhelming right now. So we got to dive towards the west side. Is Louis just expecting Anno to burn out here? I mean, you could argue the other way, right? Is that Anatan hasn't really played with the urgency he should have. I don't really think Louis should have ever reached Age 4 in this game. Now that he has, it's just gotten very odd. Like Louis just patting himself, checking for bullet holes, going, am I alive? How am I alive? Why am I here? No Pavis drop. Finally comes through a little bit late there, though. Streltsy will be able to win that fight. Ando's losing this. This is bad. I mean, he's struggling to keep the production going. His gold income is non-existent now. He's been drained. Guildhall at least has 600 in reserve, but that's pathetic, right? Louis, almost 2k surplus in the bank, sitting there. Mass hunting cabins as well to generate additional. This looks over. I think Anatan is going to be looking back at this game with a big question mark, because this looks so good around 15 minutes. I don't know how Louis has even got to this stage. Louis probably got the biggest Pikachu face imaginable at this stage. But hey, man, you don't stare a gift horse in the mouth. Louis now with the mass spears follow-up. I mean, this is the point where Anatan would benefit from having a lot of arbitrary. It's actually very smart by Louis. Because now that your opponent doesn't have Gambesons, the Spearman can actually trade well. Oh no, down to just 10 arbitrary. Once up at what, 40? Yeah, I've got Spearman wrapping around now, and that's it. He calls it. Game 1 will go to Louis MT, and Anatan needs to find a way of moving past this and not letting it haunt him, because this felt like a game that was done. But instead of pushing, he hunkered down, he boarded up the windows, and decided to go late game against Roos and Louis MT. That crazy one. We'll have to see how the picture's going to be painted, though, because only the first of potentially 4 more games. Catch you on the next chapter. And there you go, guys. I mean, you saw the pros rating Roos as a B, C on the tier list. This is why the only tier list we listen to is mine, which I don't put down in a video. I just sporadically spurt out all over the place. There we go. All right. Right side win. Louis MT taking an early lead. An unexpected lead, really. And now, Anno, where do you go next here? With your draft? I mean, you could just go for Transhumance. It's kind of just close to a free win. I think more likely it's going to be Dry Arabia or Hy-Vee, right? Borderland could work as well, but like Louis has Delhi, English. Do you really have anything that's going to be Delhi there as Anno? French Delhi is kind of an interesting one. I think that one's a bit more skill-based. Delhi maybe like... Actually, no, that's be totally real. Since the Elephant builds, Delhi can feel quite good there. Let's have a look. Let's see what they drafted. Anno's looking tired. Is he really? Alright. So, they just opened the Civ picker. We'll see what they're going to be doing. We could probably gauge the map based on it. If it's Japan, it's definitely transhumans. There's no world in which Anno plays something different there, right? But I think you just save transhumans for game 3 or 4. You want to thin your opponent's options, so Japan just looks really dominant. It's Jean Abbasids. So this is either Boldland or Highview, right? Is there a world in which it's Dry Arabia? No, because if it's Dry Arabia, your opponent's either HRE or IU. And I think that's just a win for them over Jean. But why wouldn't you pick Delhi on Highview? Let's have a look. Is Anno missing a Civ? Nope, that's just the sneaky Abbasids. They're secretly there. You just really have to look hard for them. Because they're very, very subtle. Alright, let's get ready for this game. So, they're getting in the lobby now. Did we pay out? No, let's choose outcome. Louis MT taking the first game. No, not Jean Ayu, Jean Abba. I was working through why you'd pick Jean, what map it would have to be. Because we can't see what map they went. But I'm assuming this is Borderland based on Abba Jean. We're about to find out as we're hopping into the game. So let's start predictions. Transhumans. Alright, now this makes more sense from Louis' side. I am shocked, though, that Anatan picked anything but Japanese on this map. Because he loves Japanese on this map. Damn. Alright, let's go live. We're only 40 seconds out. Has Louis MT been practicing with the Canadians? Because I feel like I've seen this one before. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are here in semi-finals number 1. And game number 1, let me just fix that, did not go the way of Anachad. It looked so good early on and got so questionable later. Louis now with the lead. He's got a good pick in this matchup. Jean, I wonder, is he going to do the build we saw from Wham, where you proxy dock the other side? It seems like the most realistic reason you pick Jean on this map. Anatan on the other side, I'm also very shocked. Anno historically loves playing Japanese on this map. I think almost every single match he's had has been Japanese. By far, he's most picked on transhumans. Instead, he's gone for the Abbasids. Abbasids that feel a lot weaker on this map because we updated it. Transhumans used to have a very big tree line back here, so you could camp easier. Now it's a bit harder. So Civ like Abbasids that uses a lot of wood for their units, for their base building, it's going to suffer more from this. And reminder, folks, Transhumans is the one that has the shoreline fish on the river. 3 relics in the center, sacred sites as well. The relics, like it's quite interesting. We saw Japan as a high priority pick, even though there's not that many relics to play for. I kind of like that Anatan switched it up, though. I actually think it's better to save Japan for something like Highview or Dry Arabia, because Mount Samurai are better when you have multiple angles of approach. You know, yes, B had that cool game where he transport shipped in, but realistically, that's not going to be every game of transhumans. Now, the question is, are we just getting your old school eco wing? Military wing isn't really that great here, right? That's just units to feed John. I guess you could actually bulk up Feudal Age. It might make sense because you're 4 units ahead, and then you can just scale into, like, what, Mass Archer, Mass Spears? Because Archers can just kill off Jean. I feel like that's dangerous, though. Your goal in this matchup should be to get age-free fast. Maybe Culture Wing? We used to see a little bit of Culture Wing play. It's very rare, but in some matchups it makes sense. And one of the old... Oh my god, dude. He has been monitoring the replays. The exact same location we saw from Wham the other week. It's gonna be the proxy dock. History just seems to repeat itself in midweek musters. And that's a big sign of respect. Lou's like, yeah, the build is that damn good. So, basically what you do here is you build the School of Cavalry forward, then you walk usually to the south side and you build a dock here. And then you shuffle in. What I do find weird is every time people always choose the south side, variants might be worth having here because there might almost be this instinct to always check south now instead of north. Crazy. Military wing is going to be coming from Anatan, though. Wait. If he sees Jean... it's tricky, right? Jean only takes less than 30 seconds to build a dock, right? Because she builds faster. So she'll build a dock in, I believe it's 20. 2 archers, 2 spears are not going to kill a 150 HP unit that fast. It's like, realistically, the military wing to intercept Jean just doesn't seem realistic here. How do you guys vote, by the way? I love the uncertainty. We've literally had games and series before where people have dropped like 200k points on the predictions. Right now, it's 22k to Anatan and 17k to Louis. Is he expecting aggro? You're against Jean. You're always expecting aggro. Just maybe not quite in the way. He sees it. Anatan is already fully aware, and look at this. He peels the scout away to stay out of range so that Louis doesn't know this has been seen. So now this is just like a big negative for Louis, right? It's XP missed, right? He could be level 2 already, moving towards level 3. I know. He's already anticipating this and building the spears. I love this from Anatan. This is just the correct reaction to this play. May need to body block Jean to slow this down a little bit, though. With the tech up coming out, you could actually rush a Dow. Does he go for it? He gets the hardened upgrade on the spears. Anno doesn't seem to be going for the boat, though. Doesn't have enough wood. Spearmen and archers are moving out now. Now, even if the dock goes up, you can try to torch it down. But really, what you want to be doing here is blocking with the scout instead. Louis starts to construct. Archers are going to be here, though. Remember, Abbasis can just build a ram. And yet, Louis has to duck and run. Archer form activated. Yeah, so the reason why Louis didn't commit to that is he would have been able to build the dock, but he would have then died. And then Anatan would have built a ram. So we'll just shuffle away at the spear movement speed. And Anno now looking for a counterattack here. Knight is at least going to come in. First blood drawn there as the villager goes down. So actually, Louis still getting a little something out of it. Remember, Anno did go military wing. He's not going 2TC. Is he going all in? He's going to rush Louis, which is pretty smart, right? Like, School of Cavalry forward. And he's already got the horsemen to follow this up, so great read. Louis is going to have to try and bulk archers to stay alive here. And the spears, you don't even need a ram, right? You just start burning this down. Once it's gone, you don't really fear knights coming. This is crazy. Am I seeing give you anxiety here? Yeah, Louis MT managed to dodge a matchup against Jiwei because Jiwei had to forfeit his matchup. So Anatan is giving a sprinkling of almost like a give you anxiety of acids here. Oh, this is fantastic. It looks like he is at least building more knights. I'm surprised Anno's backing up that much, but a little bit paranoid. He knows Archer's going to be coming. He knows that Jean can end up with a lot of XP. The other days, actually, I remember a few players kept trying to do 1 TC ABBA all-in against Jean. Very mixed results. Felt like it required a hard outplay, but this game is already off the standard path of these two civs in openings. And you have to remember behind this, like, one side went fishing, the other did not. We'll be able to shuffle away just in time there. That count is starting to inflate, so Louis is looking for those multifaceted raids. Walls are coming up to make him feel safe at home. Spears. They've got those torches out. It's time to start hurling. Louis. Where do we go from here? Because I feel like he's just behind. Right, this is a tricky thing. If you're French, you'd actually have an economy lead at this stage. Jean doesn't get that benefit. You need to find worker kills. He is still fishing, but now there's a reasonable amount of spearmen at home to defend against that. By fishing, I mean fishing for kills. And yes, well, the sock has a lot of health, the same way that landmarks have a lot of health, right? Landmarks are, on average, 5k HP. Some are larger, like the House of Wisdom. TC, starting TC is obviously 7. Wonder if Anno should just be building one ram, though. Right? Because then your opponent can't just dive you with archers and poke at you for free. Being 1 TC on 1 TC does put you in kind of a dangerous position if you just lose units unnecessarily. Especially against a Civ that has ways of healing, right? You've got Jean herself that heals, you've got Divine Restoration, Chivalry if we get deep enough in the game. Alright, 1s if you think Louis is going to win this. 2s if you believe in the Anachad. Kind of trying to gauge the room here. If that dock had gone up, I feel like it's all 1s. But because it didn't, there's a lot of work now that Louis needs to do. Boot camp also coming in from Anno. He's going for that classic A-click build. Spears, Horseman, and nothing else. Nice interception there as well. Gets a worker kill. Keeps the walls open. The dig gathering a little bit risky here from Louis. Especially if he just creeps in and has a look. Nice. I'm going to try to trade on the other side. So far, that's 2 worker kills in favor of Anatan compared to the 1. He needs to find more, just unable to do so in the Spears. Nearby, I mean, this is tricky, right? Louis can't really afford any losses at this stage. Needs to be very careful because the Spearmen are coming around the back here. Does find a villager. A bit of a weird A-click there from Anatan. However, the line formation would do wonders. Just needs to get a second wave on the east side. Right now, Louis is buying himself a lot of time. Remember, this is basically Anno's entire army, bar the Horsemen. Horsemen that are now marching in, and it's only the archers guarding at home. It's 1 knight down, almost a second removed. Horsemen can also snipe out the scout and make him play blind. I think Anatan is looking pretty strong at this stage. I said this is like 70-30. About to make it even better for himself. Raid comes in. Nice dodge there by Louis, though. Surprising hesitance, but that's because he doesn't have undermesh. Otherwise, you'd happily dive these archers, even John. Vision on the map. Has to be feeling a little bit worrisome for Louis. Wait, he got the dock. Okay, so after a big delay, Louis creeps out here. Unfortunately for him, this gold spawn isn't close enough to the shoreline for him to block. He will at least force a springward reaction, but Anatan makes the right choice. Meanwhile, Spears and Horsemen now here. Love the Camel Archer added in just to give that big fat debuff. School of Cavalry is most definitely going down, and that's expensive because of the consecration. No big discounts anymore. Ooh. Louis. Line formation coming in. Anatan still fishing for that engagement. Trying to rope him into it. The Horseman could easily pounce on the archers here. Does at least stop the burn down on the School of Cavalry, but Clash coming in. Horsemen do get blunted by the Knights. So good cover escape by Louis. Louis is really good at this, by the way. We've seen it in multiple series with his French, with the Jean. The Knight Archer mass and how he micros them. There's a lot of elegancy behind it. But this is just brute force from Anatan. Divine Restoration pump, but that's Jean dead. He can wrap around the back onto the archers. Decides to back away, though. Happy with the outcome. He's going back for the landmark. Now, this is where it gets interesting for Anno. If he starts stockpiling a lot of wood, he has a landmark victory condition here. School of Cavalry first to be taken down. They need probably 4 rams to confidently go after the TC. It's not guaranteed here. Louis is still a little bit threatening. That's now a landmark on fire. Anno also getting into phalanx. Gotta be careful with the camel. Don't want to give away your unease. Right now, Anno looks like he's poised for a 16, 17-minute victory maximum. Unless Louis can find a way to scrape something together, and it looks like he's trying to scrape together an age up here. Castellet is just on the verge of reaching, but Anatan is looking to mirror, and this could be really cool for him, right? Going into, say, Eco Wing for recovery. I think Trade Wing is actually kind of slept on this map, if you have map control. A little bit of a gamble against Knights. So likely we'll either get Eco or Culture. Culture would give him a more clear all-in timing, with the veterancies being notably cheaper. So we are going to get the repair job. So Louis is able to save that from going down. These villagers, however, no, this is too late. Louis, Anno gets the funnel hole. Losses that you cannot afford. He clicks a little bit too soon there from Anatan, so not getting around the back. But he can just chase past this. Goes towards the gold. Forces the idol there, can head towards the deer. And now that Knight's coming behind him, he wants to actually dive even deeper. And behind this, Anatan is on his way to Castle Age. Damn, Louis really got caught in that vulnerable moment where he was looking for his age up. And this is the thing, like once you get age 3, you don't really care as much about Jean's level 3. You have answers at that stage. Oy, 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 what a game. With Eco Wing, it also means that scaling that Louis has to be fearing here. So the dock has been mopped up as well. We've got to move out onto the stone from Louis. An ambitious, gradual TC maybe? Very gradual in this case. Even survival techniques now coming through. So Anatan just trying to get every little bit of extra eco he can. That's interesting. So you may be noticing that Anatan waited until he aged up to get his level 1 ecos. He clearly wasn't sure if he wanted to go for eco or culture. Usually you save all these techs in case you go culture wing, because it makes everything cheap. Set the spin out. He's going to give a heads up for the villagers to get away. Anno has at least started to set up outposts as he's moving out to these more dangerous resources. This is a scary point in the game for him because of the knights. Right? One knight's a lot more threatening than 2 horsemen. Right? 2 horsemen show up on 10 villagers. I'm going to get my shivs out. 1 knight shows up on 10 villagers. Get your running shoes out. Question is, what does Louis do now? When he sees the age up, surely he's got to look for some sort of damage. Is there damage to be had here, though? I mean, it's a lot of knights. Phalanx spears are pretty spooky, though. Villagers are going to shuffle away, so it looks like Anatan doesn't want this engagement. Villagers are going to get caught. A few of them going down. Camelonies is there, though. John also needing to be very respectful of the damage from the seas. Louis probably just burns this down and goes H3 at this stage. This is becoming an increasingly interesting game. Anno now trying to switch into crossbows, but Louis already pulled the trigger, and I think this has to be Royal Institute here. Yeah, he agrees. He's got 19 knights. You just get them upgraded, you have an all-in timing here. Also, can easily get the level 3 Jean now by playing onto the sacred sites. It's going to be the first, same as the first game I can see it happening. No, Giljardi, because we don't have a guild hall to make us think that we have infinite resources. Or do you mean Anatan? I don't know. Anna looked like he had a really good timing. And then he's just fallen back again. You can kind of forgive this one a bit more than the Roos matchup because Jean is scary. You worry about the level up. But when you have H3, do you really care about giving Jean that level? Like, I think the answer is no. If I was Anno, if I lose this game, I'd call for like a 2-minute break to just reset my brain. That's a really powerful tool, by the way, because when your opponent has a lot of momentum, setting a break like that really puts them off of their momentum, right? Because they come out of the game flow. And I think Anatan, like, he just needs a moment to mentally reset, because this is not working right now. It just feels like he's playing a bit slower than Louis. Which is weird, because actually in the opening, it's a reverse. In the opening, Louis is the one a step behind. That's hand. Anything you do to me, I can do to you. We actually have got a dock drop that has been scouted, though. Archer ship. Not going to be able to even get a kill. We better run away just in time before it would die, at least. TC drop now coming from Anno. Okay, so this isn't too bad, right? He's extending his lead. However, it did just get scouted. So Louis now has a choice. He either goes for an attack timing or he mirrors the TC play. I don't think you really want to mirror TC play here against Abbasids. They just do it better. Especially if you already suspect him of having eco-wing. Anno Camp and Puppy Walls? No, it's Wham's Walls, remember. Oh, I guess this week is Puppy Walls. It's Wham Walls. It's in honor of Wham Walls, the puppy who's going to wall. There we go. Figured it out. So we have got the dock drop from Louis to protect his shores. The weird one about this matchup is you'd think it just favors Abbasids if the game goes hyper late, and that's not entirely true. If Jean can at least keep similar pace of eco, what you get out of that late game is the attack speed buffer on Jean. It's actually a really big deal, 30% buffer. However, I don't think Louis wants the late game, which is very rare for him. He usually thrives in it. The fact he went Raw Institute, however, suggests that he's looking for a kill timing around 23 minutes. Whereas Raw Bloodline's coming in another 40. Rough part for Anno is he didn't really secure much with this TC either. He still has food issues, right? We've got a small pocket of farms at home, but nothing major. Meanwhile, Louis, still plenty of food to work with on the map. So this is kind of interesting, actually. A lot of people do tend to lean cavalry when you get to this point in the game on transhumans. And it's because of the breadth, right? There's so much ground to cover in this central island. When you go infantry, you just kind of have to move out piece by piece by piece. And that's usually keep drops, walls, a lot of things that kind of slow you down on blobbing army. However, the trade-off is meant to be, obviously, infantry are cheaper than the cav. So nice, I'm going to raid it. Wait, Anno. He didn't realize. Second alert came in, but big hit there. Louis. Where did Stone go? Did he go? Where did it go? We don't have a keep drop. We have 5 outposts. Has he just been fortifying outposts? Or did he sell it? Wait. Why do we have a Gallius coming? Sure. But sure to that. Thank you very much, Yellow BYQ. Appreciate the bits, mate. Remember, guys, you got those Prime subs, get them in. They're free. That doesn't cost you a dime. You already paid for it. You already gave Bezos the money. Because we still have potentially 4 games to go. Anatan's not dead yet. There's still a way that you can win this. And we might even, at this pacing, have enough time to do a best of 5 into a final best of 3 quarterfinal to round out the day. So plenty of ads for you to dodge, and there's the play. Stone into a TC drop now coming from Louis. It's so polarizing watching Anatan play like this, actually. I feel like usually he plays a lot more aggressively, I want to say. Louis is usually the one looking for the late game, but it's kind of the opposite here. Abbasids do, to a certain degree, force that out of you. Right, shuffling it again. I mean, Louis, if he just gets one big strike, problem is the vision. Anno sees everything. And funnily enough, after 22 minutes, we finally have someone trying to get relics. It took long enough. Didn't Cal make a better overlay? What do you mean better overlay? Are you talking about with the little icons like the bounty and stuff, which wouldn't even be relevant in this game? If you're referring to that, that overlay requires 2 PCs. And at this stage, the value trade-off there, mostly I'd say it's worth it in Ottomans. It used to be worth it for Reese matchup. That's not as important anymore because the bounty system got drastically changed. Why 2? Because literally for Cal to do what he does with the little extra overlays like the Ottoman Vizier points, he has to run 2 versions of the game so that he can have caster mode turned off on one and turned on the other. That's how it's done. So yeah, it's nice to have, also expensive. Well, we are deep in the poker sticks here. However, Louis already realizes the counter. He's going arbitrary. And remember, he went Root Institute, so this can be a play into crossbow stirrups and gambesons. He does need a little bit of time. Right now, Anatan is actually stronger if he can find the engagement. Right now, he's been camping quite a bit, but it looks like he's looking for that engagement. You still have the boats fighting out here, but the Galleus is kind of just blocking it all out. You can just feel that this is going to be one engagement into pretty much full control, right? We are kind of at that stage. I mean, the farms are coming in, so there can be some renewed assaults from Anatan. He's at 36 farms now. I don't think Louis has that same runway, though. He has no farms. So if Louis loses a fight, it's over. If Anatan loses a fight, big whoop. I'm going to queue up another 100 spears. The Abbasid way. And we have got trade. We actually have trade. Finally. It took a while, but we're getting trade on transhumans. It is horrible trade because he forgot to add a gate. But we are actually getting trade. I wonder if that was actually just a misclick. I think trade is okay. Honestly, you could just set up a marketplace here and slowly funnel them in, right? More clash coming in. We do have the champions. Love this from Louis. He's actively queuing Jean's champions because they're the counter to spears. This unit, it gets 8 bonus damage against spearmen. This is such a smart read. Very expensive, mind you. Look at the price. 200 resources. But if Jean's in range, you get the equipment buff. Look at that. +1/+1 armor. Damage buff as well. Really needs more of them, though. It's just without farms, how can you afford them? Clash now coming in. Jean, even just frontline at this stage, the spears is just ignoring her for the time being. Night count, holding on for the time being, but can it actually break through? We've got 15 spears left over, but he bails. What? No way. Louis would have won that fight if he just kept pushing. So he's going to renew the assault now, but he bought a little bit more time. That's now 17 spears again. That's crazy. He was at the point of breakthrough, and instead he backs away. In a game where he has no food source to work with. Anno has the game, right? Like, it's reaching that point now where it's his to lose. Because he prepped for the late game, right? We even have agriculture tech, right? So insanely efficient farms. Finally, he's like, wait, extra melee damage, pretty good. Bloomery on the way. I don't think Louis, and this sounds really weird to say because Louis is so good at this, I don't think Louis prepped himself for the late game at all. How far is JD level? Uh-oh. Oh. He's got 500 more to go. 500 more XP. However, you know, that Valorous Inspiration is strong when you have an army. My worry is what Louis is going to have after that next fight. Because let's say they both lose, let's say half their army. Yeah, you know, Louis killed more units. He probably has level 4. But he doesn't have an army. He doesn't have the means to rebuild it. And now we're getting that farm rush. So Louis trying to fix that issue. 13 farms and scaling. Knight's finding a raid as well. I know. Whoopsie. Pretty big hit there. The army is going to be able to repel the follow-up. He's keeping them in check. They are now even on villages. Relics are at least coming home from Anastan, so that's going to be his edge. Gold access is still good for Louis, remember. Wait. Wait. Why would you... Like... This is one of those, you go for the really cool play, and if it works, you're a god. If it doesn't, you're a dog. But in a game like this, it's not one of those where it will be remembered if it works and won't if it fails. That is going to be remembered either way. He just gave Louis a free relic. He failed to really do anything with the wall, lol. However, he caught Louis in the farm transition. Sean getting a lot of XP out of this, but what army will she have to lead at this rate? Mangoes look like they're going to be able to force him back. Anansan just doesn't have the spears. And not just that, the Knights raided again. Yeah, that's the problem. I wondered, I looked at the numbers like, where the hell is the army? Anno had to pull back the reinforcements to counter the Knight raid. So Louis dodges death again. Farm count is now up to 29. All of a sudden, the biggest concern we had for him in this game doesn't exist anymore. No, he's setting himself up for the late game. I will never vote Anno again. Now, hold on. I think Louis played... Would I say he's played quite well with the hand he's been given, is the better way of putting it. Because it definitely feels like Anno, like at least in that game 1. I think the game 1 is the one that's going to haunt him. This game 2 was a bit weirder from both sides, so you can kind of forgive it more. But because of the mistakes of that game 1, you're now going to find yourself in a position where potentially back up against the wall, one game from Elam. Louis is still somehow slithering along in this game. We do have a dot drop coming in. An ambitious one from Louis. At this point, even why? I guess it's a way of blocking trade. So we'll be able to get it up. Pulls away. Culture Wings coming in, though. So Anatand going to be making the move first. Now, Louis, he can mirror this move quite swiftly. No guild hall, sure, but with the food income as it stands, he could very quickly get a red pulse drop. And with double Sacred Sight, make this game uncomfortable for the Abbasids. This Gallus. Fear me. 132 damage, baby. Arbitrary numbers are bulking again. Slowly but surely. We actually have archers getting added in, so there's a quick way of clearing spears. Usually you'd just be going arbors, but I think maybe Louis wants to try and just be cost efficient. Give him the option of reaching him. And Wesley's going to connect, so the galley does go down. We've got another dot drop on the south side here. This is just getting weird. I guess you can intercept villages, but outside that, like, there isn't that much to intercept here. Another Gallius on the east side now. That's actually kind of sick. Galliuses can one-hit traders, so if this was a real intent to trade, Anno won't be able to. We can see, of course, it was only one by accident. But it just guarantees down the line that Anatan will be out of gold. Really far down the line. You do have good range, so you can actually technically reach in to like a gold vein here. If we do get trade, we're probably about another 10 to 15 minutes away from it. 10 is excessive. Maybe 8. 8 to 10. Right? Because they've both got 8Ks, but they're running out. 500 here, 3.4K here. You got the extra gold vein. And then you got the one over here that Anno has. Plus his homes. So, I'm not expecting them to rush towards trade here. But remember, if they do get to trade, both of these civs trade really well. And hold on a sec, we've got Zebex. Anatan. I mean, not a bad choice up against the Knights. That's why you're actually seeing Louis deny the dock, so it doesn't become a bigger problem. And his galley, 132 damage is actually not that bad into the Zebek for a unit that's built an age behind and, what, cheaper? No, it's more, right? Yeah, it actually costs more, so the galley is performing as it should here. Oh man, that's kind of crazy. And now red pass in the center. So Louis is taking the claim here. Walls also going up. I feel like we're in Louis territory now. Deeply. He has got Jean de Blas. She's level 4. Valorous Inspiration is ready to rock and roll. And watch the difference it'll make with the attack speed in this fight. She needs to press one button for the big rubber dub win. In fact, he already has. Hence why they're Gatling gunning through this. Anatan makes the right choice, just trying to back away. No reason you want to fight underneath the red pass anyway. He peels off troops to go north. This could be mirrored up there as well. So Anno, all of a sudden losing his imp advantage. He has at least got the elite techs already, but this red pass makes it hard to dive. Louis also has enough stone to start dropping keeps. Hopefully we'll at least be able to find some of Louis' economy over here. I grow increasingly worried. We finally have Gambesons on the way. Crossbow stirrups will obviously be behind that. And this is where the game kind of gets scary, right? Like, when you have Jean on your team, it's like having double crossbow stirrups. By getting that tech, you go down to 1.75 attack speed. Then with Jean's buff, you go down to a 1.4 attack speed. You attack quicker than archers. Kind of wild, right? Like, you know, this is a matchup where you probably want to sit there and go, why don't the bastards just go composite bows? But it is the arbitrator that stopped that. It's a tricky matchup this late in. I mean, you're at least going to want a camel maybe to help the knights, but the awkward part is when you get to the stage of the game, it becomes less about knights and more about arbitrator, especially with Jean. We do at least still have a little bit of a raid at the back. So Louis is still hemorrhaging occasional troops here. But we are still in the arbitrary number starting to go up. No signs of trade still coming in from either side. This game feels slow, man. This series has felt very slow. You kind of want to, like, are both players tired? I don't know what Anatan was doing earlier on in the day, and then Louis, for him, it's like past midnight, right? I don't know if I want to say chill. This is a competitive series, right? But, like, it almost feels like there isn't that killer instinct. I'm at least going to get a good raid in here, so... Also, crossbows. So Louis starting to fall behind on the village account, but you know he can make up for this and just fill it with military now. Sacred Site timer is still ticking. We have got decaps that could happen. Louis has gathered a lot of stone, he just hasn't really dropped them on the keeps. These kind of games never happen to me. Beastie versus Kiljardi Bridges, 6 villages. I will always bring that one up when you say these things, Kiljardi. In fairness, things were happening in that game. It was definitely moving away. So for Louis at this stage, right, he's just waiting for his final elite techs. He's switching horsemen. And then you can just try to raid into the back economy. Meanwhile, just leave arbitrators, just trade against spears. Lots of things happen that game, just nothing good for me. Fair, fair. And wow, okay, this is looking like a defeated Anatan. That is a 2-0 scoreline now. No more mistakes allowed. And I don't know, man. It feels like he just doesn't have his thunder today. This guy is a big threat. Last week, he brutalized opponent after opponent. Wham, Beastie, both falling victim to him. And now we find ourselves on the verge of watching Anatan wash out 3-0 to Louis. Talented player, no doubt about it. But I don't know, if he wants to turn this around now, he needs to stop letting the games drift into Louis' territory, that late game, which Louis always seeks. I'm going to find out very soon if he's able to do that. Why, though? He just doesn't see a way. It's like mass arbitrary late game. I don't know. This just doesn't look like the Anno I'm used to. So, Abba versus Jean. And we'll give that win across to Jean. So, 2-0 right now. While we got a second, actually, I might snack on one of my protein bars. Because I'm getting hungry from this set, man. Holy crap. I haven't had dinner yet. That's why I have my protein works. Whoop, whoop. To sustain me. Sustain. That's the way I sustain it. I think I've earned the salted caramel one, right? The salted caramel is pretty pog. Or do we go for... We had the double chocolate brownie yesterday. I did. I wish I got more of the salted caramels. They're so good. Exclamation mark protein works, by the way. I'm wondering if Anatan's a bit burnt out after the 2v2. Maybe? It's possible, right? Him, B, Cat, they all played so incredibly well to go 7 games. And then it fell apart in an awkward way in that final game. But like you can see both sides. The Canadians and the 3D clan looked really tired in that game. So yeah. But I don't know. I'm trying to think what else it could be. Maybe it's just something in real life. It's hard to know for sure with players. But I'm personally feeling good. How about you guys? You enjoying the long stream? Tired of what? Clicking on the keyboard? So, 2 things to that. 1, you don't know what Anatan's been doing today, right? Could have not slept at all. Could have had anything happen in real life. You don't know his life, right? Parasocial relationships, etc. Even if you watch his stream, you don't know his life. 2, if you have ever played a highly competitive game at a highly competitive level, you would be familiar with the adrenaline rush. You actually burn through carbs really quickly in those environments. You burn through energy really quickly in those environments. You know, if it's so easy, feel free to sign up to KPMMA and beyond in 2025, and you can beat Anatan, apparently. It's that simple, right? So apparently Anatan said he wasn't feeling well, and it may have been a mistake to take the games. That's unfortunate to hear. I hope he didn't feel pressured at all. I asked him to see if he was available. But hopefully, you know, he didn't feel like he needed to play this. It is a bit unfortunate because I do feel like we aren't getting Anatan at peak. That's no insult to Louis, right? Like Louis playing how he needs to play, playing well. But this isn't like the Anatan we've come to expect. So we head now into Dry Arabia, folks, for game number 3. Predictions are now going up to see if Anatan can keep his hopes alive. Juji versus Ayabid is a tricky one. Zhuji can actually play very up in your face in this matchup and burn you out of the game fast if you get a bad spawn in. That is a bad spawn. Both golds on the same side of your base on a Civ that needs gold to beat Zhugnu. If Louis sees this and all in archery ranges, we could have a very swift end of the series, which admittedly would make a big difference so far, right? Like, the first 2 games went very long, and Meditation Garden's already coming in. A weird one, actually, from Louis. I'm not really sure. I guess you could go for, like, an outpost rush here? I mean, you have the hand cancellers to defend you at home, but was this really the best option? I guess the berries are slightly too far away, so you wouldn't be able to get both of them in. You'd probably be able to generate about 50 food. And Louis like, oh, wait. Why don't I just get the food instead? Okay, this is getting weird on both sides, man. So we heard apparently Anotan is not feeling well today. Hope he feels better soon. We also have to remember, like, Louis is pretty deep in the game. Louis has been playing now for 7 hours, at least, I think. Right? Because he was playing a lot of pub games against Dumu earlier on in the day. Dumu, like, usually when Dumu starts his stream is when Louis is online. So Louis could have been playing non-stop for 8 or 9 hours, which would also show a bit in like, the fatigue. I think Louis hasn't played the cleanest set either. So we're kind of catching him at the tail end. Louis has had some... You could argue Louis, it's not as much he hasn't played clean as much as he's felt comfortable in what he needs to do. Right? Because, like, arguably, like, the Louis we've seen in the past can be very aggressive. In these games, he tries, and then he just falls back to the late game because it seems like he's sensed that Anatan isn't quite on it. Anno, by the way, did go for the advancement wing. We've got Pro Scouts. It's the Pro Scouts build again. Yeah, more and more players have been doing this at the moment. I'm not entirely convinced of its true worth. Especially considering in a matchup like this, like, you could still just get juked. Right? Like, to me, I think the win condition for Louis is blocking the gold. Donite is not good enough. He's good enough in our hearts. We need the return of Don to AoE 4. He ran back to AoE 3, and we're like, why, Don? Why? Who now will outpost rush with villagers at 2 minutes, everyone? We need our Abbasid outpost rushes. So Louis with the spears, though. This is an outpost rush of his own, potentially, right? I mean, this is the only logical reason you get the stone. It feels weird, though. Like, Anno's already getting the Desert Raiders ready. You need to back this up with Zhug now. Instead, he goes for the stables. A little bit surprising. It can work, but, I mean, your opponent can now just use the stables fully, right? Desert Raiders to poke at you. Horseman overwhelm. Really, the goal for Louis is to reach a very early timing to block gold entirely. Anno is gathering quite a lot of gold currently, which is smart. If he's looking for a fast castle, you need to get the gold now and get out. Meantime, Scout has seen what's happening over here, so a little bit of clubbing happening. Just implement some ideas from AoE 3 into AoE 4 to spice things up, like the deck card system. I think the deck card system would be a terrible idea, personally. If I think about how some of the AoE 4 players have responded to Battle Aces, which I actually think Battle Aces was great. Their most recent test, a bad idea, because I warned them about this. They shouldn't battle pass units. That's bad. That'll lead to pay to win. But like the core concept of the game, I quite enjoyed. But I heard some AoE 4 players say they didn't like the style, and the decks was one of the flaws, right? So like introducing decks causes like kind of a similar issue there, right? Like Battle Aces can get away with it because the game's so short, but AoE 4 can be 45, 50, 60, 70 minutes long, right? And the decks can be a very oddly limiting factor for AoE 4. I think AoE 4 has enough inspired from different games. They don't need to go full hog and ham, you know? I think the card system would be going full hog and ham. Like, for example, the same way is with Jean. If they took that to the extreme where you had items and everything as well, you're basically just ripping off Warcraft. Whereas the approach they took with Jean was more inspired by Warcraft, not ripping it off, which I liked. So Anno is going for the age up. This is Growthwing, right? There's not really anything else here that's screaming. Meanwhile, Louis MT, I mean, I'm a little bit shocked. He went Pro Scouts himself very delayed. What do you do here, Louis? You could rush an age up pretty aggressively as this Civ. I think Louis done this out of necessity, right? He's down to 3 sheep. Yes, Anno won the sheep game because he done his double scout, I believe, right? Was it double scout at the beginning? No, he's ahead on eco. So it just feels like Louis fluffed his initial rotation and got forced into deer because A, he wants to take from Anatan, but B, if he doesn't, he's going to be walking out to these locations and having to outpost anyway. All right, guys, we might have a series. Anatan, this is looking pretty good. Growth Wing is coming in. Louis MT is trying to prep his own age up. We're likely going to be seeing a rush towards relics here with the Shallow Monks. You could actually, though, instead go for the Mount Lu Academy and go for the supervision. Right, if you get the inspections, it gives you double supervision production speed, so you can actually pump out units very fast. And then what? You could maybe mass Palace Guard, because Desert the Camel Lance is rather going to be really slow by comparison. Being said, is this even going to be Camel Lancers? Is there a world in which we get Ghoulims? I can kind of see it. I think Ghoulims can make a lot of sense. I feel like in the last few weeks, IBID players have been waking up to how good Ghoulims can be. Just very cost-efficient flooding. Same way as why Juji have started going Palace Guard instead of Lancers. So tech up in about 40 seconds. We do have Archer Rangers. Okay, so Anno... Crossbows? I don't think crossbow here, right? It should just be archers, but if it was going to be archers, there we go. They are being queued up now. So he's going to blob archers, probably camel lancers to assist here. I think what you're looking for if you're Anatan is go archers instead of camels so you can afford Dervish Rush. Because if Louis is mirroring your tech timing, he's going to be rushing relics as well. All right, ones if you think Louis is going to win this. Twos if you think Anno is going to win it. It's been a shaky series so far for Anno. But right now, things are looking good. The question is whether he'll close. Because remember, the issue we've had is that Game 1, for example, in particular, opening looked phenomenal for Anno. He put himself a mile ahead. It's the long con that Louis is good at playing. Shallow Monastery now on the way. Deer Hall seems like it should have favored Anatan slightly. Then again, he doesn't have many scouts, so that's debatable. Yeah, he didn't get the deer over here, right? So actually, Louis could end up with the majority of the deer from going pro scouts. We do have the Dervish now to follow up for Anatan. First Shallow Monk queued. So what is the win conditions now? For Louis, he's going to be looking for 3 relics, at least into Pagoda play. It's going to be very potent for him. And yes, thank you for pointing that out. Wait, was it that way the whole time? Sorry, guys. It's been one of those days. I haven't had a chance to snack. I'm only holding on this long because we've got the liquid meals. Whew. Yes, Louis MT is the one on match point. Anatan, his cheeks have been firmly clapped today. Big jolt and a wake-up call. He's playing infantry defense. This is very unordinary for Ibids. Usually leaning into Camel Lancers, or at least Ghoulims here, right? But we have no armored units whatsoever. And Louis is already going Lancer crossbows. Which, yeah, I mean, crossbows now don't get bonus damage against anything here. But crossbows are good enough to still win the fights, regardless of that detail. And the pro scouts, man. So this ends up being, what, about 70% of the deer going the way of Louis, I believe? Maybe 60. Still a desirable exchange for him. And remember, gradually, we could be finding ourselves towards a natural 2TC because of the stone. And passively generating for several minutes now. And Louis is everywhere. Look at the vision on this map from the scouts. Barely anything going unseen. Also means it's much easier for him to dodge the army who's looking for relics. right? So he doesn't have to gamble as much with Shaolin Monks. I kind of like this. They're already camping on the south side. He's moving in for this one. Looks like Anatan is scouting for it, but Anno doesn't know where the relic is. No. A little bit tricky here. We'll find it in the end. So far, the split is 1-1. Nice blocker against the Dervish there. Monk is wrapping around now. Okay, this is a little bit greedy, but here's the funny part. If he brings another Monk over towards this relic, I actually think he can win a fight against 6 units. How did Louis win game 2? We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Well, Monk. Now about to walk about it. No body of iron though. Louis finally activates it a little bit late there though. If that had been a little bit sooner, could at least bare minimum bought some time. So relic should be acquirable. Lancer has now arrived though, and there's only one spear in this mixer. Dervish has at least claimed the east side relic. Scout is going to be able to see that in time. Maybe he can intercept the Lancers. Wait, did Louis forget? He forgot blacksmiths. Wait, so you open Lancers without undermesh? That's a bit unhinged. Steel Dagger is a priority as well. Dude, this is such a weird series. I feel like both of them just finished watching a marathon sprint through of all 7 seasons of Billions without sleeping, and then came into a best of 5, right? It's definitely not their best. But I guess in some ways that makes it a little bit more balanced between them. Villagers now getting raided. So Lance is finally starting to make those moves, but the crossbows are now here for Anno. Still not getting any worker kills either. Another relic pulled back, and that is going to be a 3-2 split in favor of Fox's Anatant. Second TC now coming from Louis, though. So this is how he's going to try to rush ahead. No active stone gathering, folks. That is just the passive resource generation over time. Anno is at least starting to move out, so actually could find a really good timing to attack into Louis here. One thing that's a bit scary is the crossbow count. Louis has a lot of them already, and he also now has Nesta Bees coming in. I love the Camels finally arriving for Anno, though. I think he's just not been raiding so far. Could have been extending his lead. He's going to try to take the advantage now. Louis is still waiting on the backside with the cavalry. Could even think about diving in. If the timing is right and they're fighting, it's likely Anno-tan won't notice a raid into his tree line. Sacred Site's also been capped, so even more resources. Anno's extending his lead here. But only temporarily, right? He needs to scout this second TC and do something about it. This Archer's now wrapping around the back. Nice move in. Does get the taxman. And still... Okay, no, he does have undermesh now. It's just he got beaten to the punchline on damage too. Plus the crossbows in the mix. And now Lance is counter-raiding the other side. Anno not reacting to this yet. Which is kind of crazy, actually, because this was after the fight. At the point when Anatan should have been able to react to it straight away. It's going to be, what, almost 4 worker kills? I still got the army comfortable, cozy on the edge of the base, but Louis is now about to take the village lead. And I'm still watching Billions. AI would be, man. It's a good show. I'm on season 7. I'm freaking loving it right now. I'm just gutted it's going to be over soon. I remember I watched a bunch of clips on YouTube of that, and I was like, damn, this is a good TV show. And it is delivered. What's the standout TV series for you guys this year, actually? I still need to watch Arcane Season 2, but apparently I should be prepped to be underwhelmed. Wall's now coming up from Louis. So he's trying to cut off those Camel Lancer raids. Also, it's going to set him up nicely to make that farm transition in a few minutes. Anno has got the Sultan's Mamluks coming in, so that's going to give him the buff. Lancer's the Horseman back again. If he just shifts over the villagers, more out of time again. And Anno is still chilling in the corner, but he has been found. So cute idea. They shouldn't be able to get too much done here. Lance, however, having a field day. Louis is not reacting. It's just this chip damage on each side, right? It's getting a little bit messy. Midweek muster. That sounds like a good choice for your favorite weekly show. Severance was also a banger. I'm hyped for season 2 of that. Oh no. We've got the most toxic defense that the Zhuji can muster. The knobs. Love the fact that Louis still has Lancers coming as well. It's just always keeping his opponent looking back at his base. It's like it's going to get mopped up on this back raid, but I mean, even if he didn't get that many worker kills, what he has achieved is a lot of idle time alongside it. At this point, with Louis trying to wall himself in, Anatan's brain has to be like, God, please no. SBs. Woo, bit of a freebie. Mango pretty much dead. In fact, he gets it. We'll have to back up now. The Archer crossbow mass a bit big, but the Nesta Bees could fin that. Shots coming in. An ambitious attempt by Anatan, but feels like an overextension there. Now, of course, the villager pulled for the repair, so up to 4 Nesta Bees. No, out of all the ways in a deciding game, don't let it be the knobs. There's a special place in hell for people that queue up 10 Nesta Bees every game. You know who you are. Don't Pikachu face me. I stand by my statements. Onto the back, Louis. Ooh, this could actually be big. Is Anno going to notice this time? Finally does shuffle back, so it ends up being like, what? It should be 2 villager kills, but I think Louis somehow aggroed onto the other eco. And Jiangnan now coming in, so Louis ready for that farm transition. Anno, if at first your mangonels fail, build 2 more so they can die to 4 Nesta Bees. I think that's the motto? Why does Anatan refuse to build walls? Because he's trying to... Oh, mass army! Right in the kidneys, and no way! This might be the most demoralizing week for Anatan yet. A brutal way to end 2024's midweek musters for him, but he will not make it another grand finals appearance. Chin up though, lad. It happens to the best of us. And Anatan, I think, you know, this is an interesting matchup in ways. I really hoped it was going to be 5 games. So I think these two have at different points in the year been the standout stars. Louis in the first half, Anatan in the second. But here, in the final midweek muster of 2024, in the semi-finals, it is going to be Louis reigning supreme with a brutal 3-0 victory. Who will he be up against? We've yet to see that. It'll either be Dumu, Voldemort, or Puppy Paw. Make no mistake about it. Louis is a spooky fellow. Either way you paint it. We're going to have to see how that one plays out. Grand finals on Thursday, the 19th of December, 2024. We're also going to be building a PC live afterwards with my mum on camera. So plenty to stay tuned for. I'll see you there. Oosh. Dimmu keeps bullying B. I mean, B almost slapped him out. I thought he was going to when he had Marlins versus Delhi. Or as in B had Delhi. But, folks, I believe Puppy Paw doesn't have availability for like another hour. At least. They still haven't given an exact time. Oh, you're here? Okay. The kid isn't. Got you. So Voldy says he'll be available in around 3-ish hours. So we could still be an hour and a half out. So we might not be able to catch that quarterfinals because we all out of games. We've cast literally everything in the midweek muster available right now. I'll check with Voldemort. Not available any sooner. I'll check with Mr. Vlad. Just got to cast one again for free. I mean, I don't mind if we have to end now, just because we've been going 6 hours, and I had a very light breakfast because I wasn't feeling great this morning. So yeah, why aren't we seeing Papo in the finals yet? Because he didn't make every finals. I mean, at least because he took a week off, but it still counts. Is this the last tournament? Last tournament for 2024 of Midweek Muster, yes. We are going to be doing these all the way through 2025 until the end of June. So there will be plenty of these. Guys, like, honestly, this should become a pattern, a habit, right? Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, just be tuning in here, right? Tuning in here between like 1 p.m. CET through to like 8 p.m. CET is pretty much the bread and butter. If you love esports, if you want to watch competitive games, we have got you covered. This is where you want to be. KB is okay with talking about it on this stream, but there's another tournament coming up this weekend. Oh, is this you shilling AoE free? I'm guessing it's you shilling AoE free. Well, I'd rather talk about the upcoming tournament I have at the end of the month. 10k AoE 4. Is there? What are you on about? There's nothing in the Wikipedia. What? All right. Didn't know about this. Well, this was oddly last second then, wasn't it? This makes me feel better about my marketing. Dude, why did they not hype this up in the build-up? This is huge. 10k. Top 4 players will demonstrate that. Oh, so it's only It's only 4 players then, right? Oh no, sorry. Is it? Each of these elite contenders will have the opportunity to handpick 5 warriors to join their ranks, forming a formidable team. While entering the tournament gives you a shot at being selected, it does not guarantee a spot. Only the best will be chosen to fight alongside the top players. Okay, so it's a little bit. Yeah, it's your format. Wait, Don, I thought this wasn't happening. I thought this wasn't happening. Oh, that's cool though. I'm glad it worked out, mate. 4 people split 10k. I mean, I'm hoping it's not 4 people. I'm hoping it's the members of the team get paid as well. That's otherwise a bit weird. They changed last second. I mean, well, good job, mate. I will, and you know, I put my hand up. I had this problem for unexpected reasons, but like, and it's not even targeted BC. This is actually everyone in AoE4 needs to get better at. Everyone in AoE4 needs to get better at marketing their tournaments. There is like, this is like ambush last second. That's why I've been talking about the fact we're going to be running a tournament final weekend of this month. And yes, I will be talking more about details of that after the PC build on Thursday. So yeah, you'll want to be here on Thursday for semi-finals, which is going to be either Poppy Paw or Voldemar versus Dimmu. And then we'll do the grand finals between Louis MT and the winner of that. And then my mum is going to be making her first appearance on this stream on camera to help us build a PC. She's going to be the primary builder. I'm going to be guiding her, helping with a little bit more complicated parts, but showing how easy it is and teaching her. And then I'll be giving more details about the tournament we're going to be running at the end of the month, on the final weekend. So the team leaders aren't playing? They're just having other people play. Is that right? But then they still get paid, right? I'm guessing. Gotcha, that's cool. But the money is split between the full team, right? Well, I mean, there you go, guys. You've got an extra 20. Why does it say 30th? I thought it was one weekend. Wait, is this multi-weekend? I thought this was one weekend. I thought you said it was one weekend, Don. Well, this craps on my final weekend plans a little, if so, which is really annoying. I hope not. I mean, 10K does sound like I think it's 2 weekends. Yeah, so it is going to crap on the plans for my final weekend tournament a little, which is a bit annoying. Huh. They changed a lot many times. Yeah, I mean, this is why we like try to all communicate between us. But like, there hasn't been. Was it Cal saying he was trying to set one up and it hasn't really been set up? A little bit annoying in some ways. Because now I don't know if I'm going to be able to even draw the players to the tournament on the final weekend. I mean, I can't compete with 10K. So like, yeah, that's a bit annoying. Because I don't like. I mean, you know, I could go live and just cast their games as well, but I don't like doing that. I don't like the double cast bullcrap, but. It's got Anno, Voldemar, Kryzor, Avali, Mahodo, MSN, Gully Striker, Deniskia, Scatterbrain, Kiljadi, Matisse B, Core Ramen, Ezra, Yona. Corvus run an ad about this? I mean, dude, this is if it wasn't for Don mentioning it, I wouldn't even know about it right now. But yeah. So I'm gonna have to figure that out now. I mean, at least I haven't had to burn expenses on trying to plan this tournament. But yeah, that was planning. I mean, maybe we just end up casting this as literally the case, because otherwise, like, there's really no point in me putting together a tournament on the final weekend when there's another tournament going. Yeah, let me know all the details you got, Don. I mean, maybe we will just go live and cast on our own channel or something. I mean, like my tournament wasn't going to be as big of a prize pool as this. Not really even close. I don't have Steel Series money. But my format was going to be fairly invested on the player side. Instead, KP20 is the fresh start, because when we get to the start of the year, we're back to midweek musters. So it's kind of, I don't know about that. I don't know. How much did it cost me to run this tournament? Is there a chance to profit? Yeah, like, so, but the goal isn't just to like be break even on what you spend on the tournament. My goal is like to actually build this channel to the point that, you know, I can make a living for me, so that I can actually do this full time, right? So like, you know, it's one of those things that we grow. But like first month of midweek must and week and month 2, I think is tracking to do decently. It's not a situation where we're making loads of money or anything, but we're definitely not losing money, which is good. I try to keep it lean. So we have a graphics artist, we have adminning work, which has expenses. Yeah. As long as Steel Series has no issue with it, which I don't expect, you can cast the series that aren't being covered, which will also be top series. Yeah, true. I mean, in fairness, it's one of those things of like, in general, this is always the weird thing with AoE Force Esports. They technically can't like stop you from casting anyway. So like a little disclosure. So if it's officially Microsoft funded, you have to have open casting. But like the weird thing is with the way that AoE4 is designed, there's no way to stop open casting anyway. Is Cal millionaire by now? I know, right? You should be like paying for the strip club, the booze, all of it. But yeah, I'll have to figure this out. I mean, I don't know. I a little bit blindsided on that one. I didn't expect that. Also surprising, because I thought Beastie and Warman are on holiday. No? Is that right? I could have sworn they said they were on holiday. I know that Mareko's in South Africa right now. So I guess they're streaming it from South Africa? Midweek Musters not on WE. That's because it would be a little bit spam intensive. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I thought they were just going to take the weeks off. I mean, it's one of those tough things, the life of a content creator, right? Like, I kind of looked at the state of things, because obviously, folks, those don't know, this is the final midweek muster until 2025, and we'll kick off right at the beginning of January again, because I wanted to not force the players to play. I want them to be able to have a break and whatnot, right? So, like, basically, my brain as well came from the content creator avenue of like, man, 2 weeks of not live is kind of a long time. So that's why I started prepping something for the weekend, so that I could still have a lot of time with my family, but it wasn't like final stream 19th and then the next stream 2 or 15 days later. And I think maybe that's the similar thought process for Beastie, because otherwise, like, I don't know if he'd be able to play from South Africa. I don't know how good the connection would be or whatever, or if he's got the full setup. But like, that's content creator brain, right? You're always like, need to find a way of being live. It's something I'm trying to be careful of, is to not overdo. Is like, when you're a Twitch streamer in particular, when you're a live streamer more than a YouTuber, actually, you're like, oh my god, I need to go live. I haven't been live in this much time. Will people even know to tune in? It is legit a thing. I've talked to so many content creators that have this like mental cycle. It's weird. Because relevance is fleeting, right? Is AOV the kind of thing that an investor could drop a lot of money on? I mean, like, define investor. You mean like brand sponsor? Sure. Like, you know, if you build it, people will come, right? That's what we're trying to do here. Like I said, I want to get us to a stage where we're 1,000 like CCV stream eventually. That's the long-term goal. A year from now, I'd love to see that happen. Because it's easy to get people in, right? Even if you offer good value, the reality is, like, if you're a small stream, the moment money exchanges hands, sorry, I'm going to put music on because it's a bit silent. The moment money exchanges hands, there is now extra money involved in the payment process. And what I mean by that is someone has to draft up a contract, so you need to pay a lawyer. Someone has to then monitor the deliverables. They have to actually go back and review all the stuff. That's extra work. Whereas, like, for example, with our PC build, that was parts. So all the incredible people we're working with sent us the parts. The difference there is they're not like, yeah, we need you to do these specific things. We're going to have to be breathing down your neck. It's like, let's see what you got, right? Would you ever accept investment for a percentage of your stream? No. It is, like, mathematically doesn't make sense. You'd only do that if someone was offering up something that was integral to growth. If it was just money for the sake of money, there are services that exist like that for content creators, and I am personally not a fan of them because they can become very predatory. Can't ChatGPT do that for $9.99? Wait, do what? The idea was end of year at some point. I got told was never mind, going to be next year. Then didn't hear for 2 weeks. Yeah, like it's really like I'm like kind of shell shocked out of nowhere on it. I mean, whatever. It'll probably be a case of I'll put the money towards something else and I'll just cast the games on my channel. So if you guys want to catch me casting, we'll probably go live on that weekend to cast the Steel Series 10,000 Cup. It's no biggie. Like, I'm not mad that they're doing things. It's just a little bit unfortunate that between us, we didn't have the comms. I mean, admittedly, I hadn't communicated mine yet, but I had said on stream and things and whatever that we were doing some of the final weekend. But, like, obviously, that doesn't mean that they're watching or whatever. It's just, I think in general, there needs to be a chat that includes all the people actively organizing events, so that we can very nonchalantly be like, by the way, running an event at this point. Because it is kind of unfortunate, because when you have overlap, right, the players conflict on where they go, then you've got the viewership conflicted. I want a world where I can just have my days for my tournaments, and they do really well, and then Marika can have her days for tournaments they do really well, EGC can have their days for tournaments they do really well, because dividing viewership actually kills everyone. Might be a net win. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, like I said, I'm just gonna have to get over the fact that I don't like casting things that already have official coverage, because I don't like taking away from the viewership. I mean, it sounds a bit selfish, but it is what it is, right? Like, it works for AoE too. When Mem runs a tournament, T90, Dave are live casting it as well. When T90 runs a tournament, Mem, Dave are live casting as well, right? So we'll just cast games. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this guy. So it looks like Forged and Steel by Steel Series. I won't don't think I'll do the first weekend because we're going to be setting up the PC and I want to run through things 21st, 22nd. I also just want to spend some time with my family for real in the build up to Christmas. But I think we'd definitely be looking to cast games for the 28th, 29th weekend. So yeah. Oh no, I get you, Don. Like it's just the way my brain works. It's fine though. Like in fairness, it's blow for blow, right? Like I said, there's nothing to stop, for example, Beastie casting a semi-finals and midweek muster, which is done, right? So like at this stage, I shouldn't feel shy about, oh, maybe we're both casting the same series. It is what it is when it gets deeper in the bracket if that happens. But yeah. Didn't Barcelona do that? Sell some future rev? I mean, yeah, but the whole point is you do it because you need the money, right? So the reason a lot of people do this stuff, so like there's literally services for YouTubers where they do this. They sell a slab of their channel to get a money intake. And what they do with that money is they buy like production equipment, all this kind of stuff. They buy a studio. What do I want with that right now? What would I do with that money? If I'm being completely transparently honest, if someone was to offer me like 50k for a slice of my channel, it wouldn't actually make sense to necessarily invest that in AoE4. What I mean by that is like you'd want to go immediately for like a bigger niche because now you have money you either need to pay back or someone who you need to like get a return on investment. You see what I mean? And like you can make reasonable money in AoE4, but you know, like compared to like if you're gonna take investment to buy a studio and buy a team behind the scenes that make like all these different things, then you have to start treating it more like a statistical analysis of where the biggest audience is so that you can get a return on investment quicker. That's what happens when you bring in investors. All right. But all good. Like I said, I mean, it's just more money to figure out something to do with next year. But on a light note, is GAM still pending? Probably. There you go. Oh, sorry, I need to update the score. For those who are just tuning in, it is actually a 3-0 for Louis. But yeah, like I said, it's no biggie. Like it's just me, and I've always had this mentality of like I don't want to like cast and take and divide viewership, but like it's the nature of the game. The reality check actually with Twitch in a lot of cases, not always the case. There's going to be an overlap of people that watch me and watch Beastie, me and Warman, me and Voldemar, so on and so forth, me and Dumu. The reality check is like, although there's an overlap there, like there are also a lot of people that are just going to tune in for you probably, or for Beastie, or for Warman, whoever. So yeah, like I said, final weekend we should be live this month. It'll probably be with Steel Series games to cast. Because my format was going to be very, very dense. There's going to be a lot of games. And I think the players would rather play the 10k tournament. So, what we'll do now, though, read the whole thing without ADHD skipping. I mean, I went through to the official tournament page to read the entire description, because usually the tournament page has like the full description. And also, by the way, I did read through. For the person on YouTube who's trying to say I didn't read through, it literally doesn't say the dates here. That's why we went through. So thank you. All right. Thank you, Pope Diaz. All right, guys. So with that in mind, I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you very much for watching, YouTubers. We will be back on Thursday. Reminder, on Thursday, we are going to have, because Voldemar still hasn't responded, so I imagine the Voldemar Puppy Paw series is about an hour out. Puppy Paw will stream that. Because of the flow of the show on Thursday, we won't have time for that, I don't think. But on Thursday, we're going to be having the semi-finals between Dumu and either Puppy Paw or Voldemar live into the grand finals, which is going to be, now we know, Louis MT versus one of those from the top side of the bracket. And then we will be building... Should I give a little teaser? We'll be building... that. Yeah, that's right. We got all the parts Motherboard arrived today, so we are fully equipped and ready to build I guess it would be $5,000 PC. And my mum's going to be doing a lot of the building. And she's never built before. I probably didn't think this out. I should have started with something smaller. You know, like, if you see me crying because she slots in an SSD, nah, it's fine. I think a lot of it will be fun. We'll try to help her on the more scary parts. I think for a lot of people, the CPU is very scary to plug in. The other thing that's usually quite scary for people is thermal paste. So we'll help her out those deets. But it should be a lot of fun. We got a really cool case. We got really cool parts in total. We're gonna have fun with this, man. But much love to YouTube. We'll be back on Thursday. We should be live. I'd imagine it's going to be about 3 p.m. CET. I'll schedule it as I always do on YouTube. Use my Discord as well. Check that out because we're posting there with thumbs up, confirmed time. But we're probably going to be looking at about 3 p.m. CET start time is usually what we look towards. So I hope they'll see you there.